create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live yet another debate. No sip and stream. These two wanted Saturday, so we went with Saturday. So no drinking for me tonight, but that's okay. I made up for it Thursday with Neve. So tonight, we go by Ghosty, right? Ghosty and Teriak are going to be debating the question: is morality objective or subjective? This has been a hot topic, especially on panels in the recent. I know that a lot of panels have discussed it and gone through it, and we've fought the good fight left and right. And I'm interested to hear what these two will bring together as a whole. Teriak, you are the challenger. You are going to start with your opening statements, and Ghosty, you go next.
Cool beans. So, start off, let's just define terms. So when we're talking about morality, we're talking about you should do this or you should not do this. When we talk about objective, we're talking about true or false, right or wrong, good or bad. So an example of that would be who's the fastest 100-meter sprinter. We can actually track that. We have the world records, so we can look that up. Whereas when we're talking about subjective, it's purely just your opinion, right? So a subjective question would be, what's your favorite color? But I mean, there's no particularly right answer. There's no particularly wrong answer in that. To give a visual representation of our positions, essentially, is I have the picture. Some people might be able to recognize this because it was basically kind of like a meme, kind of went around the internet. Whereas this dress, it appeared in the picture that it was white and gold, but it was a black and blue dress. Now there was disagreement over what the actual color of the dress is. In my position, despite whether there's disagreement or not, there is an objective color to this dress. Whereas Ghosty would argue, no, there's no objective color. It's all subjective. So if you think this dress is green, then that's just as right as someone saying it's black and blue, which it actually is. So that's just kind of a visual representation of what we're doing, or the positions there. But in simplifying it down in terms of moral relativism or thinking that morals are subjective, it makes the claim that there can be no absolute moral truths, or there should be no absolute moral truths, which is a self-defeating position because you're making a objective claim there that it's either a true or false statement, that it can be seen as a moral truth in itself. It contradicts the very foundation of what Ghost is going to try and prove. Because if moral relativism holds that no moral judgment can be universally true, then the assertion of moral relativism itself should be universally true, making the position inherently contradictory. Basically, like Ghost is saying that that this should be the way, that we shouldn't judge other people's morals, but by saying that, you're essentially defeating your own position. So in terms of the whole kind of repercussions that we could go through in terms of stuff that we have in terms of modern day society, so basically universal moral sentiments. So cross cultures, we find common moral sentiments like the prohibition against murder. So Ghost is going to say, oh, but there's difference on the stuff, but there's certain particular morals that are universal across these societies. So you shouldn't murder, you shouldn't grape, you shouldn't steal, etc., etc. And when you look at when you fundamentally break down a lot of these moral relatives, they'll say, oh well, all morals are equal. We shouldn't say, we shouldn't judge any from this. But they'll also be a feminist, so they're also saying, well, women should have rights, or women they basically don't practice what they preach. So basically, if you are a moral relativist, or if you think morals are subjective, then you basically can't argue for feminism, you can't argue for human rights, you can't argue for any of this. And then when you look at another implication is in terms of our judicial systems. This is essentially we hold people accountable because we think they should act in a certain way. So basically, you're talking about like removing all of this like lefty kind of like stuff, or kind of basically kind of like say like human rights, international law, and just like even civil law and all that kind of stuff as well. So with that, I think I've done about 3 minutes, so I'll leave it there. But there's more, just in case, depending on what way Ghosty goes with her opening statement.
Thank you, Teriak, and Ghosty to you. Perfect. That's okay. Take your time. Take your Perfect. Thank you so much. And just as a reminder, as we always do, we will go into open panel after the debate is over. These two will debate, we'll go through closing statements, read super chats, respond, and then the open panel dumpster fire will be opened. All right, the floor is open to the two of you.
Yeah, so Ghosty, you basically kind of like made the claim that morality is neither subjective or objective, or like, I need to kind of clarify what you mean by this. No, you can. So for like human flourishing, so like for example, like why ought we not murder? Because if everyone start murdering everybody, society will crumble. That's a fact. True statement. You're trying to do the is all problem, but what I'm clarifying is like the fact is if everyone was just murdering everybody, society will crumble. True or false? Which is an objective statement. It literally says because if everyone was able to murder everybody, society would crumble. That's why we don't murder. It's not conducive to society. Yeah, society will crumble. I would say that there. No, I literally don't have a clue because you're saying like it's objective and subjective, but you're not actually explaining how it is. Because then what would be your definition of morality? Yeah, what we should do and what we should not do, correct? And this is why I gave the example of the dress. Just because there's disagreement, that doesn't prove that it's subjective. That's why I gave the example of the dress. There was disagreement on what color the dress is, but despite the fact there was disagreement, the dress was still an objective color. Mm-hmm. Well, the case there would be is if every single one and everybody on the planet became gay tomorrow, then civilization again will crumble because humans would die off. So we just want to. You don't want to live. Is that the argument you're making? I just did. But it's an objective claim. If men and women are all gay, there would be no reproduction, and within a generation or two, there'd be no more humans on the planet. But yeah, because if you're saying like what we should and what we shouldn't do, we shouldn't just go off into oblivion and just die off. What we should do and what we shouldn't do. To a degree, like I think you could point towards that as a factor for it. But in terms of like when we look at like things like, for example, like truth or consistency, again, that would be another thing that would be it'd be conducive to society growing and flourishing. Yeah, it, I was basically expecting you to come down the line as like, no, it's subjective, but you're kind of saying, kind of admitting that there are some objective truths out there.
I think if I can kind of clarify, I think what she's saying is there are objective things out there, right? She mentioned the couch, even the dress. She's saying, yes, the dress is objective because we know there's an actual color. Your perception can be one thing, but the dress color will always have an objective stance. A couch is a couch, right? But I think what she is still saying is that morality in and of itself is not objective because it doesn't hold that same truth. But correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't hold that same constant truth all around. She's basically saying there are preferences. Your morality and her morality are two different things. Uh, I think that's what she's saying because it's based on your perspective, your experience, your subjectivity to morality. Like for instance, if certainly you can say killing people is bad, but you could still hold some different preferential or opinion to why killing somebody or the degree of the instance and how you killed somebody and so on and so forth. So it still becomes subjective based on what she's saying. It like there's an objective, you can kill somebody, but the morality that comes behind it can vary. And it would be therefore subjective. I believe
Yeah,
that's
so
what she's saying.
yeah, so fundamentally, it's a flawed position because the underlying thing is like we could say, okay, killing people is wrong, but there's nuance to it, and there's like some sort of like objectivity that you can refine the statement and say, okay, right, maybe not killing people, but murdering people is wrong, and you can kind of progress that down as and kind of keep adding in kind of like qualifiers to it. No, because again, like it's like what we're pointing towards here is that there is some sort of like moral truth here. There's some objectivity to the moral statement that we should not murder. And a lot like basically every kind of like civilized nation like holds the same thing. But it's like I might not be able to explain it or kind of like or everyone not might not be able to explain it in the same way. But there is some sort of truth there or some moral objectivity to it because why would all these nations have like the same law that you should not murder. I need an example of that. Yeah, but what's your definition of murder then? Now that'd be kill. Murder is different than kill. Yeah, so killing would include self-defense, correct? But murder would be the unjustified killing or taking of a life. Correct. No, they'd consider it killing. No, but that would be killing. Murder is unjustified. Repeat that again? Mm-hmm. Not necessarily, no. Because again, like in terms of like the unjustified taking of a life, that's what we're talking about. Murder. But they would not say that murder is justified. By definition. You haven't shown it. No. No, again, when you look at the definition of murder, it's the unjustified taking of a life. So they would not call giving capital punishment to a homosexual. No. Because they have it enshrined in their law, the homosexuality is illegal. Ergo, to them, it's justified. But that culture would still say you should not murder. But they wouldn't be murder, they'd be killing. Yeah, by definition, murder is the unjustified. Yeah, but they would still outlaw murder. No, I've never said that they're murdering. Yes. In terms of my worldview, in terms of the whole kind of like breaking it down in terms of like the definitions, then technically no. We're saying that it's like murder is the unjustified killing, and it has in their law, that's what qualifies as justice. You understand? No. No. Yeah, but I'm saying that there's an objective morality here. What you would say is if you're saying that it's subjective, then you'd say, yeah, no, they're completely whatever. We can't say that they're wrong. But Ghosty, you just admitted there are objective morals. Yeah, so like if you want to go down that one, I can just give the shout out to Jimbo for this as well. In terms of, do you believe that that object truth exists? Yeah, so you believe that there's objective truth. Okay, so how do you ground that? Okay, so can you hold the truth? Can you kind of like, are you able to like measure the truth? Are you able to like, is the truth physical or is it metaphysical? The truth is physical. Okay, so I assume that you believe in science then. Okay, so in string theory, they say that there exists 10 or 11, and I'm not saying that like I don't remember whether or not the string theorists like say 10 or 11. It's like there's still debate on whether there's 10 or 11 dimensions, but you can't empirically measure these dimensions, correct? Yeah, correct. So evolution's not a fact. That's another theory. Yeah. So you're saying that evolution's not a fact. Yeah, so in terms of the whole kind of like there's plenty of like theories in science that you can't actually objectively measure empirically. But yeah. Yeah, that's what we'd argue. Yeah, it's just the theory. Yeah, so when yeah, but like this is what we're saying in terms of like all these theories that like we all take for granted, evolution, all this kind of stuff, all this like string theory, it's like there's heavy funding going into this. But by your own admission, this is just a fugazi. You know what I'm saying? We can't actually empirically test this. So why is that accepted by science then? Yeah, so like this whole, because again we came from like the whole kind of like universal mind, because like you said, you can only say things are true if you can empirically test them. So you can only basically verify the physical. You can't verify the metaphysical. Well, as we just discussed, metaphysical, like truth is metaphysical. Okay, so like for example, like do the laws of logic exist physically? Yeah, so in terms of the whole kind of like concept that we're talking about here with like the whole metaphysics, because again you're bringing up like the God concept and God's like subjective, all this kind of thing. But when you look at like metaphysical, like we can't like empirically measure or anything like that in terms of metaphysical, because it's not actually physical. You can't actually take out a ruler and start measuring metaphysical. I mean, you can't measure a thought, for example. So when we look at like the claim in terms of the grounding for the likes of morality and truth, in terms of God, like we're talking about a universal mind, because if we're talking about the metaphysical, if we're talking about the mind, you understand? So if we're saying that there's objective truth, there's objective morality, we're grounding that in a universal mind, a higher level. But you don't know that. So you know for a fact that God doesn't exist. Exactly. But you just made the claim that God doesn't exist. Yeah, but in terms of, well, if we're pointing to the mind and we're pointing to the metaphysical, we have to ground that in something. Yeah, so in terms of, like we said, in terms of the string theory, there's nothing grounding these 10 or 11 dimensions in truth. So by your own belief, you would have to say, well, string theory is bullshit. Well, okay. What's your definition of theory then? Because then, like I said, it's always just a theory. Then evolution is a theory. Yeah, so we can't verify evolution. We can't verify. So you don't believe in evolution then? But if you can't prove it's a truth, then how can you believe in it? So there is evidence. Yeah, but on the one hand, you're throwing out like the likes of God, or a universal mind at least. But on the other hand, something equally. So gravity's not true. Yeah, so do you see how kind of like I just want to kind of point out, see how crazy this kind of gets, where it's like all of a sudden it's like even like the scientist is throwing out a lot of these science theories because it's just all subjective. There's no grounding in this. This is why we need something like God to ground all this truth in. That there's a higher mind, that we were created by a higher mind. And with that we have objectivity. Because otherwise it's basically, well, I believe in string theory, but then I don't believe in evolution, and we all have our own beliefs, but then how are we supposed to get together as a society? So science is not objective. Okay. So basically what I'm trying to break down is this whole thing of like, oh, we can prove this, we can prove the physical, but when it comes to anything metaphysical, you're saying there's no proof. We can't empirically test this. So a thought, or the inner voice in your head. That's what I'm asking. Like, to you, you would say, no, this is just like, this doesn't exist. This is all this bullshit. This is subjective hogwash. Okay, so then how do you prove or how do you measure consciousness? But you would believe it though. But is your brain your mind? Like where is your mind? Where is my mind? What I'm saying is that there's things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But according to your whole hypothesis is that like minds don't exist. Same way you say God doesn't exist. Even your logic entails, because we can't empirically prove the existence of God, doesn't exist. That's your proof for why God doesn't exist, right? So it's just like evolution is just subjective. Yeah, like you keep saying, oh, it's a theory, but in terms of, like I said, like when we look at stuff that's metaphysical, we look at like the mind, for example. There's no way to empirically prove you have a mind. Yeah, so we have like, for example, like someone who's in a coma, right? Do they have a mind? Are they thinking? How would you prove that? Yeah, but like coma patients can have like brain activity, but it doesn't necessarily dictate that they have a mind. This is what I'm saying. It's a metaphysical concept where all our thoughts and like all these thoughts that we're having, like that exists clearly. You've had thoughts before, I'm assuming, but like that's, you can't just like point to a section of the brain and say that's where that thought is being stored in your mind, something that's metaphysical. Okay, then how? But this is what I'm saying. Like, you're making a claim that it's like, yeah, I think they can, but then you don't have the evidence for it, which means you're defeating your own position here, because you're saying it's only objective truth. Yeah, but you're making a claim that basically this is true, that they can measure minds, but then you're not able to, you don't actually have the empirical evidence for it. But then you make the claim that it's like, okay, something's only true. I'll only believe something's true if there's empirical evidence for it. But you think it's true. Would that be physical?
Can I ask you guys on your foundation, like it's more foundational, where do you believe morality comes from?
Yeah, so this is where we kind of get to the kind of the universal mind concept. So in terms of like when we talk about like morality, when we talk about thoughts, when we talk about all the stuff that exists in the mind, it's like metaphysical. So how we ground that is that we basically we look at like, okay, is there an objective standard for this? And if there is, then that would be a universal mind. This whole concept of God, essentially, not some sort of like spaghetti monster in the sky. It's like, this is like basically what they preach. And shout out to Jim Bob for this. Like when we're looking at the metaphysical, we need to be able to ground something. So for example, truth, like the laws of logic, something that's not physical but we know to be true. How do we ground that? And we ground that in an objective higher standard, aka God or a universal mind. So like basically that's how we can point to things for like, why are all these societies making murder illegal? Why do they make rape illegal or stealing illegal? It's because that it points towards like evidence towards that there's an objective standard here that we understand innately within our minds. And that's how, like, why you see like flourishing societies, they're not the ones that are just all savages. They go around murdering each other and all stuff because they don't last very long, essentially. When we look at like the metaphysical, it points towards something that's like objective, and when you look at objective or universal, there's a higher mind at play, essentially, and that's where you get God from.
And Ghosty, where does your foundation stand? Where do you believe morality comes from?
But evolution is the theory.
Oh, hold on.
Not fact.
Let her answer.
Yeah, so just to make sure I get this point, like you think that because society thinks that murder is wrong, that's why we think it's wrong. It's yes, it's what society agrees. So whatever society agrees, that's what we're basing our morals off. Yeah, but in terms of the question was where do you ground your morals, or where do you get your morals from? And you basically kind of made the case that it's like, well, society agrees on all this stuff, we all agree on this, then that's what we're going to do. What the consensus is. Yeah, so what the consensus is. But you're saying that what we all agree on, and then you're saying no. Yeah, so why? Yeah, but if you say that like slavery is bad, but that's subjective, then you have no grounds to criticize someone who has slaves. But again, you said the same. It's what we agree on. What we agree on. What you're saying.
I think this sounds like
So then, what makes it right? But if there's no objective grounding to it, like we can keep kind of going around this. It's like if you're saying it's just all subjective. If society tomorrow wakes up and it's like, listen, we think David Duke's an awesome guy. We're bringing back the clan. Do you know what I mean? We're gonna like make this make America white again or whatever the fuck. Like you would have no grounds to say that's wrong. It's just subjective. Okay, so then David Duke goes on a campaign and he convinces everyone this is a good idea.
to me it sounds like and again correct me if I'm wrong, Ghosty, but I want it because I feel like you guys are trying to understand each other but it's not coming through. It sounds like Ghosty is speaking from a survivalist style, like I need to survive, therefore we need to kind of implement rules and laws in order to survive, right, as a community, as a whole. Our tribe, in order to survive, we have to be able to do this together. If we all go around killing each other, it's not going to work, and then we all die and perish. Whereas Teriak, I'm not quite sure, but it sounds like your belief is just you just have it. It's just there, and that's where it stems from. There is no if, and, or buts about it. There's no need. It's not coming from a need or like something that's resourceful. It is we just have it and we apply it accordingly.
What I'm saying is that there's plenty of evidence and like logical propositions you can put forward that points to some sort of objective, higher universal mind that grounds the morality. So, universal mind, so aka God, actually, or what Christians say God, right? Yeah, universal mind, essentially. God is synonymous with universal mind. Yeah, Yeah, but this is why I brought up the picture of the dress, where it's like, is it black and blue, is it white and gold? Like, despite the fact there's going to be there was disagreement on that, there's still an objective color to the dress. If I was to say, well, it's subjective, but the color of that dress is subjective, make that claim. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, but I gave you the examples of, for example, in science, string theory, there's stuff that you just quite simply cannot empirically prove, but we take that as truth. Yeah, but what is science based off? So string theory. So you're saying string theory is not scientific? Yeah, but if we can't empirically verify that there's 10 or 11 dimensions out there, but people still believe it's true, see the contradiction? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if it's not, but your worldview would dictate if you can't empirically verify it, then it's not true. Well, I can believe that unicorns exist, doesn't make it right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this is... Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so like again, like the reason why I bring up the science thing is because like we'll point to the science, say, well, like, and again, the reason why I asked like what the science come from, basically logic and mathematics, what it's all based on. Like we can make a logical case without actually having to point to empirical evidence. You understand? No, what I'm saying is it all stems from logic, but you can make logical cases that prove something is true. For example, right? Humans are mortal. Times two. Socrates is a human. Ergo, we can imply Socrates is mortal. Correct? Is that true? Well, we can't prove because Socrates is dead. Like, yeah, but we can't actually test that. But we can't test that. Yeah, so like again, like this is where we get like logical deductions. You know what I mean? We don't have to actually like dig up Socrates' body and say, well, here's motherfucker's dead, okay? Like here's his bones or whatever. No. Okay, so then how do you verify the laws of logic? Empirically. Yeah, so what I'm showing is that you can prove something is true just by logic. Just by like following the logic essentially. So I'm not contradicting myself. I've identified everything correctly, and I don't have anything in this middle. I've excluded the middle. So like this whole kind of case that you're making is that we need the empirical evidence. We need actual empirical evidence that we can. But mm-hmm. Yeah, what I'm saying is that you can make a case without any empirical evidence, just based on logic. Yeah, we do it all the time in courtrooms, right? If someone murders someone, so there's no deductive logic that's applied to any cases. Yes, but the evidence can be used in terms of a logical case. So for example, right, I don't have footage of the person actually murdering someone, but I can prove based on all this other evidence that he was in this location at this time, all this kind of stuff, and we can deduce from all this that he's the murderer. So like what I'm trying to point out is that it's like all the time in courtrooms, you don't actually have empirical evidence that shows this person murdering it. You can't like empirically point to it and say, here's him doing the crime. But we can deductively, logically prove the case. We don't need the empirical evidence per se. We can logically, deductively prove. This is what like the whole Sherlock Holmes is based on. Without a shadow of a doubt. You can extrapolate the truth from this thing. So for example, like if I went out and I'll put it this way, right? My fingerprints are found on a murder weapon, right? Does that mean that I killed the person? Yeah. So exactly. This is the whole thing of like where it's like, well, if the knife was found beside the body, you were over the body, your fingerprints are on the weapon, he was bleeding out, you would point to he's guilty, correct? Yes, exactly. So like this whole kind of like requirement that you have is that we need empirical evidence that we can prove this is true and you can retest it. Yeah, exactly. Without a shadow of a doubt. But like example, all my fingerprints on the weapon says that I held that weapon. It doesn't prove that I actually stabbed the person and killed them. Yeah, but you just said that's like, yeah, no, he's guilty. You just said that was true. Yeah, but this is what we're saying. There's no empirical evidence that you can like, unless the murder is recorded on camera. Mm-hmm. We're not all knowing. But yeah, so like what I'm saying is that like when you point to a lot of the things that we take for granted in society, you say, oh well, this is true, and all this stuff, but we don't have the empirical evidence for it. Yeah, like OJ Simpson, for example. Like OJ Simpson, like clearly killed her. Like anyone could logically deduce based on the evidence, but they found him not guilty. But this is the thing is like if we have some sort of like objective truth and we have this kind of like, okay, this is the standard, we're talking about only the stuff that we can measure in the physical, empirical, etc., then why did that happen? Yeah, so again, then how do you ground objective truth? Well, how do you ground that? I'm not sure you understand the question. Like in terms of like when you say something is true, like they exist. Yeah, but that's a circular definition. Can't use the word to define the word.
Doesn't this
So what
come
I'm
down to that thing where it's like I think it's three laws of logic, like this must be this and nothing else can be this or something to that. That's like proof that it's true. There's three laws of logic that it kind of are exemplifying what you're asking, Teriak, and I think
Mhm.
those would be what she's looking for in that.
Yeah, so to for the audience and all that stuff, it's like there's three laws of logic. The first law is the law of identity. We can take a particular thing and we can start identifying it by certain characteristics. Second law of logic is the law of non-contradiction. So something can't be true and false at the same time. Then there's the law of excluded middle. It can either be true or false. It can't be both. This is a metaphysical truth that will point towards a universal mind. What? Yeah. So, for example, with the murder, this is the example I gave. It's like if everyone was able to murder and all this stuff, society would crumble because everyone just like murder each other rather than actually having a judicial system. Because if morals are just subjective, then the court, that's just a subjective opinion from the court. I have my own morals. I think murder's okay. Then you basically have no case to argue against me. Yeah. Yeah. So what's intrinsically innate? What does that mean? So it's kind of objective, but we don't want to say objective because that's the debate topic. So what term would be appropriate then? Yeah, but given that statement, you said it's objectively that most people would agree that murder is wrong. So that's why we should not murder. Correct? You know, but let's just take that one thing so we can kind of like work this out, because then I think hopefully I can get you over to the objective morality side and then everything will be Gucci, right? So so you made the claim that like we can it's objectively true that most people think murder is wrong. Ergo, you think that morality comes from because the majority of people think it's right, then it's right. But when what is it? Yeah, but given that definition, you yeah, but evolution again, you know what I'm saying? But like what you're saying is that like morality is subjective, but then you're pointing towards, well, the majority of people think that murder is wrong, but you can't make that, you can't make the distinction. You can't actually like make the case that murder actually is wrong because you think it's subjective. But then you're also saying, well, there's some intrinsic, see the contradiction that you're having here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what does subjective mean? Yeah, so what does subjective mean? It's an opinion, correct? Yeah, it if it's not an opinion, if it's not subjective, then it's both it's both an objective fact, but it's also your opinion. But it's not your opinion. So which is it? This is where we talk about laws of logic and how we can prove this. Yeah, words have definitions. So again, you're the one who makes the claim that it's both or it's neither at the same time. Like we're breaking a
Are you
fundamental law of
saying,
logic here.
Ghosty, are you saying that morality is objective by means as it exists? However, how you see morality is subjective to you. Is that where, like, is that a better clarification of where your stance is?
So what do we base those objective no, those objective morals on? Yeah, so in terms of like this whole thing where it's like where people agree on this and this is why it's objective because all these people agree with this. Yeah, so again, like this whole kind of thing of survival, like we could just make the case then that there's like some tribes, for example, that will slave another tribe because that's how they survive. But you wouldn't call that moral. No, because again, when we look at like there's plenty of atheists that have went out and murdered, but just because I break the law doesn't mean the law doesn't exist, correct? Just because I break the law doesn't mean the law doesn't exist. So just because I go against objective morality doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yeah, so again, bring this home as well. It's like you're making the case that it's like there is objective morality, but then it's kind of subjective. But when we look at the actual definitions of the words, like objective being like, you know, true or false, right or wrong, versus subjective where it's just your opinion. So that's why I said we can point to who the fastest 100-meter sprinter is as an objective truth. Whereas like when we ask the question like your favorite color, that's like a subjective. There's no right or wrong answer. But when you claim that morality is subjective, yeah, it's just opinion. Yeah. So you basically said it's okay, it's your opinion. So morals are just opinion, correct? You literally just stated this. Yeah, so again, either morals are an opinion or they're not. It seems you keep kind of like going between the two when it suits. But when we say that morality is subjective, we're defining our morals on some subjective criteria here. Essentially, like you basically you're saying that the like morality, there's no like empirical standard that we can point to and say this is like the best set of morals. All morals are basically the same. So if a civilization thinks that it's a good idea or it's moral to enslave another nation, you would have to agree that that's their opinion, man. It's your opinion, man. You know what I mean? To quote the Big Lebowski, it's like it's all this opinion. You know what I mean? So if they think it's right to enslave another nation, you can't really argue against that because it's just that's their opinion, and they're going to do what their opinion states. Yeah, but okay, but make the case why another nation shouldn't enslave another nation. Why it'd be immoral. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. So it's just an opinion. Yeah, so it's just your opinion. But prove that. Like, prove that it's innate. Well, given your definition, it is. So then what terms would you use? It was interesting enough that like you're actually kind of like quoting the Bible there, where like God says like, you know, the law is written on your heart, that you're born with it. No, 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 no. That's not what I said. It's like you're basically quoting the Bible, so you might be a bit more religious than you actually think, Ghosty. That's what I'm saying. It's like because you're basically because the Bible just like we just said the quote there where yeah, because it's written on your heart. God wrote it on your heart. You were born with it. I never said that was the thing. I said that you quoted the Bible. You're basically because this is what happens with a lot of atheists. They pull a lot of their arguments from the Bible, and like where we got our moral codes from and all that stuff comes from the Bible. Yeah, but you're okay. That doesn't make any sense. But like this whole kind of like concept of that, like we're just born with it innately. It's just natural there. Like that's still something that you point to that like that's objective. You know what I mean? Because if it's subjective, it's like your opinion can change, correct? Yeah, but like this what I'm saying. It's like you're saying it's definitely not objective. It's definitely not subjective, but I don't know what it is. So, but if you don't know what it is, then how can you say it's not? Yeah, but you can't prove that. Given your own logic, like. So, but if it's not objective, it's subjective. Yeah, so it's just opinion. Yeah, it does. Okay, can you? I don't know if you want, but you can Google the definition of subjective, and we can kind of like go based on that definition if you want. But essentially, that's what subjective means. It means your opinion. So if everything is subjective, it's like, for example, if your favorite color is pink and my favorite color is blue, I have no logical case that I can make that my opinion is better than your opinion. There's just two opinions. We're basically going back and forth. Yeah, but if it's not arbitrary, if it's not yeah. So, but like again, I'm just kind of using your own kind of like argument against you because you're saying that it's not arbitrary, which would point to something that's objective. It would point that there's something else at play here that's dictating what we should and shouldn't do. But can you prove that? Then how would you know? But again, we have minds. We take all this in terms of the universal mind. This is what we point towards when we say that there is a higher truth here. That the reason why we naturally get repulsed by like murderers and all these criminals and all stuff is because we have our morals written on our heart. It says in the Bible, from a universal mind, aka God. You're welcome to make the case. No. Again, I've made the case in terms of the universal mind, the metaphysical. Well, technically, any argument's just words. Can we prove the laws of logic? Can we prove the law? Can we prove the laws of logic? I asked you first. No, I basically said, like, in terms of like the whole universal, like my whole argument, my open statement in terms of like the universal mind. This is why we have minds. We all accept that we have minds. In terms of the fact that we have like these morals, these innate things that we can point to all these other societies that will outlaw murder, that points towards an objectivity. And you even said that it's like, oh, we all have this instinct. You know what I mean? So it's like when we talk about the metaphysical, points towards something that's a universal mind. I'm not getting defensive. So can you answer my question? Can you answer my question? That wasn't my question. What was my question? Can you prove the laws of logic? Again, I'm asking, because you're asking me to prove God, but I'm saying that there's plenty of things that we take for granted that we know are true, like the laws of logic, that you can't necessarily prove. No.
I think we're starting to run circular. And on that note, because I think it would be helpful to add some others in and hopefully kind of expand on the conversation a little bit more, because it's becoming very circular, going round and round. I think I'm assuming you guys agree. So let's just give a shout out to Jeff Bros as a new membership. Congratulations. Robert Demita coming in with the Big 10. Thank you for hosting the debate. I love hosting. This is fun for me. And I purely enjoy this. So if anybody does want a moderator for anything, I'm happy to host. Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. He says, there is a tree with 100 people. They each subjectively see an object. However, none see the same object. However, the object exists as it is, not as it's seen by others. Objective reality win. And Ghosty, you're welcome to respond to that if you want.
Oh shit, sorry, hold on. There is a tree with 100 people. They each subjectively see an object. However, none see the same object. However, the object exists as it is, not as it's seen by others. Objective reality. W? Okay, that just means that there's an objective reality, but our perception of reality isn't always objective.
He's saying there is like the objective item, but then our perception of that objective item is subjective.
Yeah, that's fine.
But then he says that objectivity is still there for it.
Yeah, but that's the thing with morality. Morality isn't something like an object that we can test and see and physically define. So that's why it's hard to say morality is subjective.
Mm-hmm. And Rude Mud Crab coming with the Big 5. Morality is just a baseline measurement of what's generally accepted by the majority within a culture. But what's accepted is fluid and subjective. And I don't know if Teriak's still listening. Maybe he's taking a potty break. But did you have any response to that at all?
No, I think I agree with that.
Okay. Rude Mud Crab also coming in with a Big 10. An objective fact is a statement that can be verified by evidence and is not influenced by a bias or personal opinion. Grounding morality with religion is definitionally subjective. He lost already. And Demita coming in with the gifted membership, and I believe Michael was the lucky lottery winner for that. You're very welcome, and thank you, Robert. And Trib1 coming in with the Big 2. When did objective morality start, and is it static? I think that's a good question.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really know how to answer, so
yeah,
I'll go with your answer.
Fair.
It's a good question.
And Robert Demita making it the 6 out of 10 on hitting the dono goals. And thank you so kindly, guys. And we're going to go ahead and go into open panel dumpster fire. If everybody can hang on tight, we'll go ahead and switch over. And, oh, wait, no, we needed to give closing thoughts first. Where's Teriak? Teriak!
I'm back. Can we go back to that comment, I think, where it's like,
yeah.
I think Rude Mud Crab.
He had 2 of them. The first one said, morality is just a baseline membership of what's generally accepted by the majority within a culture, but what's accepted is fluid and subjective.
Yeah, so again, this is where Ghost says she agrees with this, but then when we just apply a bit of logic, Does that mean if society tomorrow decided, well, we're all going to join the KKK, or we're all going to become Nazis? Does that make it moral?
Teriak.
Well, again, that's not how it works. But I realized after I said I
It
agree.
literally says what's generally accepted by the majority within a culture.
Okay, yes, but there is there's an intrinsic reason why we believe these things. So there's certain aspects of culture or there's certain aspects of like why everybody believes something to be right or wrong that I think is intrinsic, and there's others that are more culturally driven, which I think those are fluid and subjective, but I think there are other ones that aren't as fluid and subjective, such as like rape and murder, even though there are some cases where that was in societies acceptable.
But would you say that we were intrinsically born that like slavery is wrong?
Yeah, I think so.
So then why did we have slaves? And why do we still do have slaves?
For personal greed and evil reasons.
Wouldn't that make morality subjective then? Because it wouldn't be viewed as immoral.
No, but like,
Then
that's
morality
what I'm saying,
morality is shifting based on the culture and the experience.
I have a hard time to believe that slave owners believed that what they were doing was morally right. I think that they knew it was morally wrong, but they did it anyways for their own personal benefit.
Well, again, like what Ghost is pointing towards here is that like there is an objective standard that we can point to, so that even though they done this, they knew it was wrong, because there's an objective right and wrong with morality.
Okay, Rude Mom Crab also came in with the Big Ten. An objective fact is a statement that can be verified by evidence and is not influenced by bias or personal opinion. Grounding morality with religion is definitely subjective. He lost already.
Yeah, so again, this whole thing of like the objective fact, it's a statement that can be verified or whatever. But by process of elimination, this is how we're arriving at the conclusion that it is objective, because when we look at the subjective argument and we take it as it is, even more relatives that will swear blind, moral skeptics, all this stuff that swear blind that this is all subjective, it's just your opinion, man. Society just basically crumbles on its face, because it's all just opinion. There's no right and wrong. There's no objective fact to it. Just whatever we feel in that particular day, which, as Ghosty even was mentioned, with the slave traders back in the day, she thinks that they knew that they were doing wrong. So it's contrary to that position.
And then Trib One came in with the big two, and I believe this question was for you, Teriak. When did objective morality start, and is it static?
Yeah, so it's basically the objective morality would be eternal. It didn't start or end. It's what we say, like God is eternal, universal mind.
All right, and I've got two backstage waiting very patiently, so we're going to go ahead and kick off into open panel dumpster fire after you both give your closing statements. Ghosty, I believe you go first.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think he proved that objective morality exists just by saying that, you know, we have a mind and stuff. That's not a grounding for objective morality. And I know it's hard for people to understand what I'm trying to put down here, but it's to say that something is objective means that it has to be like verifiably true. It's like something that we can study and show, something that's like, hey, there's a vape pen right here in my hand. Like, I can show this to you. I can like prove it to you. Something like morality is not that way. But when we're talking about morality, we could say something like, most people think murder is objectively wrong, but that outside of like morality terms, that's not an actual objective truth. So it in some senses morality is objective, in some senses it is subjective, and I just think the fact that we're having this conversation, it is subjective, and the only way to make morality truly objective would mean you would have to ground it in God, which is a subjective thing, which just makes it subjective overall. So yeah, it's subjective, but it's really neither. But yeah.
Thank you very much, Ghosty. And Teriak, to you.
So yeah, I'll keep this short and simple. You just heard her admit that morality, there are some moral objective truths. So case closed.
All right, fair enough. Let's switch it up. Here we go.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
All right, and the floor is open.
Hey, do you mind if I start?
Sure.
Okay. I sent a link, just so we can identify terms. I think this would be, easier for me, at least. I'm sorry I came a little late, but did we have a way of identifying the difference between ethics, morals, values, and principles? Because I think
No.
it. Okay.
No, we haven't tapped into that yet.
Okay. Generally, and you guys can interrupt me at any point. I'm just going to use the Value Institute's definitions of what the difference between ethics and morals are, because I think this is the biggest crutch in the difference. Because ethics is more of a systematic approach, while morals are individualized. So, saying their terms are close, but if we interchange them, that's causing differences between what is subjective and objective. Because if my morals are one way, your morals are different, that's subjective, 100% subjective. However, ethics, if a group of people agree to a like-minded goals of what is right and wrong, that's getting more into the objective realm. So I'm just going to use these terms if this is okay. So I'm going to say that, according to this, I'm sorry, I lost my. Ethics being the act of systematically defending and recommending concepts of right and wrong behavior, which is just that is done at a communal level, often with the endorsement of authority within the said community. We'll just say the government. Okay. And then morals, on the other hand, is the personal adoption and application of those recommended that were systemized and defended by the larger group. So ethics would be the rules, morals would be the reason behind the rules. So, like, if we take murder, for example, we can all agree on a societal level, if we're able to kill someone, it would devolve really quickly. The moral behind why it's unethical is because you're taking someone's life, and that's morally, objectively wrong. So I know it sounds like the same, but there's a subtle difference, and I think that's why we're having this discussion between subjective and objective.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not usually one to say that something is
take that
objectively awful, but that really was.
If we take that on its face value, like your whole kind of premise relies on, well, this culture or this society or this group of people are all agreeing on this, but then if you take that on its face value and then say, well, slavery, you know, all these bad societies in the past, they would all say it's like, yeah, like they were immoral, like it to them they were moral, and then if you say, well, their morals are just as
exactly
subjective as your morals,
and
that's why I was
we were having a big
face.
argument over it, and we had on a societal level had to fight it over and figure it out and decide what was going to become our
which
moral
would point
norm.
that there's some sort of higher truth.
Well, that's
which shows that we have moral subjectivity and that we're constantly trying to better it and make it.
Yeah. So if David Duke took over
want.
America, if David Duke took over America in 2028, he's saying, right, we're bringing back the Klan. Like you would not be able to argue against that, correct?
Well, that's the
subjective.
thing.
It's all opinions.
No, that's the thing about subjectivity. You always argue your side. That's why it's subjective. There's more than one side.
Yeah. Like the
why does this idea exist? Like you're saying that, like.
But you have no counter because it's just
subjective means more arguments, not less.
So might is right.
What I was saying before, like you were saying about slavery being wrong. In 2025, yes, slavery is wrong. But if you're judging someone back in the 1800s, they thought slavery was moral because it was accepted.
Well, some people
by their
did.
Well, Well, majority. We had a
Right.
civil war about it.
Right, but
So,
you can't say that there's
based on the definition, it was moral.
100% belief in anything at any point. There were abolitionists during most of slavery. You know, at least at any point that I can think of, there's always been people who have been against slavery. You know, I know that because I'm pretty sure the slaves were against being made slaves.
yes,
I feel like
but
the
based,
easiest way
based
to
on this
answer this is that
definition,
if
where you
you're
say it's
David
whatever
Duke,
the
you probably
majority.
think that
What
you're
is-
acting morally.
Furby, what was that?
I feel like the easiest way to answer this is that if you're David Duke, you probably think you're acting morally.
correct.
But I think also, like, as for the slave,
Yeah.
as for the
If
slave,
two people are saying I'm both moral,
wait, can you hear me?
how do you decide which one's more moral?
Yeah, we hear you.
I want to hear what Ghosty's gonna say.
Sorry. Just as for the slavery thing, I think it's a little different because, well, in certain cases, people didn't even view slaves as the same species of humans. So, it kind of applies differently. And then in other cases, I think some slave owners did understand that slavery was wrong, even though they might have tried to justify it to themselves and, like, think that try to tell themselves that it wasn't wrong. But I think they probably did understand that they were doing something wrong, but did it anyways for personal benefactor or because they were told that these people were not even humans and stuff. So I think it's just a little different.
Well, that was the second thing I was going to discuss. Like, what the other objective difference would be principles versus values, because this all applies, because you're having a principles and value discussion on morals. So that's why I'm trying to get to terms, and then we can discuss the terms, and then I think it'd be easier for everybody to understand what we're talking about. Is that fair?
Nah, we'd rather just yell at each other.
I mean, it is Saturday. We could do that. I'm down for whatever you guys are up to. But Corey, like I said,
Also, I disagree, Ghosty, with you saying that all slave owners thought they were doing something wrong. Hell no. There were a lot of them were quoting the Bible while they were doing it, right? They definitely, if at the very least, were reinforcing their own belief that this was right. Maybe some did. Maybe some were just like a different kind of piece of shit. But definitely a lot of people do things like that and have to believe. I would say mentally you have to believe what you're doing is right if you're going to do something horrible.
I
think culturally you come around to like what your
villains
culture
do not
believes.
believe they're villains.
This is why gay marriage is okay in one country and not in another. This is why even like so much as being gay is and is not. Slavery, like I think what is like United Nations has like ensured that that's banned completely. But I think overall, like we've seen a lot of shifts in the belief system, the moral belief system, and where we want it to go. And that has shown through in our laws, ever so changing and regulating over and over and over again.
Yes.
Because we as a society change our stance on whether we believe something is okay or not.
And by the way,
laws
that's
in a
called
sense are
cultural
just-
relativism, by the way, just in case anyone wanted to look that up.
So
I mean,
in
laws
terms
are
of-
basically, in a nutshell, the bare minimum of morality. What can I get away with and what I cannot get away with. That is basically what a law is telling you. There's consequences for doing something.
Yeah, so
That's what-
but again,
I would
like
say it's like an
changes
institutional
or
enactment.
disagreements does not prove subjectivity.
Okay, but if there was objective morals, and God told us about it, why wouldn't the Bible be like when we all decide, okay, those must be the right morals? This is objectively true. We
Well, like I
obviously
said, we
continue to
can
disagree.
point to multitude of societies that think murdering is wrong.
Right.
But-
Like, and this is the one thing that I wish would have been said in this, and this is, don't be afraid to say this, my subjective moralists, brothers and sisters. Morality comes from us. It comes from the base of our moral emotions that we have evolved, which we can see in children, precognition, pre-ability to understand any kind of moral rules. It is coming from us. It is then honed through moral reasoning. The reason things like murder and other things like that seem objective is because the objective part of our morals is us.
By the way, precognition is not the right term. Children tend to look
it
at
is,
the
but
people
it isn't.
around them to build their moral compass growing up.
That's what I
just
was.
from
That's what I was
research
getting
stuff.
at. Like, principles and values is what dictates your morals, and that's why I was going to read the next term, the difference between principles and values, because I think that's probably the biggest core discussion we're having right now. Because, okay, according to this, Principles and values are commonly used as expressions of one's moral position. However, they contradictory in nature, although areas of overlap present. Now, to sum it up, he explains that principles are the objective reality that is not bound by culture and individuals, and thus they are universal. Principles include fairness, honesty, integrity. Think of like the Boy Scout motto.
Okay, so principles and values, that's like P and V, right?
Yeah.
How do I use this in the equation PV equals NRT? Sorry, that's just a joke. Ignore me.
Yeah. So again, like this
In
flies
contrast
in the
to universal and constant
this-
nature of principles,
yes.
values are internal. This is a difference. Values are internal, subjective, and flexible.
Where are you
beliefs
reading
that-
this from?
I sent the link. It's values.
Yes, but like
Values
the
Institute.
main problem here is that we're
Would say
saying
it.
that like what like Sarah would say is like if all it's based on is what you're taught as a kid and that's what your morals are, then why would we change? Why would you see improvement in terms of like human rights, all this kind of malarkey? You know what I mean?
Knowledge.
That's
Because humans are naturally self-improving.
Yeah, so it's like
We're an evolving
what they say
species.
in the Bible is revelation.
No,
Well,
it's
pri-
also
You know what I mean?
knowledge and understanding. Like, science helps morals grow. Like we would, that's why we have like for people who are mentally ill, they don't know what they're doing. They go to like a mental institution instead of going to like jail forever or something like that. Or we would blame certain, like with knowledge, morality grows, and then humans have evolved. Knowledge evolves, morals evolve.
I would even say morality gets refined.
Yeah, which would go against
because
this
our
whole
assumption
thing of like whatever
before-
you're taught in terms of your principles and values.
Well,
that's where
that's
where
like
your
our
morals are.
principle before would
That's
be
what I was
that
trying to get at
somebody can be
before.
innately evil, right? And then so we would just punish everybody regardless if they're mentally ill or not. And that was our value. The value was retribution for wrongdoing. Then we became more nuanced and that refined our method of first of all, the value of how we punish things that we don't want to happen for retribution.
Hold on.
But also our principles of, well, maybe innate evil has better explanations than just this dualistic, mysterious force called evil.
So if we
But if it's
just
just
make
based on
up
the values.
morality, if we just make it up and we just decide on it, like what gives you any basis to say anything is actually immoral?
You're
Exactly.
Well,
we can we can ask, does it actually improve society to act that
Why
way?
do you care? But what if my morality tells me I don't care about anything else other than my immediate self-benefit?
Well, those
But
kind of
really,
people
you're asking
exist.
why not just be
I mean-
selfish, right?
Well, exactly. Yeah, why not? And I'm asking you genuinely. What is
You'll
the
find
basis?
plenty of those people in jail. I mean, what can I
You
tell
know
you?
what? That's not an answer. I'm asking
This
you.
is why morality is not objective, because you can't ground it on something objective. It's just based off. It is a human thing, like
So it's
Effigy
just-
said.
it's
It
just
comes
your
from
preference?
humans, but it's not something just as arbitrary as your preference, like your favorite fucking
Then
color.
what is it? What is it?
Well,
It's
I'm
based on
trying-
human experience and our
So-
yeah, like
Morals
So
are both.
what
That's
it's a
what I'm trying to
human
get at.
thing. It's a human thing. Okay,
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
try to
How-
explain,
Yep.
but it's a human
More-
thing.
Yeah, I've
Okay,
never
here's the
seen
difference.
animals
The
talk about morals
principles-
before.
The principles is the subjective reality truth. That is the non-subjective. Values are subjective. So morals is a little bit of A and a little bit of B, and that's why it gets confusing, because principles are subjective truths, which is like honesty, integrity.
If we're right
that is
about them.
objective truth.
If we're right.
Values, on the other hand, are subjective. I feel this trendy.
What does this even have to do with the question?
I think you're trying to stay subjective
They're just
axioms, by
dodging.
the way.
I'm
for
saying-
principles.
You're
I'm-
literally
There's
not
only a
addressing the
subjective
morals
truth
are-
when the axiom is proven correct.
I'm saying that morals are a little bit of subjective and a little bit of objective.
Yes.
It depends if you're having a principled discussion or a
Yeah,
values
that doesn't
discussion.
tell me where you get the basis to actually claim something as immoral.
From being a human, from your human
Well, that's a principle
experience.
stance. A principle
exactly.
stance is a
What?
So
subject.
if the exact
So-
opposite position
Wait.
to you could just appeal to human experience.
No, I'm saying
I
if
can't
you're
see
having
this
a
person's name
principled
because of the super
discussion-
chat, but
Yeah, so Ghosty,
Person
my
to my
life would be
William.
better if I had a slave, because then I wouldn't have to do so much work.
Exactly. Why?
Okay.
So, William-
But the moral
There's
thing
William.
isn't about you. The moral thing is about how you treat people.
Why
But
should I
it
care about
improves
that?
society.
If
So like
it's just-
America, for example,
I care about
would be
that
a lot
because
better
I'm a
off if they just
fucking
went into
human.
Canada and
Why
just
do you
took
care
everyone as a
about
slave
it?
and got them to do the work.
Do you
Thought it
care
would be
about it
better.
because you
Much
were
better.
told to care about it? Is that the only reason you care about
What
it?
would be wrong about that? If that were true, what's wrong? Why is that immoral?
Because I
William, you
value
can agree.
human life. I value human life and human
That's just your opinion.
flourishment.
Okay, I understand
And
what you
most
believe.
people do. Most
Why-
people
William,
do.
William, William,
born
hi. I
to
want to
do
ask
that.
this guy a question because I've been trying so hard. William,
ahead.
do you like being stolen from?
No.
So you probably have some sort of value against stealing, right?
It's because God told him it was wrong. That's the only reason he doesn't like it.
Nice straw man. Now, what's your point?
No, my point is what Effigy pointed out is that most of our morals comes from some sort of emotive reaction to the world around us and what we think ought to happen.
Yeah, so to counter this position, this whole thing of like, oh, empathy because you don't want them to don't
I didn't say
you,
empathy.
but then
I said emotive. Can you quote me properly?
yeah, because you basically your entailment was, oh, you don't want to be a slave, so then you shouldn't have slaves, correct?
Yeah, the world is we're all better off.
That's
if
an
none of us
empathy
have to be
argument.
slaves.
Yeah, it's an empathy argument. But then the question
That's
then
an odd
becomes,
statement. That is a moral statement.
yeah, so why would we bother needing empathy? Because then we could just have slaves.
So this comes back to kind of like the
That's what I'm
moral
saying. There's so
principle.
much like objective
So
claims.
I'm answering your
baked into
question.
their
Hi,
logic.
can I finish answering your question,
You know what I'm
please? Thank you. This comes back to the moral principle of treat others how you want to be treated.
Which is an objective claim.
But
Are
No,
you
it's
saying
not.
that? Are you
No,
saying
it's
that should be
not.
universally true?
I think it proves itself to be true quite often when we look at societies that follow that.
It's self-evident.
Oh
We
my
hold these
goodness.
truths to be self-evident.
Oh.
Yeah, no, we have
Trib
the
one
capacity.
coming in with the Big Ten. I think I've asked this before, but if morality is objective and no society has ever adhered to it, then is it just to say that objective morality isn't true in a human sense? If not, just then why suppose it?
Yeah, so just because someone breaks the law doesn't mean the law doesn't exist.
Right. Exactly.
yeah, but it's overwhelmingly
It's overwhelmingly what?
like that most people don't all agree on the same
Okay.
like total morals
just
from a
because-
religion.
Hold on. Let me ask you something. So if the entire world just agreed that 2 + 2 = 5, does that actually equal 5?
No.
Right.
No, math
exactly.
has objective value though.
Yeah, math is something that you can
Right, but that demonstrates, right? The claim that you just made that just because people don't agree on it, it literally has nothing to do with whether or not it's true or false.
Except you're not pointing to anything that objectively founds these
I'm staying
things.
within your worldview.
Yeah, but we're talking about your worldview that you can't.
No, you're not.
You can't objectively ground the truth in that.
Yeah, there's no foundation that you can point to that's like, this is the truth that we're not following. If anything, a lot of the laws that are in place make assumptions about human nature, which we are still overturning as we learn more about how human nature actually is.
AKA revelation. So like we can use process elimination, so we can take the
Revelation's
subjective
good
argument. We
buzzword.
can hello, I'm talking. Yeah, okay, thanks. So in terms of the process of elimination, we can eliminate subjective morality because if, like we've just demonstrated, it's like if it's all just opinions, man, then you can't logically make a case of why one set of morals is better than the other, which means you cannot say slavery is wrong.
Right.
Actually,
if
you
morality
can.
By
can be
definition.
anything, it's not.
Actually, you can. So, like
Yeah,
the trolley
this is-
problem is a good
yeah.
example of where we use logic for things that are just
Yeah, so
opinions.
a subjective question would be is like favorite color. There's no objective answer to that question.
Yeah,
It's not
We
really
will all
moral
admit that objectively murder's wrong. Objectively slavery's wrong.
You can
No,
Do you
still
see
color
where
it.
you're going wrong
Mur-
now?
No, I wouldn't agree because if you murder in self-defense, then you're actually just.
That's not
is
murder.
murder.
That's not murder then.
Then your definition is just very.
They don't know
definition
definitions.
just- Your
What's the definition of
just
murder?
suits your morality. Your
What's the
your
definition
definition.
of
What's the definition of murder?
Morality. There's nothing
What is
objective
murder?
about the fact that when you kill for self-defense.
Terry,
What's
do
the
you-
definition of murder?
Defense is not
One
When
at
you
a
Terry,
kill
do you
time,
not
yourself,
see
one
that
at
Yeah, I
a
wanna-
differentiating
time. FAG,
between
what would you like to say?
do you not see that differentiating between justified and unjustified killing itself is subjective?
No.
What? Are you kidding me?
Subjective by the point of view.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, so like
That's
you
what
can't
it's
murder in
subjective.
self-defense, for example.
But
I'm
that's
just saying,
what I'm
I
trying.
mean,
That's what I was
killing. You
trying to
know,
talk
you're
about
you're
with the-
making a justified unjustified killing. It itself will be subjective. Who's
It's
justifying it?
context.
Why is it being justified? It has
That's
to have
why
a
I would-
subject to justify, right?
That's why I was
Someone
trying to
is
tell the
justifying.
difference between values and principles,
self-defense.
because principles are objective. It's fairness. You can't. It's a nebulous term. Fairness, equality. Those are objective truths. Okay. Then you have the subjective, which would be the values, which would be when I apply that principle. That's when we get the subjective part. The ultimate value, the principle, is objective. The how we apply that principle is subjective. Does that make sense?
So then,
Yeah,
if you're
I wouldn't put
basically
it-
brought in these certain truths and principles, then why would morals ever change?
Morals always change because laws always change. Because laws
Exactly.
are the basic of,
So
are the
it-
basis
Why?
of morals.
Defeat your point.
Objective.
They're
What?
subjective
Backwards.
and
Morals are the basis for laws.
yes. And if your morals change, the laws change.
Yes, but if you're saying that it's like we have these principles and values that we're brought up with, so if that's all that our morals are based on, why would the law ever change?
Because
And by the way, who at the end of the day interprets the law to decide who is guilty and not guilty? The
society.
Right. Like Ghosty
Well,
was pointing out, it's like it's
there-
something we're
there
born with.
is-
It's written on our hearts.
There
Sounds
is an
pretty s-
interpretation of law, though, and that's kind of
I mean-
handed to you during, like, from the lawyers. They
No,
will.
Sorry,
they-
I
they
mean,
will-
yeah, I mean that a jury takes their subjective opinion about a case to decide guilt. They don't just use like the law as it says, word for word, right?
Yeah, they use their
Right.
own personal beliefs,
They-
their biases, everything else.
the applicability is subjective, but
Yeah,
the
that's-
law in itself is like this is the objective law.
Yeah,
but
there's
you-
objectively
but
a law there.
your applicability of the law is subjective.
That's,
Just the
that's
same
what I was
way-
trying to get at.
Argue
Exactly what I'm getting at.
not all laws apply specifically, right? Sometimes they're very vague, and it's hard
Mm-hmm.
to argue that those laws could even be theoretically applied objectively. And
Yeah,
I
they're
think
not
like
supposed
we're
to be.
talking about the concept of a law versus the law being written down to have objective meaning, or at least attempt to have it, is what I should say.
And this is why you have dissents and what's the other word from a justice, like a supreme justice,
yeah.
when they either accept an appeal or reject or whatever, so on and so forth. They'll provide their reasoning, and this is what we call precedents. They'll provide their reasoning of why they chose the way they chose and their interpretation of the law and how they applied it to the situation. This way, any what's called the trickle down. So if any other judge needs to make a similar judgment, they typically go higher and say, well, what did this judge say? And therefore, is it applicable to this case? And
Like
if
case
so, I
law.
will. Yeah, it's very much case law. It's precedents. That's how it works. But that's why the interpretations are very important. And the interpretations are subjective to applicability. Does it mean the law changes? No, the law still stands as it is. It's objective, but how they apply it to that particular scenario is subjective.
Yeah, but the laws also change with the Supreme Court. We all talk about Roe versus Wade. That
They
was a law for
didn't-
the land, and that
yeah,
got changed.
that
I'm
was
just
an
saying, like,
appeal. That was an
the-
appeal.
but
It was brought to them to be appealed. So somebody has to file.
Yeah.
So they filed like, hey, we want to appeal this prior ruling, and here's why. And the two lawyers will come up and make their argument, and then the judges will provide their justifications of which way or the other. And then that trickle down effect comes down to all the other states and how the law is applied, and they, give meaning and interpret it accordingly.
yeah, it's based off what the society at the time determines what is fair and balanced. So, like,
It is subjective.
you have like the Dred Scott case, which
Mhm.
made it so that slavery could be illegal. But before that case, they were, or not. I'm probably mixing them up, but
I think it was like the applicability of the law against slavery in terms. I think it was.
but that was the big moral case that they can now build off of to get slavery done. But
Right.
By the way, I
point-
think you're
my
both
point
saying
is-
the same thing.
That's the thing, though. Yeah, everything about the world, about the world that we have talked about is all examples of a world where morality is subjective. All of us
Mhm.
fighting over what is right and wrong constantly is just the evidence that morality is subjective, and we're constantly trying to hone it and make it better.
So,
but it but
does
its
right and wrong actually
principles
even
are
exist then?
Yeah. Like
But
morality
the
doesn't exist
actual
then. It's just an
It
principle
doesn't
opinion.
not
exist, right?
subjective.
If it's just purely whatever the hell we decide, then is right or wrong even
Well,
actually real?
morality still exists. Morality is truly a thing that is objective.
It's like-
Objectively, we can say morality exists, right? But how I think the way, especially that Ghosty was applying it, was our relations to that morality and how we apply it in our lives can be subjective to our culture, our experiences, so on and so on and so forth.
Yes.
And let me read these super chats real quick. Trib1 coming with the Big 10. The question is more so if everyone is breaking the law, but there are no consequences, the law is the law.
Then
No consequences.
is the law useful?
Then is the law useful. I cite humans still existing as evidence that it isn't useful. Objective morality, I mean.
Yeah, so
Well-
again, like, just because everyone's breaking the law doesn't mean that the law doesn't exist.
Yeah, there's right, exactly.
So
Right.
Teriak, earlier you brought up the dress thing for like as a way that like people had subjective opinions on something objective, and I would agree in that case that was the case. But here's the difference between that and morality: is that a dress is made of a material, and that material has objective realities to it.
Yeah.
I don't think you can point to any morals that are materially existent, right?
Yeah, so again, we have two people with subjective morals apparently. Who's right?
You can't ground it.
And Furby,
anything
I'm
material.
putting you
Exactly.
backstage
Aw.
for 10 minutes. Drop the Furby like it a turby. Get back in the crystal. You can, here, I have a crystal. You're going to hop in this one, Furby. You can watch from the bleachers with the freeloaders, you silly fox. What the fuck? Wrong already.
Serious.
10-minute timeout. Pray I don't objectively extend it. All right, fair
Nope.
enough.
I hope they
wrong
don't
now.
either. That would make me so mad if you paid Sarah more money.
A whole $100 to boot you. All right, 10 minutes you go into the crystal.
All right. And
Yeah,
if I
so-
could also,
so the
if I
question
could
is, we
also
have two
make an
people with
argument
subjective
that
moral
hasn't been
claims.
made yet.
Go ahead, Effigy, and then
All right, thanks.
Teriak.
I just like to make an argument that is rarely made in this, and I think it's an important one, because one side is constantly arguing from the religious perspective of objective morality, being that objective morality is basically brought into existence by their deity. I argue that anyone who follows a deity, especially like the Christian religion specifically, so we'll talk about that one, you are following subjective morality. If your God can change its mind, it is inherently a subject. It is from a subject.
No.
Therefore, it
Strawman.
is subjective morality. You are more of a moral authoritarian than you are an objective morality person.
It's subject to God.
It's all
Yeah, so-
subjective morality.
So, like I said, we can use process of elimination. So we have two people with a subjective moral claim. Who's right? Or how do we decide who's right?
You start with legal, then you start with who it offends, then you start with outcomes. Then I mean, you can go down the list.
It's
Right.
security
It's
practice.
not like
so,
just
so,
like
so one
we
second,
do
we
tic-tac-toe
can
and
start
then
with
we
legal.
decide.
So
It's a
if
very
slavery is
complex
legal,
thing, right?
then it's moral.
No, moral and legal.
Okay, so there's something else then.
That
Yeah,
is
what actually makes
that's a
something moral?
giant leap.
What actually is the positive claim of something being moral?
Morality is the treatment of other.
It depends what kind of doctrine you're using.
well-being. Yeah.
I'm asking you,
Who's you?
whoever the fuck wants to answer.
Oh, I was going to say it depends
were
on what
answering.
doctrine are you using. Are you using the doctrine of offending the least amount of people? Are you societal good? Are
That's
you
exactly
using the
what I'm trying
doctrine
to figure out. Is what do we use? What is
Isn't
the
that
actual
hard to
delineation?
figure out though? Isn't that hard to figure out? Like if
That's not an
is
argument.
murder
Because
I'm
wrong?
asking you.
it's hard to figure out, Gozy, because you're saying it's like, well, there are some objective moral
It's hard
truths,
to
but then
figure out
there's
murder's
it's
wrong
also
for most
subjective.
people.
Like
Well,
you're
I'm
saying
using-
both
Yeah,
positions.
there are
doctrines
people.
as a test.
I mean, do you need like a
That's what you
one-word
use.
answer? Like if I just said
I've
consequences, would you be fine with that?
I've just given you a question. It was like, we have two people with subjective moral claims, as you would put it. They're subjective. How do we decide who's right?
Well, that's why we have a court system.
So the
So
court,
if it's legal, then it's
court-
moral.
It's
the court
based
is what
off
decides
of.
that.
There's a lot of things this is based off of. It's firstly based off of our nature and our survival, and also just our value of human life and human flourishment.
That's
So
an
it's
objective
based
claim.
off of that. But no, it's not an objective claim because you can't
Yeah,
objectively.
you're making the objective claim that
ground
it's
it-
moral. It's moral
it's
to
grounded in the
to lower
subject.
human suffering. You think it's moral to lower human suffering?
It's
That's a
moral-
principle. That's a actually that's a value. It's a value. That's not a principle.
It's moral to lower human suffering.
Yeah, you think it's right to lower human
it's a
suffering.
belief.
That
It's
was-
just
that-
something you believe to be true.
Yeah, but so then it's just subjective. So I can just say, no, it's not.
That's why I was
isn't-
trying to identify terms
But
because
most people have this within them. But like you can't.
But you say
can't
most
call
people.
that-
When you say
can't-
most people, Ghosty, you're appealing to the majority. So if the majority thinks slavery is okay,
No, it's
then
not
you can't say any
it's
shit.
not because the majority thinks it's okay.
Then what
It's
is it?
just fact that most people have
Oh,
it
it's just true
innately
because
within
it's
them that they believe murder is wrong.
So it's
That
true
doesn't
because
mean
It's
that
just
true.
fact.
murder is wrong because the majority of people believe it's wrong. It's
No,
because
it-
it's innate within us.
It's these weird reductionist questions. It's almost like you want us to explain to you how life works. It's like, well,
Yeah.
you see,
Dude,
when
if
I
you
was
don't
just a
have-
little
Literally.
tyke, my
You
mommy
can't
and my
answer
daddy
simple
told me
questions.
what was good and
Simple
what was
question.
bad. And then as I got older, I
Stop with the
experienced more
non-sequiturs,
things and I had more
come on.
complex situations that I had to encounter. And I had to ask, older people who had more experience, what was good and what was
You
bad.
can get
It's like you want
frustrated
to
that you can't
explain
answer
life
simple
to you.
questions.
It's
No,
a very
So
simple
I'm just
question.
highlighting
not.
the fact that when
Failed
you claim that morality is subjective,
No, a
We
black
base
and
our
white,
laws
a
on that
black
shit.
and white worldview makes you think it's a simple
but you
question.
already have all these like
The fact
objective
that we're
things
having this
built
debate at
into.
all demonstrates it's subjective.
Yep.
Well,
How?
there's two things.
How
There's
does it-
the
Because if morality was
Paragon-
subjective, then it'd be pointless to have this debate.
Because
Right,
if
exactly.
it were objective, we would all think the same thing and have the same opinion.
No,
No.
it would not. No,
Is
it would
gravity subjective?
Like what Sarah's saying, the law is objective, right? We can point to a particular law and say this is what it
But
says.
it's interpretable.
No,
But
the
people still break the
principle is
law.
subjective.
But
The
that doesn't
value is
mean that
subjective.
morality would still be objective too, because morality is not
Yeah, but just
one,
because
it is morality is we can sit here like you can tell me, well, morality is the same all around, but it really can't be. The reason why is because we interpret morality, like morality is a thing, it exists, but it is still subjective to how we
It's
utilize it and apply it.
Situational.
Yeah.
Yes, well, that's what I'm getting at. I was
So-
saying principles are objective. Honesty, integrity, courageousness, those are all paragons. Those are all going to be objective truth. Subjective is how we apply those
See, I
morals.
just don't agree with what you keep saying. Like,
because
honesty in all
everybody knows
cases,
what honesty is.
well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if
Ideal.
deceiving someone is the moral answer? What if a Nazi knocks on your door and you have a Jew hiding in the basement? Then should you be honest with him?
You're answering my
Come on,
question.
you know
better.
Deception is a survival
Why?
skill. It's not something that's inherently negative. It's how it's used.
That's what I'm
Deception
saying.
is a survival skill taken from evolution. Like
It's
it's
exactly what I said. I said how we apply those objective morals is what we're talking about. It's subjective how you apply morals, but the moral itself is objective. Okay.
What, not lying?
So lying is not.
I mean,
not a
objective
moral.
in the sense that we all
Honesty-
agree. Because like
honesty-
someone brought up in the chat earlier, like
to majority.
a tree exists, but that tree exists whether or not there's a human race. Where's the moral statement that is true whether or not the human race exists?
Oh yeah, if you don't have humans, then there is no morality. It doesn't matter. You actually have to have
Isn't
two.
it inherently
If I'm-
subjective? If it depends on us existing, which is exactly what you would think if it came from us.
it's metaphysical.
That's what I'm saying.
One
The
coming in
paragon,
with
the
the
actual
Pardon me
ideal
for just
is
a moment. Trib one coming up with the big two. How do people choose Miss America? Is it objective?
subjective.
Well, you see, there's a system of measurements that are taken, and
But you
Well,
can
I'm
still
sure
identify.
there is the study of beauty in philosophy, like what
Oh,
defines
sure.
beautiful. So, for example, like Grok the Destroyer
something we
is
still
clearly
talk
not winning
about.
Miss America.
And Wrongful Rage has Furby trapped back in the back for a total of 40 minutes now. I believe the timer with the added 10 on is now sitting at 32 minutes. But yes, totally Furby will be back for a total of 40 minutes. Furby, please feel free to order pizza, take a shit, do some laundry.
Cut vertically.
Whatever the case, we've got you covered for at least the next half hour for sure.
So, I mean, I'll hop down so that everybody can talk. But I was just saying, if you're going to use beauty as an example, the ideal of beauty is objective. How we apply what is beautiful is subjective. Okay, so the ideal of what something is beautiful or not beautiful is objective. How we apply what we see as beautiful, not
You mean
the
beauty
actual
as a
what beauty
concept is
is, but what
objective?
the paragon. Or
Yeah,
the,
like
what is
Okay, then
beautiful.
that's saying nothing.
Saying that, like the concept of beauty, right,
Yes, that's
is
what-
objective, but how you
Okay.
apply what
What is
beauty
beautiful
is
subjective.
subjective.
But once
It's
again-
beauty
Okay, so
is in the eye of the beholder.
Functionally, it's all
Yes.
subjective. Then just the fact that we have a shared word doesn't. I mean, the
Right. Once
concept-
again, we're
Right.
mixing terms again. Like objective can either mean we all agree, which is what keeps seeming to be like people use it as, or it can mean it is
You got the
intrinsic to
majority.
the universe, right?
If you're on a desert island alone, can you sin or act immorally?
Yes.
Absolutely.
If you murder someone but no one sees it, are you moral?
But you're on the island alone.
No, that's not the question. On a desert island, there's nobody murdered. There's
Yeah,
nobody
it's the
lied
same.
to,
It's the
there's
same
nobody to steal
principle.
from.
Just because
No,
no
it's
one's around
not.
to see it doesn't mean that you're not
He's,
moral.
no, well,
crime
no,
of
you're not
murder
getting what
involves
he's
another
saying.
person.
He's saying, does morality exist if there's less than two people? If there's only one person, does morality even exist?
Can you
Yes.
You
act
can act
immorally?
immoral against yourself. That's possible.
But how?
What do you mean how?
It depends what you're judging
How?
against. Are you
Yeah,
judging against
exactly.
yourself or another god or another deity?
Like if
you-
some dude jerks off on an island and he's alone, right? Is that immorally? Why? What makes that immorally wrong other than your personal?
I'd be jerking off on the beach like, come
Yeah, so-
me.
That's not a
Before you
just-
answer this,
immoral.
I just want to show off. She has put herself into the crystal.
Oh wow.
Furby, I love it. All right, your timer currently sitting at 39 minutes. Wrongful Rage has placed you. It was a total, I believe, of 50 minutes. You're doing your time. Backstage, we love you.
That's so perfect.
All right, I'll let people
Sorry.
talk. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate
Oh,
it.
you're
Cheers.
fine to stay.
Cheers, Bandit.
Yeah, it's not.
Here's Bandit. Let him-
I just don't want to
Bye,
talk
Bandit.
over other people, and I want to give people a chance to talk.
Man,
so.
stay up here. That's
That's what we-
Yeah,
ridiculous.
that's
all
the
do it.
Talk over
retarded
other people.
answer.
We all spent,
Literally
yeah.
the name of the game. Shut up, Flo. Stop talking over
You
me.
shut up.
Yeah, no, Bandit, you're welcome to stay. Just be mindful, everyone, because you are talking over each other, and it does become like a little conflicting on the ears. So, just.
But
be
yeah, you got to
mindful.
land the plane sometime, so we don't do that.
What the hell?
He's just being an asshole.
So,
So,
back
I
to
mean-
back to.
Yeah,
Sorry,
can
go
we
ahead.
get back to the
Back to what I was saying with the beauty discussion is, we all know what something is objectively. We know something that is beautiful or not beautiful, but how we apply that beauty is where we have the moral. That's where we have the gray area.
Beauty
So,
seems
like,
a weird
you
thing
can
to
have
bring
an
up, because beauty
ideal-
seems like
Yeah.
one of the most eminently subjective things that you could
Well,
ever
no, but
bring
I'm
up.
saying the ideal of what is beautiful.
There is
That-
like
Objective.
there are like objective truths maybe to beauty,
That's what I'm.
but
That's
it's
what I'm
like
getting at. Objective truths exist, but how we apply that objective truth
Wouldn't
is
all of
subjective.
those concepts only apply to humans?
Yes.
Like at all?
Because we're the ones that are judging it.
So therefore, it doesn't
There
apply
you
to the
go.
universe. Therefore, it's not objective.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. The ideal is objective. How we apply it is subjective. That's my argument.
I'd say the ideal is an attempt at objectivity. I think that's
Sure.
the kind of point of what we do with morality, is that we are making an attempt at making something objective. We're trying to get to a point where all of our morals are set in stone because we've built them for hundreds of thousands of years out of nothing. And it just seems like they're just magically there, even though we've done the legwork that we can't remember
Well,
as a
the thing is,
species.
we on a societal level, we have to have them there because that is the basis of the social contract. Like, I'm giving up my rights to do certain things in order to live in a society. That is the social contract. If we don't have objective truths, it's going to be hard to get that moral argument of giving up certain things to live in a society goes away. So we have it. And on a conceptual level, we have to have moral truths. But how we apply those moral truths gets us wars, gets us all this other crap. Because
Sure, but it can be
never
objective
agree.
in the sense that we all agree.
Yeah, that's the point. We'll never.
And I
agree.
agree,
It's
like,
majority.
Finding an ideal.
well,
If we
it's
all
always
agree that
be
we're going to
the
enslave a
majority.
nation, then it'd be moral, correct?
It's a moral.
Well,
if you
they would believe so.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yes.
and that's happened multiple times throughout our history, right?
Yeah, so you
Do
believe
the
that
people who
slavery
commit
could potentially be
genocide
moral.
think that they're moral when they're doing
So,
them?
so after you believe that slavery
Probably.
could potentially be moral.
slavery was
To me
moral
and the
to
people who think
that-
like me, and the
No,
people who
it's-
I will
it was
teach
immoral.
morality to, no.
Slavery was
It
moral
wouldn't.
to the people
Yes.
that thought it was moral back when it was commonplace.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think
was
everyone who
still
does
immoral.
evil in the world like twiddles their mustache and is like, "I am evil, doing
This
evil
is
acts"?
this is why, like, at the Nuremberg trials, where there's like, I'll just do my job, like that's where you let like all these evil people go. These immoral people are like sent over, Operation Paperclip, all this kind of jazz. They were just
Yeah.
following orders.
They wanted to
They're
kill.
still
some and
moral.
save
They were just
others.
following order, but no, they were immoral. They acted immorally.
If we get our morals from the
There's
Bible,
this
it's
funny
not
fucked up
necessarily
thing
immoral.
about humans is that when you convince someone that someone else is immoral, it makes it okay for them to do immoral things to them. It's one of the really fucked up things about people.
What
Yeah.
even is something? What is immoral? What even is that? Can you define immoral?
Yeah, I have that website up. Sarah, do you mind pull that website up that I put in the chat? Because that's a
I
good-
would say that morality is
I mean,
Because
you
I
want to
wanted
talk
to
about
identify
well-being or
terms, so we can all talk
consequences
about the
or
same thing.
norms or
It's the opposite.
societies
morality
or
is a pattern of behaviors that allows a society to function
Yeah, so-
cohesively.
What would be something the opposite of that? What is immoral to you?
Anything that causes division or distrust within the group, right? So if I steal from you, if I talk behind your back, if I murk you, all these things are gonna
Okay.
weaken
So
the
hypothetically,
group.
if my moral preference and my moral worldview was purely just to cause destruction and harm everybody around me, what would actually be wrong with that?
those kind of people
I can
exist?
explain
Because
that.
we could just use them as an example.
Yeah.
Do those kind of people
You're-
exist?
It's not an answer.
And here's
Yeah,
the
no,
answer.
so
You think
to
it's
the
moral,
extent
but the
that
group
to
thinks
the
it's
extent that
immoral.
it is it's just harmonious to society. So I wouldn't say that there's anything universally. God's not mad about it. I wouldn't claim that. None of us can claim that. That's the thing that universal morality does, or the religious reference is, well, God's on my side, so I'm right. It's bullshit. We can
That's
all
right.
only speak from our own position. We're all finite beings. We don't get to make the claim on universal.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
rules.
everybody has to behave the exact same way in every single context. That's not what I'm arguing.
But the question was, say the question again. Sorry.
I'm just asking you, like, so if I viewed the world and everything that I did, like, by your standard, it's harmful. What if I defined it as beneficial because I actually really don't think these people should exist?
I
What
mean,
would be wrong with that?
I'm not putting I don't think that there needs to be an embedded good or bad value on it. It is, if you behave this way, which is immorally, which is like what you just described, you will not be a part of a society.
Yes, the society deems you immoral.
So that
You
wouldn't
think
make
it's
it
immoral.
actually immoral then, right? So it's just I just wouldn't be able.
Yeah,
to
I think that morals describe. There's mechanics to morality. I don't think that there needs to be like condemnation
What I really
or.
want to ask, what I really want to know, there's nothing innately wrong with my behavior. It's just that I won't be accepted by society.
Well, I think you
Correct.
would
Right.
have to be like
Awesome.
Yeah.
I
Alright,
think you would
thank
have
you
to
very
be
much. Well,
like
here-
sociopathic in order to act that way and think it's okay though. Like
No, like-
it's not normal for people to want to murder and rape people and think that's a normal thing.
Words,
Oh, I'm so
words,
sorry, I'm sorry.
guys.
It is. Otherwise, why would you have the Ten Commandments? The definition of the Ten Commandments is how to run a society. That's the purpose of the Ten Commandments. So
What?
if you want to have that discussion,
Less than half the Ten Commandments are actual moral commandments.
Yeah,
What are you talking
literally
about?
like 6 of them are talking about putting God
Most of them have just to
before
do with
anybody else.
their its actual deity. Like only like
Yeah,
4
no,
of them are
that's the
actual moral
first one.
like
but
statements.
the point of doing it was to run a society.
Also, was the Ten Commandments the first ever group of commandments ever put? No, they were
No,
probably
it's
even
not. I'm
copied
using
from the
it
law
as
of
an
Hammurabi.
example.
Like,
No, it was Revelation.
I'm trying to use it as an example.
sure
okay?
it was.
You think you think that those standards, you go against those standards. We'll just call them standards for right now. Morally, you think it's wrong. The society thinks that those standards are different. So in their eyes, you're acting immoral. In your eyes, you're acting moral. So it's like two deviations of morality. It's what the society thinks and what you think. And then above society is what the culture thinks. And above the culture is what the government thinks or the nation. And after the nation, it's the world. So each layer, it's like peeling back an onion. Each level, you can go, a nation could view another nation as moral or amoral because they're not the same level. So depending on how far you want to peel back the onion and how big the group size is, they have a different level of objective or subjective morality. So like I look at the way United States does something and the way, we'll just say Iran does
And that you
something.
peel the onion, but you never get to the point.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say that they're both subjective and objective moralities, because what the culture says and what the culture deems
are
as
customs.
truth is different on a societal level.
But what do you mean by objective?
That's what objective is the ideal of something. It's the
So you're using a third
metaphysical
definition of objective.
No, I'm saying it's the metaphysical objective.
I think he's trying to say what I was trying to say is that
Yeah.
when you're talking about morality, objective and subjective are kind of like inappropriate terms to describe morality. So you could say morality isn't objective in the way that it's not a verifiable fact, but it's not subjective or arbitrary in the way that it's similar to somebody's favorite flavored ice cream. So
Correct, yes.
it's objective in a sense when you're talking about morality, because many morals are inherently just within us and a part of us, where most of us are born and agree with these
Ones
things.
that cause harm to others.
Yeah, but
That's an
it's
objective
not-
claim. So
but
if
it's not
we're born with
truly
this, and why was
objective.
slavery ever a thing?
I think
born with this
maybe
word
this
of
is
slavery
a
wait a
way of
second.
explaining it.
Ghosty,
if you were-
did you finish that thought?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I'll say something and then I'll step down. The ideal is always going to be the objective. Like, I'm nowhere am I ever going to be the most honest person all the time, every single time. That objective truth is a carrot that I'm never going to hit. That is the ideal. That's objective truth.
I disagree.
How I handle my life and how I try to be honest, that is subjective. So I'm trying to, as an imperfect person, I'm trying to hit the ideal of being honest, but I'm never going to be honest all the time.
And why would you? That'd be retarded.
But I mean, that's why we're having this discussion, because you can't hit an ideal. The ideal is objective. How we apply.
No, the ideal is not objective. To be inflexible and unable to dynamically apply morality to life, which is dynamic, is not the ideal. There's definitely times when you should lie.
Yeah, I think most morality that people encounter day to day is just situational ethics.
Yeah,
And-
so a way to
that's
dismember
subjective.
this is like, for example, like
Yeah.
before we discovered gravity, did gravity exist?
Yes.
Yes. So same thing with morals. Just because we haven't discovered it or just hasn't been revealed or revelation, doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
But
So
look,
you
just
think they
because
exist without the
with
human race? If
gravity-
we didn't exist, morals would still be in an intrinsic part of the universe. If there were
gravity
no
is
humans,
actually objective. Step off a roof and make a decision whether or not you
this
want to
is
fall.
this is what I keep trying to ask. Without the human race, if we were just poof gone, would there still be morals in the universe? Would moral statements carry any weight?
Because they exist in our mind. They're not physical. They're metaphysical.
So there's
No, so they're
subjective.
dependent on us. Therefore, they are subjective.
We are
So,
the
but again,
subject.
we get back to this whole thing of, okay, if it's all subjective, it's all opinion, and you have two people with
You got to
subjective
turn
moral
around to the
claims,
attack.
who's right?
You're taking it to too far of extreme.
We have
Yeah.
multiple processes of determining it.
Okay, so
Harm
explain
reduction,
how we take
consequences.
it to the extreme.
Because you're saying it's all objective, there's no flex, or it's all subjective, there is flex. In reality, it's some of both, right? Murdering somebody within your community is always going to divide that community. Never will that not be the case if it's murder. But
Yeah, but
sometimes
wait a second.
killing
Banning slavery divided America. It was a civil war fought over.
okay.
So was banning slavery immoral?
You could make the argument that the North invading the South over it was.
You can make the
you
argument
can make
that
that.
slavery is what
No.
divided.
You could make
by
the
your
argument-
definition, Flo, you would say that banning slavery because it divided the nation is immoral.
I would say that there are times when, well, yeah, I mean, it functionally was literally as a mechanical thing, not as a value judgment.
I mean,
Okay.
You understand? I'm approaching this from a sterile point. These are mechanics. If you do something within society with like lie, cheat, steal, you're going to weaken that society. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe it's a good thing to weaken the society. You decide yourself. But yes,
I think that's actually wrong. I think the slavery point is a great example of how society lasted for an extremely long time doing horribly immoral things. Like when Teriak points out slavery getting banned, like to me this is like the perfect place to point out, yes, this is a time when society's moral opinion on something was actually turning over to where the majority was on one side and they were having to change the laws.
But this flies in the face of what Ghost is saying, where we're intrinsically born with these values, but then we clearly weren't.
Just because we know something's wrong doesn't mean that we adhere to it.
One at a time.
Well, there's other factors. Like, you keep really minimizing everything. Like, there's other factors besides just being born. There's cultural factors. There's a whatever time period factors.
People break their conscience all the time. Just because you know something's wrong doesn't mean you give a fuck or you follow it. So
yeah, but just because you act immorally doesn't mean that morality doesn't exist, or objective morality doesn't exist.
How about this? Well, if you're a Christian, objective morality doesn't exist. Christianity in and of itself is a change from the old, right? That proves
how.
Yes, absolutely. Jesus fulfilled the law. How? Do you eat shellfish?
Again, we're talking about moral claims.
I know. God, when Jesus died within Christianity, behaviors, humans' obligation to God changed as well. The law was fulfilled, and now all you had to do is believe, depending on your denomination. That is definitely a change in moral responsibility.
No.
Yes, it
because
is.
again, like the Orthodox Church wouldn't say, "Oh, blind faith by faith alone." Like there's multiple scripture passages where it talks against blind faith. But even in this whole thing of like I said, like the morality changing is pointing towards that we're ordering ourselves to a common moral goal. We're not going towards entropy and chaos.
Right. I wish more people would realize that this idea of objective morality, they're just bootstrapping it to their religion. It's not actually there.
I know.
Like, this is why I harp on the passages about like the Amalekites and stuff like that. It's like, oh well, what if God ordered the killing of this innocent child? Yeah. And then you have to like spin yourself in knots to justify it in that moment. And you're like, oh well, it's different in that instance, and it's just
also the Bible's clearly
whatever you want it to be
is fine with slavery.
Do we really need to make it about religion, though? Because, like, I'm a religious person. I'm a Christian, okay?
Well, that's his entire basis for objective morality.
Yeah. Well, it isn't. It isn't.
It's not my
Objective just
entire
means a societal standard. Subjective means an individualistic approach to whether or not something is moral.
That's not how they've been arguing it.
I've been pointing this out.
Well, this is how I'm
quite
arguing
a while
it.
Too. Yeah. Some people, objective is just,
So
we all
this
agree.
is a
Some people,
semantic
it is
issue.
intrinsic
Really-
to the universe.
Yeah, really
Can
the
I
issue here is
introduce-
that Christians try to take, well, I guess all religions try to speak on behalf of God, and none of them are, that's not their lane.
But there
Could
are
you
common
say,
morals.
could you say
in
that
them.
religious morals are objective according to that religion?
No.
Now,
To religious people, maybe.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
if but if you're a secularist, then that objectivity is kind of out the window because you don't believe in that religion to begin with. Therefore, what would be like it's subjective to.
That objectivity never existed in the first place because whether you're a secularist or religious, ultimately that moral decision hinges on what you choose.
But
if I choose to follow the religion or if I choose to just follow something else, it's still the individual's choice. You can never.
But what I'm
Passages
saying,
used to keep people in
let
chains
me
and free them.
let me clarify a little bit more. Earlier, we were talking about laws and how they are objective in what they are, right? But your applicability as a judge or a lawyer can be interpretive and subjective on how you're going to apply it to that particular scenario.
100%.
Therefore, the concept of religious morality, everyone within that religion, that concept is in of itself objective to them. Like whatever their teachings are, it is objective. And then even more so, could we subjectively pull it out from there if we're within that religion? I don't know.
We never pull it out.
That's, oh my God.
I think they believe it's objective, but it doesn't actually make sense. I just don't think
that's
it
what
actually makes sense, though, when you like actually break it down.
So if a religious morality is objective, then they all have the same standard rule. There is no different interpretations or subjectivity to it. They accept it as it is and on its face value, and they apply it accordingly the way they are told from their religion. So then in that instance, it would be objective because there is no subjective. If you're within you're not even religious, Flo. If
I
you're within that
understand religion.
No, but yeah, it would have to be.
I
Like,
understand
super
it better than
ideal.
anybody on this panel.
Yeah, it's an objective standard. That's what.
Look, I'd like to
So
subject
religiously
you guys
objective, standard.
that I am a
That's
god
basically what it
because
is.
I created this character and he now has arm life, and I can move my arms
What
around.
is the
and he will
what
move
is-
too.
Can I indulge the panel about a
I'm a god, I
hypothetical
win.
that's actually very realistic and
There's
might approach
no
us in the next coming years?
anything
Hold
you
on,
gotta win with
everybody
religion.
shut up for a minute. Paige, I could not hear you because you were being rudely interrupted. Can you please say that again?
That's okay, Sarah. No, I don't mind. I'd just like to indulge the panel in a hypothetical that really isn't that much of a hypothetical because it will be our reality in at least our lifetimes. Okay? So everybody knows about AI, right? Everybody knows about robots. Tesla's got a robot, right, that's currently servicing some people's homes. It's inevitable that in most of our lifetimes, we will see the advancement of AI to the point where it might become sentient. Okay? Well, you can disagree with me, but hear me out, okay?
Okay.
Just let's assume for a moment, okay, that AI does become sentient, that we have robots in our homes that are servicing us, okay, and they rise to the level of intellectualism that approaches our current human level of intellectualism. Is it reasonable for us to basically, and moral for us to enslave them at that point? Or
Yes.
is it immoral because they've reached the point of sentiency?
And I know Terry
Depends
would
if
want to
you're
put his
a
thingy in one.
humanist or a non-humanist.
I think it would depend on how they feel. I guess.
How do we know how they feel?
Like if they started having feelings and then thoughts and emotions, and then they started, I don't know, we would be living in Fallout 4.
If they
It's a
basically
little-
Exactly.
became
This is what I'm
someone
saying
down
though,
the road.
Trippy. Like this whole statement that morals are just subjective. It could just be like one day I wake up, you know what? I'm perfectly okay with murdering, and anyone else that disagrees, that's just their subjective opinion.
I could do that.
What stops
But I
you from
won't.
murdering?
I'm having a little arm trouble right now. So
Again,
That's
just
good.
because
Saying these
someone acts
hypotheticals as though
immorally
these things
doesn't
don't
mean that moral
happen
doesn't
every day.
exist.
What stops? No. Let's go through the thought exercise. What stops you from murdering?
Because, again, like I said, just because people act immorally
That's
doesn't
not
mean
what
there's
I
not an
asked
objective.
you. That's not what I
That's
asked
what
you.
that's what your logic
What
entails.
stops you from murdering? You personally.
Going to jail. That's what stops you from murdering.
That's one example. What
Well,
stops
no,
you?
because there's plenty of people who murder, get away with it, and they still
What
they
stops
can't live with the
you-
guilt. So they go to
Why
they
don't
actually
we
turn
murder
themselves in.
people?
Why can't you
Yeah,
answer
Terry.
the question?
Why
Because
don't
it
you
would be
murder
immoral,
people?
but it doesn't stop me from it.
But what
Yeah,
makes
I-
it
Morals don't
immoral?
stop
That's
you
what
from
they're
doing
trying-
something.
That's
what they're trying
right.
to get at.
I
You
said
make
no
the
Yeah.
decision
human life.
too.
What are the
Your
repercussions
subjective
for
value of
murdering
it.
somebody?
It's not. It's objective. Like
No,
like
your
this whole
value-
thing. The
your
whole
valuing of it
everyone
is
everyone on
subjective.
panel who's disagreeing with me has said, well, yeah, the morals are kind of objective, but then they're also subjective. Then I give the example of
Only two people.
we have two people with subjective
That's
moral
totally
claims.
Ghost's
Who's right?
opinion, not the rest of us.
You know
How
that.
do we work out who's
All
right?
right, hold on a second. Furby is going back into the crystal.
No.
I'm so dead.
You
We
were
barely
free
heard
for
from
like
Mel.
5
Oh.
seconds.
Tragedy.
James,
Uh,
James, you don't have to. James, you've spent enough. Honestly, you're a king, James. Thank you so much.
King
You should buy some
James.
real estate back there with all the money he's
Right?
donated.
Do you have a green room?
Oh, dude, if I had a green room, that would be awesome. Actually, that is like the next level up. I'll tell you what, when we hit 10,000 subscribers, we'll up the ante on StreamYard and we'll get a green room. And that way anybody backstage can talk. All
I'm a
right.
But then it'll be
Yeah.
like $400.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty expensive already where the level I sit at. Furby, we're putting you back into the crystal. Bye-bye.
Lay some carpet down in there. I'm sure that probably could.
Yeah, fix it up back there. Make it nice.
See, I told you
So,
guys.
yeah,
See, I got arms now. Terriac. I can do things with my arms behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Oh my God! He
Don't
can still
play
move
with
his
yourself.
avatar.
Hi. They do a lot of
We-
stupid shit, but hey, I just got the
We-
new
we-
character animator.
We get back to this question though. We have two people with subjective moral claims. Who's right?
I'm alive.
Yours are subjective as well. You just refuse to acknowledge it.
Well,
I mean,
I think
that's
in the
not- that's
case
not an answer.
where,
Ask us to describe the process that happen every single day, like for every single moment. Like people, we determine this now. This is not a hypothetical. These things happen now. We have disagreements now about morals. We constantly talk about it. We constantly have harm reduction conversations, consequences conversations. societal norms. Like,
Amendments.
But
Yeah.
is that an objective claim? Reduction of
you're the
harm.
one trying to make objective claims.
This is posturing.
Yeah, but you're
posturing.
what's built into your logic here is that
This
that
is an
we
exercise
have
in
this,
mental
this
gymnastics with-
reduction of harm principle, which is an objective claim that it's immoral
Just
to cause
honed
harm.
in on one of the like 4 things I said.
All right, so Teriak, if somebody broke into your house and your only option was to kill them, you'd do it. Right?
It was self-defense.
But would you kill
Right.
somebody for fun?
No.
Would you kill
But
somebody?
there
Who?
are.
It
but
depends
there
on who.
are, I asked the question. There are people who do kill people
Mm-hmm.
for fun, because they're crazy. They hear sounds, or they just
Military.
believe. So where does the morality stand there? I mean, we still punish them based on what we believe, but that person believes that they are doing what's right.
They don't always.
Right.
They
Yeah,
don't always.
well-
Sometimes, first of all, sometimes murderers know it's wrong and they do it anyways. Second of all, it's like a super rare exception. And third of all, it usually comes down to like mental disabilities and mental health, something different.
But then, how do you explain a righteous killing? Because that is a thing. There is such thing as a righteous killing. I mean, there's military; they go and kill people, and there's no repercussion for that.
I explain it with subjective morality.
Yeah, righteous killing is whatever the institutional authority deems to be righteous in that moment, thus demonstrating its subjectivity.
Yeah, there's a limited degree of autonomy in that circumstance.
Yeah, like I've got a cousin who's like really heavily into Christianity, and he was talking about going into the military. And I was on the phone with him. I'm like, well, doesn't the book that you follow say that it's wrong to kill? So how are you going to hold the ideal that it's okay to kill in this instance?
Well, you can be
And,
the guy from World War II, objective,
Yeah.
and then you can just go in and start saving people, and that could be your whole thing. You're not
Well,
killing.
he
but you're
didn't go
saving.
into the military after our conversation. I felt so bad too. I'm like, I didn't mean for that to be the outcome of that. You know?
Denied USA its greatest soldier.
Well, that
I
just
did.
proves that like lots of I sorry, this might sound bitchy, but I feel like lots
He
of
was younger, too.
Christians don't even think about their morality and stuff like that. The fact that he didn't even think that he was gonna have to like kill people in the military
Mhm.
and that it goes against his own morals just shows how deeply many like basic, like I know there's lots of Christians who actually are true Christians, but I feel like there's lots of Christians who are just like don't even they just blindly
They
believe
follow
in
it because
something
their parents
and
did,
then call
or
it morality.
Yeah.
Well, I also say that whenever I run into people who say things like, well, if I didn't have this religion or this set of objective morals, I would just go around killing and graping people.
I've heard that argument before.
I'm
and I feel
very
bad for those
thankful
people.
that religion exists at that moment.
Yeah, because it's probably stopped like millions of fucking psychopaths from, fulfilling their destiny.
I feel like it's still
Probably
the opposite.
not. I think
mean,
yeah.
Christians,
gotta
aren't
be
they
mad at
also
me.
taught? Aren't Christians also taught to not judge other people? That's God's realm. not
How's
our
that
realm.
work
That's
out?
right.
The culture of be nice Christianity, that's different. Yeah.
I've never
Trib
taught
One
it.
coming in with the big 5. 2 opposing moralities might clash, and when they do, the victor isn't determined by objective morality. Its might, its popularity, etc.
But again, we have a problem there because then we're basically saying might is right. So if America decides, you know what, Canada's ours, and they just march into Canada, enslave the population, and make it the 51st state, there's
I've been
nothing
suggesting
immoral.
this.
You're saying there's nothing immoral with that.
Well, might is
I've been
right.
suggesting it for years.
does-
We need
That
more
does seem
land.
to be the way that God set up the world, huh?
Yeah, might is right. So might is right. Is the same thing as survival of the fittest. I mean,
Yeah, like we're trying to take over Canada so we can be fruitful and prosper.
I mean, if,
Yeah, so
if
there's no
the United
point.
States
It
going
makes
to do
makes
it, they
morality
can do it.
pointless.
Well,
Not
so
really.
what we're kind of dancing around right now is like, does utility in a moral act make that immoral act justified, right? Like, i.e., does murdering a person in battle, if it's for the purpose of utility, i.e., regaining control of your company or country, rather, does that make that murder moral, right? And in
Jesus,
a very
you are a
sense,
litigator, aren't you?
I am.
I think
No, she really is. That's why I was.
I can tell
and
by the
she was-
language.
She was even like, I don't know. I was like, I kind of had a bad day.
Depends
blah, blah,
if
blah. I'm
you're
like, nah, get up here.
Love it.
to answer your question, it depends if you use utility as the only standard for your test. If you do the no harm principle, if you're it depends what test are we using to grade that principle. Would be what I would say. If you're using if you're using that as your only test, then you objectively can say, then do what's right, might is right. But if you're saying do no harm principle, now we have a conflict.
Well, can I can I introduce an idea that many of us are probably like familiar with, even though we're against murder? I think most of us are against murder.
I do it all the time for food.
I was gonna say, I was like, I
Well,
know
so
somebody's
this
got
is-
something smart.
This is where I'm getting at, okay? So there's a lot of people that hunt, right? People hunt animals. The animal is then skinned. Perhaps it's used for its flesh in the terms of like leathers or fur. And then a lot of people also will utilize that animal for food, right? Now there's a utility in the murder of that animal. You might be against the murder of a human, but perhaps you might be okay with it in that instance. How many people on this panel are okay with the murder of an animal for that utility?
I'm a Native American, so as long as everything's used and there's no garbage left over, I won't cry.
I'm the same.
Yeah, no garbage.
Yeah, I
But
think it's
yeah, I mean,
for if it's for
good.
purpose of food, survival, so on and so forth. Yeah, I'm all down for it. I don't think I'm definitely not a PETA type of situation here. Now, if you're just killing the animal for fun,
Because they say you did.
Well,
Like-
it depends what you consider fun. Are you paying a license for that animal that's using to conserve? I mean, here's another moral question: what
You're talking
happens
about, like,
if you're
the dentist?
killing an animal? You're getting paid for trophies, but that conservation money is using to keep the rest of the herd fed, alive, paying the taxes on the land that was used to keep them alive. But yet we're going in and doing trophy hunting that's paying for it. Like in Africa, they trophy hunt, but that's also used to maintain the rest of the herd so it stays healthy, maintains the land for them.
Right, we have that in Pennsylvania where
Yeah,
our deer
exactly.
population is like super high, and it ends up eating all the vegetation, which kills.
How did
off
the
all
deer get
woods.
high?
But
No, there's a lot of deer.
Yeah,
like Valley Forge is a
here
nightmare.
we
here
have
in
mushrooms
Maryland,
that grow here.
Hey.
deer are they're overpopulated here, so they want you to kill them. Like, please, they hand out the tags like candy because it's just too much.
So
Trib
it's
one
just
coming.
go
Go ahead.
Oh, just real quick. It's just like a balance between, like you said, utilitarianism or whatever, like utility and there's just like a certain equation that we kind of all agree to that weighs out what's better and what's.
It's a balancing act,
But
right?
again, yeah, it's appeal to majority. That's a fallacy.
You will only think in absolutes, and that's because you're approaching this dishonestly so that you can stay in your Christian
How
paradigm.
have I been dishonest? You use the one that's
Because the
saying, yeah,
entire
morality
night
is
you-
objective, but then it's
The
subjective.
entire night, you go, okay, so what you're saying is it's entirely subjective. That like you're just taking.
No, I've just called out
everything
a fallacious
somebody
argument
says-
where it's like you're saying
everything
that just
somebody
because the majority
says,
agrees on
you're
this
taking-
doesn't make it right.
Do
It's
you
not that
understand that
simple.
there are shades of gray in things in reality?
No, he's dealing with
Just
black and white
conceptually, that shades of gray exist.
moral absolutes.
And the
Ah.
Trib one coming up with the big five. To Paige's question, AI is, for all intents and purposes, sentient. We don't really know when or at what people are feeling. We see action and Did you just see that?
That was weird.
What
Yo,
the
what?
fuck was that?
We went total Wheel of Fortune for a second.
I looked away from the screen. Did
It's
I do
both
it?
boys.
I didn't do it, did I? It wasn't me.
That happened to me too.
They're turning off TikTok.
That was the switch
Dude.
being thrown.
That was weird because I didn't touch anything.
There's
Uh,
a caveman in here.
To answer the
Okay.
super chat, no, AI is not sentient. We large language models are not true intelligence at all.
Correct.
So we're not at true intelligence yet, and not anywhere near sentience.
Well,
And is Bandit? Why is Bandit backstage?
People
I don't
have
know,
all
it
these
threw 'em back
really
there.
like weird thoughts about the future of AI, and like I get it, it's different, but I don't know.
yeah, but I think see, you gotta understand
And
that.
let's do this. Hold on just a second, because
More like
just
AI.
Gerald, pardon me for just a moment, please. Just Gerald just gifted 50. That is 50 whole ass Raging Tomato memberships. The list of the lucky lottery winners. Everybody, shut up while I do this, please, or I'm gonna start it all over again. Autumn, Targeted Patent, South Bama Gump, Jay-Z, my boy, Gaiva Unito, Fafo, Brian Guzman, Moonchild, Mr. Blackstar, JTO Poker, Hugh Collins Scholars, Nasty Fripples, that's kind of funny, TNBN, On Paper, Thunderstorm, DJ Witch Doctor, Meatball, Bin Talk, That Brad, Who's Your Hip? Oh shit, I fucking lost it. God damn it. Hold on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I hate it when it does this. Am I there? Am I there? Am I there? Am I there? Okay, Who's Your Hippie Denise, Busy 7891, R-Pole, Fever Dream, Galicius, Texas Cat, Bower Brew 97, Aussie Manda, Observer 1, Antonio Tristino, Angry Casper, I knew he loved me, Bree, Turpy, King Blackout, Chino Nino. Why is this thing freezing up now? Seymour Butts, Bobby C, Strange Days, Dala Washer. Wow, you might want to change that name, and the FBI is going to be looking for you. Matt, Bricky on a Rant, Design, John Ruck, Candyman Petrick, Smoky Guru, Harmon Walker. I think I got them all. I believe so. Okay, and then Wrongful Rage sliding in with another Big 10. Killing, not murder, or is it self-defense not an option? Is self-preservation an objective fact of the living from the worm or the man?
And I got one from Wrongful Rage for $50. Says that skirmish to crystallize the Furby was worth it, and I agree. Probably wouldn't have been here otherwise.
We're going to pretend the bombs are dropping.
Damn, I used to have a bomb. I did, but it was a clown bomb. So, like, it's around here somewhere. I guarantee I have it, but I'm not going to take a lot of time to do the looking for that. I wanted to ask Teriak something. I got to go. So, Teriak, do you not believe in evolution? I kind of sense the non-believer.
It's non-scientific.
Oh,
I'm gonna stand on Teriak's side here. I'm not with that shit either. It's
well, I'm
not
open to it
theory.
if you ever want to debate it.
It's pseudoscience.
Yeah,
you're open to this fist, is what I heard.
It's extremely far away from pseudoscience.
Right in your gay pole.
Oh, really?
It doesn't follow the scientific method.
All the human
Yes, it
remains
does.
they find. Just like
No,
last
it
week,
doesn't.
they came out with an article where Japan's oldest human remains turned out to be a bear, and that's not the first time that these human remains turned out to be animals.
That's not.
But that's your
because
science.
Japan wanted us to think it was human remains, and then it got disproven. That's how
Yeah,
science works.
just like Java, man.
Over here, flipping my arms around. Well, I mean, if I dug you up, I might think that you were 1,000,000 years old.
That's my point exactly.
That's a compliment, though.
That's my point exactly, and that's what these so-called scientists do. It's
Well,
pseudoscience.
But I'm
one
not
of
an
the examples of
archaeologist.
science working is not disproving science in
Yeah,
that
usually,
area.
usually the reason why people don't believe in evolution is because they don't actually have any kind of education in it, or
maybe because
they were
there's
taught it
actually no
wrong.
evidence for it, and there's zero links to it. How about
Okay,
that?
so
I mean,
so
I
what's
guess
the
God
what's
just
the
went,
first step?
everything's
Trippy, what's the
alive.
first step in the scientific method?
The first step in which scientific method? Like, what are we scientisting over here?
There's one.
Which scientific method?
Observe.
There's a
Okay,
scientist.
observe.
for you.
So okay,
How many
you know the
methods
first
are
step.
there? Hold on.
So step 4 is experimentation, correct?
I imagine. I'm not really sure why you would go there with it.
How many?
And
we
part
should wait until
of
we're
the
debating.
part of the
Teriak likes to
experimentation phase.
craft weird
part of-
arguments.
Yeah, part
He does,
of the
doesn't
it's
he?
called logic. Part
Yeah,
of
but
the
Teriak, if you walked
experimentation
outside
phase
right
is
now-
controlling for variables, correct?
And if you dug a hole and you found a fucking sharp ass tooth, but that hole happened to be like 70, 80 feet down, what are you going to jump to? You're going to jump to saying, oh, God put it there.
Yeah, so
We
again,
might use
answering
one
the
of the
question, is
scientific methods.
controlling for variables part of the experimentation?
Is controlling for variables part of the scientific experimentation? Yes, in usual science.
Okay, one sec. We're almost there. Trippy. We're almost there.
You already
So,
know that you're going to find specific
is
bones
genetic-
at certain levels of dirt.
Is genetic mutation part of the evolution theory?
Genetic mutation. Yeah, over time, things
Okay.
actually
And-
mutated
and
and turned into what they
genetic
are today.
mutation is random, correct?
Yeah,
No, it doesn't
it
have
can
to be
be,
random.
but
So yeah.
hold on,
So
I'm not done
so
answering.
how do you
I'm not
control
even
for a
done
random
answering.
variable?
I'm not even done answering. It can be random, but it can also happen in circumstances where that mutation turns out to be beneficial to the life form, and then that life form goes on and makes more life forms, and that mutation continues on through the gene pool until that mutation turns into what you see today.
You can also
Yeah, so if it's a random variable, how would you control for it?
I didn't say it was 100% random.
It's not all totally random.
It is random.
No, it's not
all
random.
totally
You wanna
random.
say
It's
that it
based on
is.
It is random.
circumstances of
Gene-
survival.
genetic
what do you
mutation is
mean? What
random.
experiment are you talking
It's
about?
based on circumstances of survival.
Yeah, he
Talking
wants
about
to
part of
argue
part of
experiment.
the
Here, I'll give you the
part of the
experiment right now,
experimentation.
Terry.
You can look this up in the scientific method. Part of it is you have to control for the variables, so you can replicate the
already
results.
have
Yeah,
control
so
the
if
control
How would you
for the
control for a random variable?
If there's
I'm
a
super
fish,
obtuse with this.
Hold on a
just
minute.
said
The
you can
control for the
control by
variable
turning
is
on and
literally
turning
the
off
planet.
genes, which
That is the
But that,
control
okay, that's
for the
not
variable
control.
when
So
it comes
If
to
again,
there's
you've
a
just
fish-
proven that it doesn't
Archaeology.
follow the scientific method.
if there's a
No.
fish that
Oh, it
ends up
doesn't follow the
living,
scientific method. I bet you believe Earth's flat too, huh?
No,
Are we gonna go that
we've
far?
observed
Okay,
this. We
you wanna
find
go
animals
on
who have
Can
very
we go
short
back to like a
lifespans
model
like
that most
flies.
people might understand? Maybe would that be
Oh,
helpful?
see what I'm saying? If you don't
that-
understand it, you can't argue it, Teriak.
Would it be
If you
helpful
don't
though? If like
understand it, but you
I've
wanna
just
pretend
walked you
that
through the
do.
scientific method. And
Can
how
we
it
hear the
doesn't apply to
litigator speak,
scientific
please?
method.
Yeah, I want to hear her speak, Paige.
Thanks, Flo. I'd like to introduce an interesting hypothetical that most of us, if you're a sci-fi nerd, might be familiar with. So most people would know the Alien franchise, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The xenomorphs are arguably more advanced. They're more resilient. In fact, in Romulus, if you've seen it, which was a total trash fire, by the way, they introduced a vaccine of sorts, which would allow humans to benefit from the qualities of the xenomorph without actually altering their physical shape. Would that be a defensible alteration, morally wise?
No, because it's not real.
Okay, but like, Jesus. You know
I mean,
what a hypothetical is?
why do you have to defend an alteration?
Oh, I don't. I actually think the xenomorph morphology is awful. I think it manipulates what humans are.
Right, but if somebody wanted to do that, I don't think that they have to justify it morally to anyone. You want to fuck yourself up, fuck yourself up.
Yeah, but
Well, in
if
that
the
instance, they're an
xenomorph
apex
in that
predator.
movie- if the xenomorph in that movie takes your DNA, alters your DNA, and makes a hybrid of itself and you, because that was the end boss in that movie. was a
Yeah, like when it
hybrid.
was given to a dog.
No, when they gave birth and it was a hybrid of both genes.
Human and
Is it justifiable
alien.
to kill that person because it's not human? It's half.
There's
and
too many
half.
of those movies.
Who are you justifying it to?
I mean,
Well, it depends
humans
why.
would almost certainly deem it like of a different moral worth. I mean, humans are very quick to like try to find ways to like purity themselves into declaring other people as others and therefore of less moral worth. We do that immediately to things that we don't declare as human. Immediately.
Well, that's why we didn't declare Indians or people that weren't. Oh my God, let me fix that. Sorry. That's why we declared Indians at one point, Native Americans, to not be human.
Okay, that's why I got up to talk about real quick, is when you guys touched on the animals and stuff like that in your moral argument, because that's what people were saying. Society and all this stuff is the pinnacle of morality. That's totally off base. Humanity is not the pinnacle of morality. If you look at humans as the pinnacle of morality, you're missing the whole thing. It's life is equal, and doing something wrong to life is immoral, no matter who or where you are. That's the pinnacle of morality.
Well,
no, it's not.
I don't know if anybody was saying that humans.
That's
are the
not how the
pinnacle of
ecosystem
morality,
works
but
at all. That's not how the world works. If we reach pinnacle
were.
morality, we'd
Hey.
all die from overpopulation immediately and starvation.
Well,
Sorry,
how
but
the
they
world
were- hold
works for how the world works for me is Gesterald gifted 20 more Raging Tomato memberships. Marky
better got one of these.
Paulifris, TR Finley, 90. Do you have the gift turned on?
I do on Powder Dusty.
Oh. 90 Zebras was gifted. Mud, Loyalist, K2 Keep on Trucking, Jade Star. Oh, I'm surprised Jade Star, because she said she unsubscribed and didn't want to come back anymore. Speaker for the Dead. She made a big stink about it, too, in my chat one night.
Yeah, welcome back.
Jeff Klein, B Love. Oh, shit, it just skipped again. Oh, well, there's a whole bunch more names.
How do I turn on the gifting thing?
So if you go down to, I believe, the money button, then it says membership gifting, and then there should be like a turn your membership
I
gifting
found it.
on.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep, absolutely. And everybody make sure you have that button turned on, because that's the only way you get hit by the crazy Gesterald, who also bought everyone else a membership and forgot to get his own, so he declared his as well. And wrongful rage coming in with the Big 10. Wait, drugs aren't a scientific method? However, it could be if you have a government funding and propaganda. Believe the science, bro. Fuck that one. Love you, Trippy.
Huh? Oh, I had to reread that.
And Trib one following up with 5 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Wow, we are on a membership streak this evening. Thank you so kindly. It is the gift that keeps on giving. So I'm a happy camper, but so are all of these other people. Microphonics, He-Man, Drew the Dogman, Eric Nava, and it always skips on me. And Christopher Lacken. Congratulations, you lucky lottery winner. And Carney's Ride utilizing his membership to say, always enjoying your show. I know you're driving right now, Carney, so I'm specifically saying this out loud just for you. All right. Back to you guys.
When people were talking about if they use the animals, if they use it, if it has some sort of utility, they can kill the animal as long as they use it. Even if they don't need it, if it's for pleasure, it's okay. If you use the animal, then it's not immoral. And that's just obviously downright ridiculous. Unless it's a necessity, it's immoral. You can't kill an animal for utility out of pleasure and say that's moral. Does anyone disagree?
Yes, I disagree absolutely.
Utility out of pleasure?
1,000% disagree. If we reached your pinnacle of morality and things stopped harming each other, we would just all die. That would be a screeching halt to life.
First of all, I didn't say that. Things start harming each other.
Outside of necessity, right?
Yeah, humans don't need to kill animals anymore. We're at the point in society where we can all be vegetarians and all eat even better.
You're a vegan, aren't you?
I'm not a vegan, but my point is that you don't need to eat meat. So if you're going to say that you need to eat meat, you're wrong. That's a lie. You don't need to eat meat.
I don't need to have thumbs either, but I prefer not to chop them off. The fact of the matter is
what are you talking about? You're born with thumbs. Okay, you're not born killing animals.
Wait. You're okay.
You have to pursue your food, but you are born.
I mean, it's kind of disingenuous, right?
You can look at canines, you can look at our forward-facing eyes, you can look at humans.
Do you eat animals for pleasure or necessity?
Both. Before you guys get to
the only reason humans got to the point they're at is because we eat other animals over historically. That's how we got the extra brain mass. Yes.
Okay, this is the evolutionary guy. Okay, we got eating animals. Right. Okay.
We also have
just like lions got
vitamins in there, so you don't have to pile pack fucking pills into your system when you're not a vegan.
That's because rhinos and elephants and giraffes, they all need to eat meat too for all their big body, right?
They're actually vegetarians because they're vegetarians.
The largest animals on the planet are
teeth,
vegetarians.
Jackass.
The largest
don't yell and scream, all right? Look, just because elephants don't need to eat meat doesn't mean that that's a good argument for why humans shouldn't.
Right, and just because humans eat meat doesn't mean they need to, does it? Especially
yes, we do actually. We get a lot of nutrients from meat. If you're a vegetarian, if you're a vegan, not a vegetarian, because sometimes they do eat chicken and fish sometimes. But
that's a pescatarian. Let's say a vegetarian who eats milk, uses animal products, but doesn't kill an animal, who's willing to milk a cow and drink the milk, but not slit its throat and rip its fur off and eat its ribs or tear through its ribs and eat its flesh, right? There's a big difference between drinking milk and killing an animal and eating it.
It's very true. Just like a big difference between eating unfertilized eggs and slaughtering a chicken. I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, don't you like a nice steak?
Well, not anymore. Once I realized what it was, and I can go into how I realized what was happening, how we've been deceived and blinded.
But now I'm like, when you didn't know what it was?
Yeah, here's how it happened. I thought it was a bacon bits, right? I had a salad and I was eating bacon bits and I had some mushrooms and I looked at that salad and I said, that looks like the chef cut his finger into the salad. And then I was like, oh my God, that's not the chef's finger. That's a pig's ass. That's even fucking grosser than the chef's finger.
No, they're pretty clean animals.
So would you think it was gross if a chef cut his finger off into your food, cooked it up, and served it to you?
Well, I don't usually eat human, but I could make an exception.
Okay.
I mean,
exactly.
they taste nasty.
So you wouldn't think it was gross if you had a piece of human flesh in your food, but most other people would. Would you eat dogs or cats?
They do in different countries.
Right, and that's my point exactly. They do in different countries. They do in different countries, but in this country, we say, oh no, you can't eat my dog, you can't eat my cat. That's mean, that's wrong, that's bad. I'll call the police. If my neighbor's eating a dog, I can call the police and get him arrested. But if
most cat breeds are poisonous to humans anyway.
Well, then tell that to the Chinese. If you were born in China, wouldn't you be eating cats?
They already know that. That's why they selective breed specific types of cat to eat.
Okay, so they already know, they still do it, so that's not a point.
They think it's delicious.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is you've been culturally indoctrinated. So no matter what culture you're in, you're just going to do whatever they say. And think
no, not indoctrinated. I
You
happen to
are.
like meat.
Okay, then
Like
let me
that
ask you
doesn't
this.
matter. I don't care if it's a slaughtered pig, cow, chicken.
Dog,
I don't care if it's a
cat,
blue jay
human.
down the street. Like whatever.
Right.
If
Right,
it's
but you don't care if
okay
it, but
for
you don't
me,
even
and
care.
also I've been eating it as a human for like 100,000 years or
Okay, well,
plus.
let's get to where we're really going with this. You don't care if it's a dog, cat, or a human, do you?
No, you want to make it sound like I'd eat a human. You know what? Sure,
Didn't you
I'll eat a
just say you
human
would? Didn't you just say
all
you
day.
would? Right, you would eat a human, right? That's okay
Sure,
if
yes.
you will. Okay, because you're the extreme example. You're saying
Why not?
I would eat a. Okay, great, because you're going to be the extreme example that says I would eat a dog.
I mean,
would
I
eat
am a
cat.
clown.
What's that?
I said, well, I am a clown, so like, you know.
Okay, but if
different
you would eat a
breed.
human, then anyone that would eat a human, okay, stand on his side and you can agree with him for this point. If you wouldn't eat a human, then you can stand on my side and agree with my point.
You wouldn't
There
eat a
is
human if they were teriyaki flavored. Anyway, why does it go right to that point anyways? Like, we already don't eat humans because one, it's bad for you. It can kill your ass and make you malnourished and all sorts of bad shit. That's one of the reasons we don't eat humans. Another reason is, well, we don't really have to. And even if we had to, you still end up getting all sorts of downsides to it. That's well fucking known.
So, I personally, like, I still eat meat, but I'm like, I hate it. I hate that I do, but
I
I've
kill
just,
and eat flow state right now.
I've just like, you know, grown up this way. I've tried to be vegetarian. I gained a bunch of weight. I didn't know the research. I was malnourished and everything. Eventually, I still want to be vegetarian, but I do think it is immoral to excessively eat meat. Personally,
Yeah.
but I understand it is a cultural norm, so I
It's a
don't
waste
go
of
around
food.
calling people like evil for being meat eaters.
It wouldn't do any good anyways.
That's
Right? Like, I'll eat a dolphin. I don't know about y'all. I'll eat a dolphin. Them things look fucking
I tried
tasty.
to get a buddy. They used to be able to buy
Penguin?
lion steaks.
Penguins look
And-
good. Lion, really?
Yeah,
didn't know
but
that.
this was like 10 years ago. They were super expensive, and I tried to get a buddy to split one with me, but he didn't want to spend $30 to eat cat, which is a reasonable objection. I don't know. But yeah, they don't do that anymore.
And
But they do still sell
wrongfully-
prosciutto.
Wrongful Rage came in with the Big 10 speed date. Now fight, you savages. That was a nice speed date.
I don't want to
over-
fight them.
Over,
No.
you know what they were fighting over? Where they were going to go to eat.
That's true.
I mean, if you really think
It's
about
like-
it, it was beautiful.
Dude, my computer died, right? Perfect timing.
Like, I won't,
Mm-hmm.
I won't fight Teriak. But if we do have a discussion more one-on-one, dude, you know, I'm not going to sit here and call you all sorts of fucknut and everything, right?
No, that's cool because that's all these frauditors so-called do is they want to use ad hominems every time they get a logical point thrown at them. And
I don't
and I'm not
like that much. You know, like, it's kind of funny sometimes. You know, I called you a caveman, but I meant that as a compliment more than anything. Like, I wasn't going, hey, this dude looks like he's stupid.
So
Cavemen were
speaking
smart.
of morality, see, I've dove into the depths of morality, as you can see by my hair. Okay, I've done a lot of trips and done a lot of soul searching, and I've come to the deep levels of morality. We're talking about where you guys are talking about animals and survival and stuff. I've come to the terms of numbers. If there's a
I've
pack of
never tripped.
Oh, okay, sure, I feel you. But I had this experience where I was like, if there's a pack of lions, this is the level of morality that I'm talking about.
Literally the only juggalo who's never tripped.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
But it's a
I
life
never
for a
hit a
life.
glass pipe either. Sorry, go ahead.
And Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. Long pork for the win. Wait, gross. Remind me when the chicken nugget lady comes to ask if she held the fingers. Chicken fingers, that is. And then Wrongful Rage coming with another 10 just to hit the goal. Goal, which means now I have to start a new one. Thank you so much, Wrongful Rage.
Toilet green is people.
You guys crack me up.
I haven't seen that movie, but I know that
And,
quote.
and Lawyer Dog, I don't know if your internet cut out, but your optics are gone. Like your visual is gone. I think we can still hear you, but I don't know if you want to readjust or you're fine. It's not bothering me any.
It's like the lens cap's on his camera or something.
No, I think sometimes when your internet like shits out, and it's like too much, it'll like give you a blank screen.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna go and play with my arm some more. It's
Hi.
I'm as fully animated as I'm gonna get for right now. Yay! I got hands. Want to throw these hands? I need balled up fists.
Next time I see you, I expect you to come in and show me that you can do something with your hands again.
I will do
Oh.
things with my hands under your table.
Oh my.
Show
Oh
me.
my.
I really want to see what that mouth do.
Oh
I gotta figure
my
that out.
God.
I'm like covering my mouth here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to tell you. What
You got a
do.
big party smile there, though. And it may not be very long, but it sure is skinny. I could get in those edges.
You shouldn't really be talking like this, like gay, when you have your meat in your hands.
Oh.
He's got a mouthful.
And now it's in his mouth.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's just showing me what he's got for tricks. I don't have a point, so I'm just gonna go. Y'all have a good one.
No, I appreciate you, man.
What? Yeah, no, dude, it's good. You're good argumentation. It's fun. It's all fun, good games. Yep. But my feet are bigger than yours.
So back to, because like something was brought up there in terms of like utilitarianism or whatever. Surely we could find that that having slaves is very useful. There's utility for having slaves. So is having slaves moral then?
Yeah, according to God.
No, according to the Jewish God, who is also Satan.
According to anybody who buys shit off Temu or Wish.
Yeah, but if you're gonna go by Jewish law, well then fucking everything evil is right.
Well, I assume that I'm talking to predominantly Christians, which is the correct assumption. So I just go that
Didn't
way.
Jesus come and literally tell the Jews they're a synagogue of Satan?
It's unclear who he was talking to, but yeah, basically.
Well, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, the leaders of the Jewish churches, but fair enough. The big one is he literally broke all the laws. He was the anarchist of the Jewish nation and said,
The
"Fuck the Jewish
degen, you
government."
might say.
Yeah, Jesus was the. Yeah, so all I'm saying is he obviously didn't like the Jews any more than we did, and they obviously didn't like him. That's for damn sure.
Jewish people don't eat meat.
Oh no, Jewish people sit there and sacrifice animals to their God, and their God loves the smell of the animals burning in entrails. They literally splash the blood on their altar, burn their organs as incense in the
That's
in the
what
temple.
kosher is? That's what kosher food
No,
is?
no, kosher means that the animal can't see the blade before it slices them in the throat. That's all it is. They can't see the blade so that they don't get the fear endorphins into their blood so that the meat doesn't become toxic.
No adrenochrome?
Yeah, adrenochrome into their blood, not endorphins. You know, yeah, exactly.
And shout out to True Prodigy 27 with the big $5 super sticker, just to let me say whatever the fuck I want to say. Thank you.
What are you going to say?
Fuck off.
That's it.
I don't know. Make steak great again.
Well, so this is where common law comes in. If there's an injured party, if you're violating somebody's rights, it's wrong. And I go a step farther in saying that humans aren't the end all of everything that matters. If you're violating anything's rights, it's wrong.
You don't believe that there's a hierarchy? You don't have any speciation?
No, actually, I think that's the downfall of society and humanity, and it might even be the end of humanity because we've destroyed the planet and animals so much and given a shit about them so little that it's gonna end eventually kill us. If we had more reverence for nature, we would be way better off.
Have you been in nature? People who say that shit about nature, I don't feel like they've ever been in nature. Nature's fucking nasty and
Stand
brutal.
by for a second. Paige, hold on just a second. Paige, I see you backstage. Do you want to be on cam or off cam? I just want to make sure because you're usually off. Either thumbs up or thumbs down.
By the way, I loved the roast of Brick yesterday. That was awesome.
Thank you. Man, that dude.
Let me just do this just to make sure, because I just want to make sure she's not getting surprised. Oh, I see now. Oh, you're good with being on cam. Okay. All right, just making sure. Thank you. You're on.
Welcome.
Everybody stare at her awkwardly.
Oh, Paige, cool. You're a woman. I didn't know that. You're a lawyer, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? I'm on my iPhone.
Do you do criminal defense in Kansas?
No, I do mooting competitions, though, where we argue criminal cases, but my primary practice is civil litigation focusing on product liability matters.
Okay.
But yes, I am a woman.
Well, congratulations.
Born a woman, happy to be
An
a
original
woman.
one.
I mean,
Factory original.
can you tell by her voice? Filthy
Yeah,
Phil coming with the big two. Nothing wrong with eating meat. I concur. I love a good cheeseburger. I
Yeah,
love
now
a
here's
solid filet mignon.
okay, but do you have any
I love
pets?
shrimp.
Look, we're not going to have to stop
Yes.
eating meat. All of our meat in the future is just going to be grown in labs.
What do you think about eating your pets, or if someone wanted to eat your pets, or would you like? This is a serious question. This is where you
If
can
somebody
start to
wanted
see.
to eat my pets, I would take a shotgun and do terrible things back to them.
Thank you. You've made my point. I
Those
appreciate
are
Honestly, I would eat your pets
domesticated.
if they would shut the fuck up forever.
I know. He hates being on the phone with me because my dogs are like they like to bark whenever he's on the phone. Maybe that's a
Right.
sign.
We love our animals.
No, but yes, we love our domesticated animals because we've turned them into companions and family members. Would you eat your family member? No.
But
How
cows,
hungry am I? And which
cows are,
one?
like the cows have like similar intelligence and pigs and all this. Like they are very similar to domesticated animals. And
You could almost say they've subjectively upgraded them morally.
it is cruel. How we
Well,
do
no,
it, I will
because
say
like
that.
animals don't have morals. Because you're not going to be able to like reason with a bear if it's running after you. Like yo Yogi, peace.
Or
You
you can
can't,
say animal.
you can't reason with all humans either.
Well, animals are inherently moral.
No, yeah,
When I
Everything
hear-
in nature is moral. An animal can't be
animals
immoral.
torture the shit out of each other. Raccoons are savage. Like, this is what I'm saying. Nature's ruthless.
It is.
And when I hear somebody say that they want to elevate animals to the moral status of humans, what I actually hear is them saying they want to downgrade humans.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying because we have upgraded humans to a position that they're not supposed to be at.
No, we
Saying
are
they're
supposed
better
to be
than
there.
everything.
You can
We
drop down if you
are.
want to, but
No,
I mean,
okay,
we are
but
better than
Sarah,
everything.
Sarah, are you saying that we should be able to destroy all nature so that one human can survive? No, there's a level. Humans
Why
have
would
to make a trade.
why would we destroy everything?
That's a
We
good
don't.
question.
We
Maybe
that
for
that
fun,
would be
apparently.
foolish, right?
that would
we do it for
destroy
pleasure.
the
Well, we do it
humans,
for
too.
pleasure, right? We do it for pleasure. These people have already agreed. As long as you get some pleasure out of it, it's okay to destroy other life.
No.
There's also like
Well,
some
but there's-
You keep sticking that in there. That's not what they said earlier.
And it
Yeah.
said
people who
utility.
eat meat report lower levels of depression and anxiety.
Yeah, utility
Why is it that
implies
you can tell a
necessity.
vegan or a vegetarian when you meet them. You can tell that by their attitude, by their
Lawyer dog, you got 5 minutes in timeout.
Because they can't
buddy.
handle
I
they
will
can't handle the truth.
timer
James can't handle the
now.
truth. James can't handle the
That's-
truth.
By their
5
meatless
minutes.
face.
That's not
Thank
it. They
you.
all have the same look, the same energy. It's like malnutrition is starving the brain. But yeah, anyways, I was just about to
ahead.
an analysis of 20 studies on meat consumption and mental health found an association between vegetarianism or veganism and poorer mental health. Which I think is consistent with everyone's experience with people who don't eat meat, right?
There is like meat. I mean, like heart disease is like the #1 killer in America too, and like that comes from our overconsumption of red meats too, also. So
Of vegetable and seed oils.
I mean,
Exactly.
there's multiple
And
factors.
Lawyer
Process.
dog, don't take it personal back there, buddy. It like literally Mel's been timed out for like the last 2 hours. You don't hear her complaining. You'll be fine.
Sit tight, lawyer dog. Sit tight. Sit tight.
Mel will be up in 1 minute. Just all coming in with the Big Ten. I've heard dogs and cats taste like chicken. I've never tried dogs or cats, but you know. And just also following up with another 10, humans are greater than animals. That's why once a year everyone should go out and end an endangered species. Oh my God. Fair enough to you, Jest. Yeah, I think that they're, you know, I don't think we're running around and just destroying creatures with no concept of what kind of damage we're doing, right? I mean, obviously we have. In some places we do, but I don't think like we have an endangered species list for a reason. We have regulations.
Bring my dog
because
back up.
These are things that we've recognized, and we.
I mean,
Mel,
China's enabled the killing of rhinos in Africa just because they think the powder from the horn is some kind of super medicine.
And shark
Like there's,
fins and
there's all kinds of weird,
And-
stupid reasons we kill animals other than for food.
I believe Flo. Let me know if I'm wrong. I believe you're
Yep,
paying to
lawyer dog's back.
Yeah, so Flo has Cashapped in order to retrieve Lawyer Dog from the back. Congratulations, you cried enough that Flow State wanted to bring you back.
Yeah, Flow State was like, "Oh, he cries like me. I should save him."
That's cool.
I was really legitimately torn. Like I was starting to bring back Lawyer Dog, and then I heard Mel's coming back in 1 minute, and for a second I was like, "Fuck, what do I do?" But then I brought back Lawyer Dog because I figured Mel hasn't been too annoying, but I guess Mel hasn't been here.
Yeah, that was confirmation bias speaking, not reality.
You're not annoying in reality.
No, I am annoying. I'm just only when I'm not here. And it's because like you get what you pay for a flow state. So it's really because you're annoying, and I'm just matching your energies.
You're receptive then. You follow the leader.
Flo just wanted
do what
someone
you're told.
to fight. That's
Well, you know,
all.
somebody has to be the receiver in the relationship.
Tommy Wusa. Can I time out Tommy in the chat?
You have to pay to time people out. Lawyer Dog, you are sent back to the backside for
I don't like you that much, Lawyer Dog.
20 minutes this time. Don't cry this time. You'll just embarrass yourself. Trust me, people get this all the time.
You wouldn't be crying if he was not a vegetarian. I just want to point that out. He wouldn't be in a bad mood because he's malnourished.
I mean, I just want to say, by the way, the crystals are great. Like everything, it's like basically the perfect temperature. You don't feel hungry. You don't feel anything. It's like, well, they also call that purgatory, but I like it.
Oh, good, because you're heading back for another 10, Furby. I love you. Oh God, you guys. We could just make a whole panel on sending people back into the crystals the whole time.
Would a vegetarian be okay with eating lab-grown meat since it's not from an animal?
I would. You know what? So I've had this conversation before. So if you could find the perfect cow and take like the best part of the meat from the cow to make the perfect steak every time and grow it in a lab, like how much better would that be? You would get the best tasting steak for the cheapest price.
That's not how things work.
It kind of is. We can grow protein mounts, like we can make muscle.
That we've tried to make artificially, to replicate nature artificially, that we've done better at instead of fucking things up. Anything.
I'm pretty sure you can clone meat today. I think they already do that.
Yeah, but
we've improved all kinds of like crops, right? Like we've like the wheat is probably the number one, like the increase of crop yield that we've gotten out of genetically modified wheat pretty much saved the world.
The cattle farmers just don't want to do it because they're going
to but it caused gluteinitis.
What about stem cell therapy?
Okay, that was actually a good response.
Well, no, because like clearly, like it's going to be more expensive to grow the shit in a lab than it is just have a cow out in the field.
No, it won't. I don't think it. I think it'll be.
Imagine thinking that the best thing to do for nature or for morality or God or whatever is to ignore nature or God or whatever in favor of something that's completely artificial.
I mean, it's already unnatural.
What is eating meat?
What about stem cell therapy, though?
The way we do it.
And Filthy Phil coming with a big 5, and I will ask him this question again later when he returns to the panel. But he says, Lawyer Dog, what would you do if you were stranded on an island with nothing to eat but animals? And that's where I say there is some kind of function of survivability in there. I think that we do need like that protein, nutrition, and so on and so forth, and all of the other things that we get from eating animals. Specifically,
you'd say
cows,
it's okay to eat
fish.
Yeah, I think he would answer that. Like he I don't want to answer for him, but I'm kind of going to. He did say that today in current modern society it's unnecessary, which you can argue against. Like I think it's good to have a healthy level of meat. I think you should have some protein in your diet. I do think we excessively overdo it, but I would guess he would say if you absolutely had to survive, it would be okay. I'm just guessing though.
Yeah, I mean, plant-based diets is what they used to feed slaves so that they wouldn't get too smart. The slave diet.
Is that what happened to you, Flo?
Back up the track a bit, though. Like, to survive is the operative word. Like, in that instance, a survival band of people that are stranded on a desert island could eat each other, theoretically, if the protein or other nutritious elements ran out.
You better believe it.
Is that moral? Like, who on this panel is going to say it's fine?
I am.
I wouldn't
Like-
unless
So cannibalism.
unless the
So
person
what
was
we say?
dying, if
Cannibalism
they
is moral
were
in some
already
cases.
dying.
Yes.
Nah,
if you
fuck
have
that.
if you have the choice between eating somebody and
Yeah,
dying,
if your choice is between eating a person who is already dead and just dying, you would choose just dying.
Yeah, fuck that.
and you'd feel like that's the moral decision,
Yes,
you'd say, "Fuck my family, fuck my friends. I'm not eating this dead dude."
I'm stranded anyway.
I don't know if I could stomach it.
Yeah.
I feel like it would
bet
almost
you
be
could.
worthless to
I
me.
feel like if you were
I don't think
hungry
I could.
enough.
I don't.
Yeah, if
I
you're
don't
hungry
know.
enough, like I'll eat the shit out of some dude.
I love shooting.
Pause.
I've shot game before,
Pause.
but I couldn't. Yeah, I don't think I could
I'm not
kill
gonna take
a
that statement literally.
Take it however you want. Clip it. Do whatever you like. It's my gift to you.
Yeah, I just don't think I could stomach it. Like the concept behind it, the idea, like I don't care how hungry I am. I feel like that would actually make me vomit more and then actually do more damage than good. So, yeah.
I don't know. I think an extreme hunger.
Yeah,
It
I don't.
depends.
I think people are
Do stuff
probably
like that,
underestimating what
That's
extreme
starvation
hunger is like.
mentality.
I was so hungry one time, I ate plain jelly, just like from the.
With a spoon.
Yeah.
But so that introduces a whole new ethical principle because you're operating under the guise of starvation mentality. Is there truly the mens rea present in order for you to commit that act of murder or like eliminating another human life for your own sustenance?
What's mens rea?
Well, I'm not
It is
even.
the intent. It is the
mine.
legal intent to commit an act.
Yeah.
I think that if we're that hungry, we don't care
My
about legal
hypothetical
intent.
person's already dead, so
Yeah.
we
Well, you're
crash
operating
mountains on
under.
an airplane, and there are dead bodies that
Well-
are frozen in the snow that we can eat.
For us right now, it's a novelty that we're playing around with. But if you're actually in that situation, it doesn't matter. Morals are a luxury as well as being situational.
I personally wouldn't kill a perfectly healthy person to. Maybe if they were a complete asshole.
Let you
not
be
gonna
real
lie,
hungry.
Not gonna lie,
Yeah.
if they were a
If
complete
it was
asshole,
flow state.
and like I really didn't like this person, and I feel like they were disrupting the group, I like might opt to eat that person.
So
But
now
if
we're
we
down to like Lord of the Flies.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
we're
we
all
are.
friends.
So what if like everybody
Ghosty
is
just
perfectly healthy?
leapfrogged my position.
Ghosty's ready for the purge. You see how quickly she went from "I wouldn't do it" to "I'm ready."
Purge, yeah. No.
Let there be blood.
But
I'm
like,
gonna go make some coffee, guys. I'll be right back. Behave.
theoretically though, like everybody's perfectly healthy. You have like 2 old people, you have like 5 young kids, and the rest like 10 people are all adults. Who do you kill for sustenance?
The kids. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Who would taste the best?
Wow, full-blooded. Yeah.
What
Like
was
who
the-
do we
how-
kill?
What was the makeup?
So there's 2 old people. They're like in their late 70s to 80s, right? You have 5 children who are under the age of 10, and the remaining 10 passengers are all what we would consider mature adults between the ages of 20 to 40.
You
I'm
eat
sorry.
the
So one of my
biggest
friends
asshole.
on Steam just joined a game, and the game is called Man Eater.
The irony.
That's some quantum synchronicity right there.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
Obviously, I feel like most people are gonna go with the elderly people first, right?
I would go with the biggest ass. Like if there's somebody that stands out as being particularly asshole-ish, I'm gonna eat the asshole first. Pause. I did not do that one on purpose.
You just making a string of those clips.
Yeah, well, the last one I did on purpose, but that one, that was just I stepped in it.
Yeah, so like not eating people is an option.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what fun is that?
Well, you could try
Okay,
and
so
find substance on the.
I'll give you.
Yeah, of course.
I'll give you a similar conundrum. The survival is the main topic here. Someone has a gun against your head and they say, "Grape a kid," or "I'm blowing your
I knew
brains
that.
out."
I knew it. This is where it goes
Exactly,
every
because
time
this is
with
where your
stuff.
logic falls flat on its face.
It's a completely.
It's
oh.
it's a
Survival.
question. It's a paradigm that nobody wants to answer, but it does not prove your moral point.
I can answer it.
All you're
I can
doing.
answer it.
I know
I'd
you
say,
can. All
"I'll
you're
take the
doing-
bullet, please."
all
Right
you're
here in the
doing-
temple,
All you're
please.
doing is finding a paradigm uncomfortable enough that you force people out of answering. There is a you can make up a scenario where that is less harmful, right? It could be you have to do this to him, or it's going to happen to all them, right? You can always up the ante.
Yeah, but you can take the bullet.
No, how about this one? You have to do it to 1, or it gets
He's
done
like a
50.
subjective conundrum.
I won't compromise my morals.
So no decision is a decision. You're gonna let 50 kids get it because you don't have the stomach to do it to 1?
Yeah, I'm not the one that's graping.
You're selfish. That's selfish. I don't think
How's
that's
it selfish?
virtuous.
How's it selfish?
Because there's harm done in either case. In one scenario,
Yeah,
one kid gets harmed, in the other 50 do.
Here's the logic.
You're
situation,
only
Flo.
worried about yourself.
Here's the logic.
Go ahead.
Okay, what's stopping them from doing it to the 50 kids anyway after I do it?
You know, for the sake of the
Exactly.
for the sake of the paradigm. Oh, that's why. Let's pretend that you have a perfect way of knowing. Okay. I assume that you knew that this was built in the question. You have a perfect way of knowing
He
that
brings
that
up
would
a
not happen.
hypothetical and then is like, yeah, but it's bad faith.
I didn't call him bad faith. I'm just
Well, no, your hypothetical was
showing
you
where
said that it
his
was
logic
bad
will
faith
entail.
anyway.
If
Like,
we
it
put
was your
survival at the
hypothetical.
minimum, it's like either you get the bullet or you have to grape this kid. I'm telling the person, put the bullet in my head. I don't give a fuck.
If you assume the conundrum is in bad faith, the ultimatum's in bad faith anyway, then why would you even
No, because
engage
it's a
in it?
simple thing of like, okay, you either grape the kid or we're going to grape 50 kids. They clearly have the ability to grape the 50 kids anyway.
Yeah,
So I'm
but
saying,
as a
give me the
hypothetical,
bullet.
you have a perfect
Well, then
way
the
of
greater
knowing
good
that they
argument
won't.
goes out the window if you know that it's a possibility that it's a complete falsehood, right?
Right.
I'm not making a
The only way the greater good argument, it is a greater good argument.
I'm removing
the greater
that
good is the 50
variable.
children who won't get fucked up if you know, the one.
The answer's the same, Flo, either way.
You're going to evade it. You're not going to answer it without the well. How do I know caveat in there? Are you?
No, I'm not. Because I'm saying
What
they
if
could do it
God
anyway.
told you to do it?
This is a yeah, that's a good question. This is a hypothetical
If you
scenario.
talk to
I don't
God,
actually
you're
think
religious. If God talks to you, you're psychotic.
God talked to all the people in the Bible.
Yeah, the book that your morals
Can you
is
prove
based
that?
off of.
No, I don't believe it. You do.
Did we just like walk through into mirror land?
Yeah,
What's
I'm
happening?
agnostic.
Then what the fuck are your morals coming
Then
from?
why are you grounding your morals?
A universal mind.
That doesn't mean anything. What the fuck
That's
does that mean?
Okay, so what is a mind?
Okay, no. We're
Do-
not.
do you
I've
have
had
a
this
mind?
with Bob so many fucking times. Not until you said.
Yeah, exactly, because it destroys your logic, Flo.
No, it doesn't do shit. for the
Logic. Can you show me
It's-
a mind
How,
without a
how,
brain?
how dare
No,
you go to metaphysical?
You need to deal with the hypothetical that was presented to you before you move on and start asking other questions. You're sidestepping it because you
No,
decide to up the ante.
here's
of
the logic.
uncomfortable- Yes,
Here's the
go
logic.
ahead.
Everyone on panel here will agree we all have minds. Correct?
Yeah.
No,
'cause we
we're
have
talking
brains.
about. We're.
I
talking
just take
about
one more step and say,
one are
well,
you
there's a
doing?
universal mind.
Is there a
That's
universal
the only
brain?
difference.
You know what? If you
Is
answer
there
the
a
question,
universal
I'll play the mind
battery?
game with you.
What? The question with the
The
raping?
hypothetical question where there's no chance of them deceiving you. You do 1, they do 50. Go.
They could do the 50.
Yeah.
They
See?
can compromise their morals. I don't give two fucks. I already answered this, Flo.
Yeah, but then you're letting it's
So,
kind of like
yeah.
on you.
I'm not letting them. They're going out and doing their action.
Yeah.
But
You
you could
wash your
change
hands
it.
of it. That's what I'm saying. You let 49 extra kids get it because you're only concerned about your damn self, and you think that that's moral.
Again, like someone else going out and committing an act is not the same as me committing the act. You
had the
understand that, correct?
opportunity.
Yeah, but
you
you're
had the opportunity
still-
to stop it.
Yeah, exactly.
How is me graping the kids stopping
You
them
had
from
the
graping 49
opportunity
other kids?
to stop it, and you chose not to because you're concerned about yourself. That doesn't seem moral to me.
I'm not concerned with myself because either way, a kid's getting raped.
No, they're
But-
not. That's what the fuck the hypothetical is.
No, because if I go along with it,
Alright.
then I'm
Alright,
graping a
okay.
kid. If I reject it, then they're graping 49 kids.
Yeah, so you're gonna.
I mean, this is also a great example of the subjectivity of morality is where people.
Because
just
in my
draw this
hypothetical,
line.
the option is a
Good
kid
point,
gets raped
Andy.
or you take a bullet. I take the bullet.
Yeah, that's an easier one to answer than the one I gave you, which is why
But
you.
your
won't-
hypothetical is no matter what, a kid's getting raped.
Or 50
Yes.
ones.
That is how. Yes.
Exactly.
1 or
So
50.
it's a redundant argument.
You don't think that it's worse to do 50 than 1?
Because again, how did we get here, Flo? We came from the whole thing of, well, survival. If it's survival, I'll compromise morals and I'll eat a human being. So I gave
'Cause
you
you don't
a
think it's
direct
worse to do
comparison.
50 than
Would you grape
one.
a kid or take a bullet to the head?
Is harm reduction at all important to your moral stances, Teriak?
No, and it's obviously not universal because he's sitting here like doing mental gymnastics.
But
to lie
that
to
itself
us and
is a
deceive us.
universal
He's
claim.
being
The
dishonest.
harm
to
reduction
try to
is a
maintain
universal
his
claim.
lane.
Yeah, if there was like a situation where it was like, you have to, do this fucked up thing to this kid, or I'm gonna kill them. It's like, oh god, that's really fucked up.
It's the same paradigm as the train.
Okay,
you change the train tracks.
I can show you how this is thing. Would you rather give someone the death bounty or throw them in prison where they'll be graved every single day for the rest of their lives? Which is a worse punishment?
I don't know. I think the death penalty is worse for many people.
I'd rather die than go to prison for, especially if that's happening every day. But
Exactly.
regardless, here, let's make it simpler. Train's coming down the tracks. You can throw the switch and it kills one, or you don't do a thing and it kills three.
Again, either way, someone's getting murdered.
Right. So you
Sure.
can either do nothing and three get it, or you can do something and one gets it.
Do we have any specifics on what the 1 versus 3, like who they
No.
are, what's their age?
No.
No. It's completely random.
Yeah, so it could be three. It could
Yeah,
be three rapists and one really good person.
You don't know.
But again,
You don't
this
know.
is flying in the face of my example. My example is you can take a bullet
Because
or
your
a kid gets
example,
graped.
we moved off of your example.
Your example's not the same because you're giving me the trolley problem. You're giving me the trolley problem where either way, someone's
It's not
dying.
the same. You're right. It's not the same. I gave you a different example because I'm introducing a different paradigm.
Yeah. Well, your paradigm was survivability. If survivability's on the table, then
Don't tell
morals
me
go out
about
the window.
my paradigm. Answer with your paradigm.
1. We'll kill
I
the
was
one
critiquing.
person.
I would too.
Yeah, I was critiquing your position,
Well,
where it's
what
like,
if- Don't worry-
if
don't
so
worry
long
about
as survival's on the table, you're the one who's making the
we're
claim
trying
that
to
once
critique-
survival's on the table,
trying to figure out
once
what your
survival is on the
position is.
table, morals go out the window. Then I gave you the same thing where
Why
survivability's on the
won't
table.
you- Why
You
won't
would grape the
you-
kid.
That's
Why
because
would
morality
you-
isn't present in the circumstance. There's no way to measure morality in a circumstance where it's just basically like, okay, utility, 1 or 3.
Yeah.
Right.
See, I like introducing a little bit more so that the virtue ethics position gets a little harder. What if the 3 are old people and
Correct.
the 1 is a pregnant woman?
I mean, this isn't even that.
Absolutely.
This is a simple paradigm I set up where there is not that complicator, and he can't answer it. So we don't need to even confuse it anymore.
I mean,
I
the
already
whole
answered
point of the trolley
this
problem
when
is
you
to
gave me
show you that
the
there's
when
no
you gave me the
objective
problem of
morality.
1 kid gets graped or 49 kid gets graped.
Okay, so it's this. It holds the same for the train tracks. You're gonna let 3 die so that you don't have to touch it.
No. Like again, I've already said that like I would refuse to grape the 1 kid over the 49s. I'm not
Okay.
being a part of this shit.
So you're gonna refuse to touch the train track. You're gonna let it hit 3 so that you don't have to be the one that makes it hit 1.
Isn't there a difference
because
in
I
that?
think what he's doing, and I think is he's accepting the fate because these are bad players in this instance. So the promise of letting the other 49 go is least likely going to happen.
I get that. No,
yeah.
that's bullshit because I already said in the thought experiment, it's guaranteed. But he refuses to engage that question.
I've literally answered the question multiple times.
But aren't the variables different in that situation? Like in the train situation, we're already on the train. We have to make a decision. Whereas in the grape situation, he can predominantly make a choice to not proceed with the grape for 1 or even 48.
What? No,
Like he's not forced. You're not putting a gun to
I
his
see
head
what
and
she's
saying like,
I see what she's saying.
You know?
The train is already on the
Oh.
track. It's already barreling
Well-
down. You have to make a decision. It's already in action. And
Right.
so by choosing the 1 person versus the 5, like
Right.
you kind of are, you're still doing a good deed no matter what, because no matter which way you look at it, 1 or 3 or 5,
Well-
whichever way you look at it, is gonna die.
So in the paradigm, the one is different from the 5, right? So it's not like that 1 was gonna die anyways. It's like you saved the 5,
Somebody's-
and the
yeah.
1 it entirely who would have otherwise survived now is dying.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the
So
the
it's like
hypothetical
it's
is
like
Well,
you
well, no,
either
it's
kill
three
Teriok and
perspectives,
save the
right?
rest
Like
of
you've
us,
got
or
the
you let the rest
utilitarian
of us die
perspective,
and save
deontological perspective,
Teriok.
and virtue ethics perspective. In those, utilitarians would try to minimize the number of deaths only, just pure numbers. The deontological perspective, aka my religion, my rules, would be I can't do anything because if I try to act at all, I will be responsible for a killing, and my rules say I can't. Therefore, I can't act. But the virtue ethics would say, who are those people? If it's 3 old people versus 1 pregnant woman, I have to make a virtue ethics determination of who has more value for the world or something like that. So it's kind of
and
it's an exercise to show you that there's no actual objective way to choose that.
And let me read these off real quick while I was away. Wrongful Rage came with the Big 10. She went after the kids. Damn it. Damn it, Ghosty. Went straight for the kids. Dragon Rage, welcome to your new membership. Congratulations, little mater. Jester All coming up with the Big 5. Elderly go first. The kids with bad behavior go next to teach the other kids a lesson. Then the adults, starting at the fattest. And Wrongful Rage coming in with another 10. Aha, Furby last extension. Crystal is the cage. Also, goal. Yes, thank you for hitting that goal again. Now I have to start a new one. Let's keep starting new goals. I like this. I like these small goals. We all move in small increments.
New goals and old holes.
Oh my God. And Lawyer Dog, your time is now up. You have been removed from the crystal. Furby, you have about 3 minutes left since that extension. Trib coming with the Big 5. Flo is asking Teriak to weigh the situation, and Teriak chose to allow the 50 kids to get raped over he himself raping a kid. That's a valid answer. I get it. Yeah, I get both cons, because in the event of the child thing, like, you are doing something that is morally like you believe is morally wrong in order to save 50 other children, which in that instance you're not putting them in that situation, but you also don't want to do something that's an action that you're strongly against. Whereas in the train track, like, people are dying one way or the other. It's
So
just a matter of how many.
That's why
Which person in each scenario, which person do you think cares more about the children, and which one is more concerned with themselves?
So I'm going to actually come to the defense of Teriak on this one just a little bit, just because of the extremity of it. There might be there probably is a place for almost all people where the extremity of an action that you have to commit outweighs the potential good you could get, right? If someone believes they're doing something wrong, they can't just like automatically make their head okay with it, right, and follow through with it. So it may be the case that
you'd presumably be not okay
morals
with it.
cannot push.
I'm not saying that
to
you'd
do
be
the greater
okay
good.
with it. I'm saying that you'd self-sacrifice for it.
Some people would have no other choice because they wouldn't have the will to do something they feel that is that wrong.
In the event of the train, you are not the one killing the person, right? The train is killing the person.
Well, I mean,
in the event of the
bullet
children,
kills the person, you know.
Right? But yes, but what I'm saying is, in the event of the child, you are actually physically doing harm to that child. In the event of the train, the train was already going.
Yeah, but at that point,
But
you're
is
doing
inaction
it. You're
action?
doing it because you feel icky. You're doing it because you feel horrible about having to do this to this one child, even though you're saving 50 other kids. So, like, it's like, obviously nobody wants to do that, right? Well, like, most people don't want to do that. But if you're saving 50 other kids, like, are you willing to have to put yourself and this one kid through this awful situation that's gonna, like, traumatize everybody in that situation, or just save 50 kids? Or are you like, no, this is too much for me, I'm gonna let the 50 kids get it? Like, I think that's the difference.
So what if let's say this lady has like 1,000 crystals, and I want their crystals, and I go to steal this old lady's crystals, but it turns out there was a gas leak in her house, and we can't let her die. She's the queen of crystals. So I actually end up not calling 911. My intent was to steal her crystals, but I actually saved her life. Is the action immoral?
What?
No.
Still get the crystals in this situation, like you stole from her, but
Or
you saved her life.
is this
Let's say
a
you ask her
version of
afterwards.
the
Yeah.
robber who breaks the window and releases
Yeah.
the gas from the gas leak argument?
They
Did
don't
the robber
cancel each other out, if that's what you're asking. Like, does one moral act counteract an immoral one? No.
But which are we using here to like? Which are we going to at the end of the day consider more? What their intention was, or the outcome of the act?
What they did, absolutely, 100%.
Well,
So their
I think it's a
intention-
balance of both, but I think the consequence is ultimately probably more important. So the fact that you saved her is like better, but it's still, you know, tisk for trying to steal.
I'm pretty sure
You
that
can
she
say that
won't even
person-
be worried about if after the fact you say, "Hey, are you mad? You want to press charges?" She's gonna say no.
Have my crystals.
Okay, yeah, that's the problem here. Is that crystals like if you steal a crystal, that's worse than killing everybody ever. Just one crystal, right? So you have to.
What did you do to her?
You have to be able to weigh this.
Look at those,
accordingly.
crystal meth eyes.
All
All coming
crystals
with a
and
big
fractals.
5 to say new goals and old holes. And I decided to make that the new goal. Fill it up, folks. The new goals and old hoes. Old hoes. Old a hoe.
What up?
I can't even say it.
Fill
Old
up an
tongue
old
twister,
hole.
apparently. Yeah.
You know what you can fill old holes with? Crystals.
Called boofing.
I don't know. I mean, this thing, like, it's pointed. Looks like a coffin. I like it, but I
Look,
don't know.
just
if you wanna
relax
fill
your
holes.
back and grease it up.
That's
Okay, but
degenerate.
I don't
No, I'm
agree
gonna-
that that's
Baby oil?
objectively
Did
true.
you just say that's degenerate at me?
Yeah.
I don't
for
agree
for
that that's
everyone
objectively
who
true,
indulges
Sarah.
putting a crystal in one of their orifices, that is
Do
degenerate.
not.
And you
Do
should
not
be
do
ashamed.
this.
Test
I'm
test.
gonna need you to describe in graphic detail what goes wrong when you shove that crystal up a hole.
No, we're not going to describe anything.
I don't see how
'cause
anything
that
could go
will
wrong.
Get this show
Well, crystals can do no
thrown
wrong.
out.
So that's why
I can't
take
even
issue with it.
indulge
You're
him in
blaming
the porous
crystal,
nature of
really.
crystals. Okay.
Spiritual healing,
No,
guys.
no.
How can a crystal do any
because
wrong?
YouTube
They're
might
morally
pick
pure.
that
It's
up
good for your
as
soul.
no.
Your soul hole.
YouTube might pick that up as a sexual description of things that some people may enjoy hearing. So we are
Ew.
not going to elaborate any further on that. No more crystals and orifices talking. Okay. Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. Riz Donuts and Post Hose. That dusty trail is calling my name and must take my place where these old bones might rest until the warmth returns to these weary bones. Furby,
dusty
I
trail.
lied. 10 more. Damn it. We almost had you. Oh, wait. He sent it in again. Did he mean to do that? Wrongful Rage, please let me know if you meant to double down there. Because it certainly came through on this end. So just confirm that you want 20 minutes or 10. I'm assuming you're going for the full 20 anyways, but let me know. Hold on, let me set the timer. Poor Furby, man. There we go. And Furby, while you're back there in the crystals, go ahead and find a link to our next charity that we are funding this evening, please. And Law Dog coming with the Big 5, do a bad thing in order to prevent a worse thing from happening. This is obviously a panel who have never served in combat. All right. If you want to elaborate.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
you
actually
don't have
kind
to
of matches. This kind of matches with the Solid Snake sent in the Donner. He says, if harm reduction justifies accommodating a lesser evil to prevent the greater one, does this not risk normalizing evil over time, making the community society more tolerant of what's ultimately destructive to our souls?
I mean, I think that's outside of any of our pay grades.
And there's a saying in the Bible that goes, the path to hell is paved
You're
with good
agnostic.
intentions. Well, I'm just saying, it's in the Bible.
So, but we don't
Wait,
care about that.
So what?
I can, as an agnostic, I can still quote the Bible.
Okay, well, as an agnostic,
Sure,
like, it
I can
falls
quote
dead-
Harry
dead
Potter.
as
It doesn't mean
flat,
it has any
right?
authority.
Yeah, but it's still the
Unless you
logic still
believe it
follows.
does.
In terms of this
And
whole thing of like the greater good, we're doing
What's
it for the
this
greater
book?
good.
I got a
let
book
me
here.
interrupt. Enjoy your book in the back. You've got 10 minutes backstage thanks to Wrongful Rage. I believe that's what he wanted, right? It's a happy bonus for Flo. To my understanding, that's what you wanted. Please confirm. Okay.
Just on
and 20th, Furby's free. Go ahead.
I didn't know you were an atheist, Teriak.
Agnostic. But this is the main principles here is that
Well,
if you're
know,
under
you by
tyrannical
definition
government,
don't believe.
if you're under tyrannical government, all they have to do is just threaten you that they're just going to do more harm to get you to do whatever destructive thing they want you to do. That's where this logic entails.
Oh yeah, you're referring to the military guy? Yeah, none of us, I don't think, believe that the military is doing any good, especially the U.S. military. They're just a bunch of terrorists committing evil across the globe. That's pretty apparent.
Jeez.
And the Bible says,
bro.
The Bible says, I give you all seed-bearing plants as food. This is in Genesis. God says, I give you all fruits. Seed-bearing plant is a fruit. So a fruitarian is what the Bible says our diet should be.
Why should I care what the Bible says?
Yeah, but then why?
Well,
why was
read the Bible that way.
Why were they making meat animal sacrifices? Cain and Abel.
No, I thought they also.
The priests were eating. Sorry, Sarah.
I thought there was.
You're thinking of the.
There are references to eating meat in the Bible.
Yeah, that's Thank you.
Yes. So when God said in Genesis, I give you all seed-bearing plants as meat, which is fruit as food, then later one of the apostles, who's not the words of Jesus, not the words of God, said he had a dream that we can all eat animals now. And so that's why Christians justify eating animals, because like Apostle Paul had a dream. And so that now it becomes the word of God.
What's the
Law Dog,
Bible
you've
verse?
got 10 minutes backstage again. Enjoy the crystal.
We know, though, don't we know? Because like there was an evolutionary period, right, to Homo erectus, where it was necessary for us to consume protein in order to develop the human brain and to subsist on a more lucrative diet, as opposed to having to consume more plants, right? Don't we know physiologically, right, that is a necessary part of human evolution, and our current diet is nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have no problem with vegans or vegetarians. Just like for me personally, I don't find that to be a viable option.
Yeah, we're omnivores for a reason.
Yeah.
It's been one of our big advantages.
I mean, dang it, he's backstage now, but I'd love to hear about his opinion on this when we go. Did he comment on it before, Teriak, or no? He wasn't on the panel.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, we'll wait till he comes back for him to comment on that.
No, he was too busy calling the U.S. Army terrorists.
I have family that's in the RCMP. I don't think there's anything wrong with the military personally. Like, I don't have any issue with it, but I understand there's people that have a very negative opinion of it, just like they do with the police, right? So,
I mean, there's certain military acts that we've done that are definitely injustifiable and immoral. But I wouldn't say the whole gist of the military is completely terroristic. It depends. I feel like there's like World War II, obviously there was like a greater good, Civil War, a greater good. Like, you know, we can argue over how we went about these things and stuff, but
I mean, that's all war is, as far as those kind of moral decisions, right? You toward the end of both sides of the war, you're sitting there firebombing entire towns full of people to basically force people to stop fighting. You're committing immoral acts regularly to try and force a moral outcome.
yeah. My problem with the military more so extends upon the experimentation avenues. Like, I had a friend who, I'm not going to name any names or dox any people because this is serious stuff, but he was in Black Ops in the US, and he told me that there was experimentation with amphetamines and other substances while they were on tour that was largely classified, and that this is a major concern about them utilizing that for battle. I don't know how true that is. This is all hearsay, right? It's alleged. But yeah,
we're going to enter a crazy world with soldiers coming up. I think not just like using utility drugs, but like I mean, we've already seen drone warfare. Like, there's all kinds of like crazy things. We're not even like dealing with some of the shit like in a moral sense. Like, how easy is it going to be to kill people when we just send the robots to do it? We're not even within each other's sight anymore. So killing is extremely detached now.
it's kind of like a
video game.
a money thing. Like if you can destroy as much military shit, I don't know.
And Law Dog says with the Big Ten, say what you want about the government, but don't call soldiers terrorists. They are risking their lives out of love, not their fault that politicians lie and send them to die for wrong causes.
My God, Law Dog, you could have used that money to unban yourself.
Yeah,
And
seriously.
You could have also written that too. You could have written that and also unban me.
I was sitting there thinking the same thing. Like, why didn't you just buy yourself out? It would have been cheaper.
I mean, it is like a question though. Like, say,
oh, is it not the same person?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
No.
Law Dog and
Oh,
Lawyer
wow.
Dog. Big difference,
That was
I
so
guess.
close.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
it is like a question though. Say you're in the military or you're a part of the government and you're given an order to, I don't know, maybe like commit a assassination of some running candidate so that we can put in our own democratic president in their whatever, some kind of situation like that. And the guy, he's not a bad guy or whatever. It's really just for our own, our nation's own like personal monetary benefit or something like that. Is it wrong for that person to do that order that they were given for their job?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, like the Shah of Iran in the 50s.
Like all the Cold War shit.
Yeah. I think on that level, those kind of moral questions like get kind of like cast by the wayside, and it becomes like nothing but consequentialism.
Yeah.
Well, that's what kind of is bothering me about the way we've been talking about things tonight is none of us are really sticking to like a framework. So a lot of arguments have been made for like utility from the same people who will argue kind of like a natural law theory or like divine command. And so like my thing
I've
is
been
like,
consistent throughout the whole thing.
does anyone here have like a starting set of assumptions morally that you come from, like utilitarian, divine command theory, or are we all just kind of like shooting shit at the wall to see what sticks here?
I'm divine command theory. I'm Christian.
So I guess since you're the only person who knows what they are, what do you think about? So do you think like other religions are inherently immoral?
No,
because they don't believe the same thing.
No, absolutely not. I do think that there are better versions of Christianity, but I don't personally believe that. For instance, like if like I'm a Lutheran as of baptism and confirmation, but I also think Catholicism and Orthodoxy are completely valid. I think even some Protestants are completely valid. The key thing for me as a Christian, and this is just my personal opinion, I'm sure that many people that are Christian would disagree, is that as long as you believe in God, and particularly if you believe in Jesus Christ as our Savior, that you'll be saved. That's my personal opinion.
What about like Islam though? Like I know I've talked to many Christians who think that Islam is completely evil and like Muslims are basically Satan worshippers.
Yeah, I think it's a perversion of Christianity. I think they have it right in terms of the God, but the amount of moral objections that I have to it, personally, I don't agree with that. I'm not going to go so far as to say that they're going to hell for believing in Islam, but I just don't personally oblige by their religious teachings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you a moral absolutist in that sense? Do you believe that like God provides us absolute moral facts, and even if we have evidence to the contrary, or like other possible ways of being moral, we still have to follow that?
So in terms of ascension to heaven, I am an absolutist. I think you need to believe in God and that Jesus Christ died for our sins. In terms of just generally, like, are you moral, for instance, if you're an agnostic person that wouldn't kill anybody, that values other people, etc., etc., I think you could still be moral. Absolutely. Just not in a Christian sense of the word.
Okay, yeah, I was getting there. Can you be moral with God? But yeah, thanks
Yeah.
for
I'm a bit more
elucidating that ahead
liberal,
of time.
I guess. Yeah.
Because I feel like a lot of people who do say like you can only be moral through God are kind of like not realizing that there are plenty of moral atheists out there who have more like moral frameworks that make them good people, So I don't know how you can argue that they wouldn't at least have a valid moral framework because it's
Right.
making them a better person.
Yeah, so I do draw the line somewhere. I think like actions are also important. For instance, there's a lot of in particular like OnlyFans girls that we've seen convert into Christianity that now tout that they're the the moral authority on certain rights. I don't believe that those people have been saved yet. I think
Oh my
there's a
God,
large amount of
cute cat. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a cute cat on screen.
Titty titty.
It's just her
Put
butt
your
now.
butt
Oh
in the
yeah, I love
camera.
cats. Cats are cute.
She's trying. She might not know exactly where the camera. She knows where it generally is, though. You can
Is it a
tell.
I know,
calico
I moved
ghosty?
it. No, she's just black and white.
He's just a tuxedo.
She's
Cute.
She's more like white than black, but
Yeah, that's more like a variegated black and white than an
Sounds
actual
racist.
tuxedo.
Yeah.
My boys are
Oh.
tuxedos, and they actually look like they wear tuxedos. It's really cute.
Aw.
Yeah.
And I just want to let everybody know, thanks for all of your booting of Melanie to the crystals. We have now donated $50 to Meals on Wheels, which is a charity place of her choice. So thank you so kindly, especially you, Wrongful Rage, for booting Mel, and also to James for reviving her and having that little war back and forth. Every time Mel spends more time backstage than on stage, we find a nice charity to donate to, because she's here for some fun, but we turned it into a good cause. So thank you, Melanie. We love
Yeah,
you.
my crystal addiction is worth it. Trust me. I don't know if you guys want to see me when I'm jonesing for my fix. I'm probably gonna be really bad.
We've got you down for an orange crystal or a pink crystal, so whatever is available at the time of your
Right.
crystal imprisonment.
I forgot about that. When does that How
When
does
does that
stand?
happen? I don't know. This is above my pay grade. I mean, I'd like to say it's on the 20th, but I think it might be after that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just a lowly woman Christian. I have no clue. You'd have to talk to the administration for that one.
Hopefully.
By the
me
way,
and
Sarah from my chat, Fabio Lorenz donated $5 and he wants to say, tell Sarah she's the most beautiful woman in the world.
My biggest simp, but also very kind. We love you, Fabio.
Aren't they all?
And thank you, Tommy. Yeah, I'm glad that I can do this for a good cause, and rather than just telling people how stupid they are.
Can we go back to the morality actions debate though? I think that might be worthwhile.
Yeah, Bronco
Unless I'm
Rage
just-
coming in with the Big Ten. Knew it, meth bead. What is a meth bead?
It's supposed to be
meth head.
Beard? Head? I'm not sure.
Wow, that's hilarious. Okay, yeah, Paige, let's do it. Let's head back to that one.
So there are Christians out there and moral people in general. I'm not just limiting this to Christians, but there are people that have done very bad things in their life, okay? Be it stealing, or they have sold their body online, or they have sold illegal substances, right? And they convert to Christianity. Do we automatically give them a pass because they convert to Christianity? I don't think so.
Hold on. I mean, stop just 1 second. You're talking about man's law, and you're applying it to God's law. You're saying, well, they broke man's law. They had an illegal substance, even though they were consenting, and it was just an arbitrary law. That, in fact, you just made it legal.
No, I'm talking with illegal substances, if you want to pick on that. Yeah, for sure. It is a substance that does alter your physical state where you're more susceptible to demonic interference. So there is.
What are you talking about?
Well,
Oh, Paige, we just took a turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just jump over the whole thing? Did I miss the secret thing we're talking about here?
I thought Paige was on the logic bus with us, and man,
Whoa.
turns out Paige was on a whole different bus.
Yeah, I guess I'm not on the logic bus anymore. Whoopsie. But yeah, no.
Now we're talking demonic interference.
Well, we're talking about Christianity, right?
Yeah.
Lawyer Dog did point me to okay, how is this Christian, right? So all I'm doing is I'm creating a channel between the two. If you want to think I'm crazy, that's okay. And yes, just Gerald, I know nothing about plants involving crystals. I retract my prior statements. Going back to what I was just asked, there is a Christian element, I think, to substance distribution and interference. I think it does promote a degenerate lifestyle, which is against the teachings of Christianity. So.
Just real quick as well. Elderline donate $10 to say, tell Sarah that Fabio is a simp and a liar. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Were we getting on the whole thing of like, is drugs immoral?
Is that why I just got a text?
I text him, I'm like, where the fuck are you? You're not on screen though. I don't know if you know you're in avatar mode or.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
I'm
think
being withholding.
I think bodily autonomy means like you can do with what you want with your body, and there's no way it can really be immoral. If you make it someone else's problem, then maybe you can talk about like the morality of that.
I think certain drugs can lead to the point, like inevitably, where you're probably going to be acting immorally, but I don't think just like taking a drug inherently is immoral, but I think there is certain drugs that inevitably lead down a road to immortality or immoral, whatever.
Immorality.
Yes.
Immorality.
Yeah.
I can agree with
So
that.
let's say I grant that drugs are an immoral act, but then you actually become one with the crystals. Isn't that make it morally good?
I think there are
What-
some
Yes, it does.
beneficial
So
drugs.
what? Are you making a certain joke about a certain drug? What is that?
It's an actual argument. It's the same
Okay.
argument as the robber who ends up saving a life, but just what if you do a drug, but you actually become a better person from it?
Yeah.
I would love to see the scientific studies on that, but as a purely hypothetical circumstance, like what are you doing that's so much better
Well,
on
I
this
mean,
drug?
I mean,
hallucinogens can break you of addictive habits. There's
depression
studies
and
on that.
PTSD and stuff. Like we're talking like the fun guys.
Okay, thanks. I'm really glad that you guys brought this up, and we're sort of on the same page because I'm just gonna make this real quick. I actually did my major in anthropology, studying cultures of religion, and what I've come to determine, it's factually based, it's historically based, way more proven than the evolutionary theory. Jesus Christ, the body of Christ, where he says you have to eat my body or you have no life in you. You can't just believe in him, you have to eat his body. Historically, that was sacred mushrooms,
That was a
magic
mushroom.
mushrooms.
Okay, lawyer dog, before you say anything more, I have a serious question. Are you a lawyer for Geico?
No, I switched from majoring anthropology to law in my last year. I finished my LSAT, so I am not a bar attorney. I made myself named Lawyer Dog off of a case, the Mesme.
Okay, sorry.
versus
It was just
Louisiana.
it was just like it's an obscure reference to a Geico commercial.
But I just
Don't worry
wanna
about it.
Here's
I
the
got it.
problem.
I got it.
The problem is that mushrooms don't act the same for all people. So I think that mushrooms can make certain people better people, but there's some times when that doesn't work out.
Yeah, and there's
just to partially agree with Lawyer Dog, I will say that the further you go back into history, the more and more often that psychedelic substances are used as the actual sacrament in religions. It's a really pervasive thing in really ancient cultures. So I would completely believe that a bunch of religions at the time, of which most of them had secret rites, and they had two layers to the religion, to where there was one for the general public and one for the initiates. I would totally believe that they were totally getting high in the back and being like, yeah, this is what God does. Look at those walls.
I mean, that makes sense because it kind of gives you like a higher sense of being. So it would, if you took mushrooms, especially back then, you could probably only relate that to like, wow, this is something like religious or from God or something, because they couldn't explain it, right?
I believe it.
Yeah, but
I
like some of these ancient religions don't child sacrifice.
God. Even when you can't explain the experience, like someone like me who knows how serotonin stuff affects sensory gain and stuff, when I take mushrooms, things still feel more divine. It's like the altered state of consciousness itself does that. And Ghosty, that's why I pointed out earlier, the mushroom with Christmas, like an alternative explanation, is that we would get high from reindeer urine. Why is that? Because they would eat amanita mushrooms, which are normally very poisonous to us, but they would actually take out the urines but maintain the psychoactivity. We would take that every winter as like a ritual around the solstice, and that eventually turned into a lot of the rituals we see around Christmas, the lore around Santa Claus and stuff like that. The red and the white amanita mushrooms.
And it's totally true. Terravac is laughing or whatever. I can tell you, I can explain Christmas down to a T. I don't want to waste your time with all of it, but he's exactly right. Christmas and almost all of our Christian holidays. Easter is all about the egg hunt. They were hunting for the eggs, the mushrooms when they were in the egg state.
spur.
EO store. Yeah.
Yeah, so like
Oh no.
to counter the first part is like ancient religions also done child sacrifices. Does that mean it's a good thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's
like-
making
That's
that
what I
kind of
was thinking.
generalistic
I was like-
argument.
And
Wait,
and
what
the
does
reason
that
why
have to do
Santa
with
Claus is red
anything?
and white is because of Coke.
Okay, but Christianity didn't do. Okay, yeah, the Jews they did.
That is actually true. Yeah.
Sorry, what was that last thing? I missed?
It was an ad campaign by Coca-Cola.
Isn't
Yeah,
Santa
more
Claus
Coke.
originally German from like fucking 400-500
Well,
years ago?
the
or
modern
something?
image of Santa Claus wearing his red
no,
and white
okay,
thing
so
with
he
the
does need
reindeer
me to
was
explain it.
invented by Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, no, it
But
goes
he's
back
still-
to. Let me explain
The legend was there, but the actual like image of him that we use in modern day was
the
made by
image.
Coke.
Yes, the image of the red and white Santa Claus goes back to the red and white shaman of Siberia, because in Siberia is where they were using the Amanita muscaria, red and white mushroom, with the reindeer would eat. And that's why you have Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. He was eating and it would convert the muscimol into the ibotonic
That's a bit
acid.
much.
Yeah, I mean, we could, yeah. And so what it is, it's in Siberia where it's snowy.
It's not too much for me, by the way. Keep going.
That's so
Okay,
funny.
yeah. So in Siberia, it's totally snowy. They live in yurts. And because it's so snowy, the sides of the yurts get covered in snow. They enter the yurts from the roof. So what the shaman would do is go collect the Amanita muscarias that grow in symbiosis with the roots of conifer trees, meaning they grow underneath pine trees. So we go collect the presents from underneath the trees. They bring them back through the yurts, enter from the roof. Then they dry them over the fireplace, which is also another way to convert that ibotonic acid into muscimol. They dry them in stockings over the fireplace, eat them, and they see Christmas lights. These are the two types of mushrooms, the red and white mushroom and the gold cap. And that's where you're talking about the blood of Christ, the red and white mushroom, and the body of Christ, the gold cap, if you want to get into the technicalities of it.
And what's the proof for this?
What are the connections? I don't understand. Like that's a
Yeah.
nice, like it's a nice story, but I don't really see the connections to the body and blood of Christ there.
Okay, so it goes.
Well, because most Christian rituals are born of more ancient rituals that were basically hybridized to convert the population.
But we have
half their
we
shit
have the
was pagan
statement
to
in the
begin
upper
with.
room we can directly point to, right?
What's that?
We have the statement of Christ in the upper room in the New Testament documents we can directly point to,
That have been
and the
converted.
John 6 documents.
You mean like John 6:66, where he says, "If you must eat from my body, or you have no life in you." How did they eat his body when he was still alive? And he tells us we have to eat his body, or we have no life.
Yeah, many
in us.
Christians say it's a spiritual eating.
Right, and then they eat the
Well,
bread, and they think
So
that's his body.
I've heard this argument before, and so the argument wasn't that it was mushrooms. The argument was always that it was ergot, that it was psychedelic
Which is a fungus.
yeast.
That's a
that,
fungus.
Yeah.
Okay,
well-
you want to get into the holy water.
Also,
The
really
LSD.
quick, John 6:66 is not the verse. So you've said a
John
couple
6,
things inaccurate about the
no,
Bible.
let's
It also
pull up-
says
let's pull
you
up
can
the-
eat meat in Genesis 9.
Okay, let me pull up. Let me look first. Let me check John 6:66, and let me see if I'm wrong about that.
If holy water is LSD too, that would be sick.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it
down
is.
for
You can
some
go-
holy
Well,
water.
I'm just
And
kidding.
it's true.
I know there was some truth to the was it the holy anointing oil in the Old Testament. One of the ingredients listed in the Hebrew is the Hebrew word for cannabis, basically, from what I read. Like, I can't remember which holy anointing oil.
Oh
I think
yeah,
it was
and
the
they
one used
found
by Moses.
resin
I mean,
in
this
the-
was the Middle East, right?
I think it was like Kane Bosem or something like that. Just translated into the old word for that.
I mean,
This all
is the
seems
secret of
I'd be
crazy.
completely wrong.
This seems
You wanna
Yeah.
write it down,
crazy
but
to
this is
me.
the
How's it is
secret.
page?
Yeah, this
I
seems
mean-
crazy. This is such a
it's just-
perversion of
No,
the
see,
Christian
it's
faith.
not
What
It's not
I'm
bunch
gonna
of
say,
loose
I was
connections.
listening. My daughter called and she wanted me to come up and tuck her back in, and I was listening to this, and y'all sound like a bunch of crackheads. And yeah, so wrongful rage said, given we want to sniff gas, law dog you down in the rabbit hole. 10 minutes. Think about yes, enjoy the gas down there in the crystals. Praise baby Jesus. Wrongful rage coming in with the Big 10. We can all be the Oracle of Delphi. I don't know what that is.
Puffin
Oracle
fumes
Delphi
the
was
cave.
constantly on drugs. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. And Law Dog with the Big 10. It's so sad the mental hoops people will jump through to deny Jesus and Christian ethics. This whole Christian stole pagan holidays narrative has been thoroughly debunked.
The fuck if it has?
How so?
There is
So-
literally a passage in the Bible that says, "Do not put ornaments in your trees like the pagans do, because they were talking about Saturnalia, which is the holiday that was adopted for Christmas.
The horned god, Satan, the horned
What's the
god
verse?
comes from the pagan god because all of their animals
Karen, you
that
know
they
it's that.
hunted and killed had horns, like deer and buffalo. They
Yeah,
all had
Karen,
horns. It
you
was
know
a
this.
horned god, yeah. And then they turned into Satan because pagans worship them.
What's the verse for that, Effigy?
Oh, sorry.
Which
Sorry, my bad.
which part of the
Here,
Bible?
I'm looking up. I don't
describes
keep Bible
the
verses
Easter
in my
bunny?
head.
What part of the Bible is that from? I mean, I don't disagree. I think like Christianity's Christmas should be a simple and honorable holiday. I don't think it needs to be decorative by any means, but I don't recall reading anything in the Bible to that extent.
I fucking hate the commercialization of Christmas.
Because you're poor.
No.
Well, that too. And I always have to be the one that puts everything up and does everything. My kids hate me. They like had to beg me to get a fucking tree this year. And I was like, do we have to though? And they're like, Mom, if we're not going to decorate, can we at least get a tree? N.E. Longer comes in with a big 10. Guys, you'll never believe this, but everything that has ever happened just so happens to align with a Rolling Stone liberals' view of the world. This is totally not confirmation bias.
Oh my God, we're going back
Who's
to
that?
GG33 or something. Are we talking about Gary?
Who's Gary?
He's
Who's
a
the Rolling Stone
numerologist.
liberal?
Oh, Gary, the numbers guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Didn't
Teriak, Jeremiah 10:3-4.
that's
and-
the book of the bullfrog.
and Gestural coming with a big 5. Mushrooms and
Ayahuasca.
thank you were life-changing, beautiful gifts. Yeah, I'm not the fan of the drugs, hallucinogens, and all of those crazy things.
Don't worry, we'll get her turned out.
No, I'm good. I'm so vanilla
Okay,
in
that's
that
Old
aspect.
Testament.
I like drugs.
You literally said that Jesus said this, and this is the Old Testament.
No, I just said it was in the Bible. I didn't say it was. Old
Flipping
Testament.
that, I don't know what I'll use it for, but I'll find something.
You're just gonna make it a clip on your show. I like drugs.
I've actually, when you're like, where are you? I was actually working on a short. I'm freaking out because my cap cut is on shaky ground right now. Anyways,
Uh-oh. Yes, Naomi, I concur. Naomi is like my my dopamine hit every day when she sends me nudes.
nice.
Wait, so we got distracted here. We were trying to relate paganist and other like degen.
Yeah, but we
traditions to-
started talking about
it's
lesbian
beyond
shit.
like confirmed stuff. Like the like Easter is literally comes from the word Eostor, which is the goddess of fertility. And that's where we get the bunnies and all the eggs and shit, because it used to be a fertility festival.
It's
Yeah,
the-
it's
yeah.
the birth. It's like the rebirth. Spring is the season of rebirth.
Yeah,
fertility.
and it all lines up with
Yeah.
the solstices and the equinoxes, just like the ancient pagan festivals did. I mean, this was the Roman Empire
Yeah.
transferring its ancient religions into a new one. Like that's where
But
this came from.
Christians don't celebrate with like doing the whole fucking like Easter bunny shit. Easter's about the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Right.
Yeah, but it happens to align. With
Yes, Christian. Who the hell do
Yeah,
you
so
think
like
celebrates
the case
Easter
that you're
Bunny?
making is that it's trying
You
to be
telling me Christians
subverted
don't
with
go
this
from
pagan
Sunday
shit,
church and have
which we
Easter
can't
egg
agree.
hunts
But
with their
that's
kids,
not the
which
teachings.
is what they do on Easter
That's
Sunday.
not the teaching of Christianity.
Yeah, that's not what I was raised
Definitely
with.
not the teaching of
You
Christianity.
guys didn't do Easter egg hunts?
No.
What kind of? All right.
I mean, my dad's side did, but my dad's side's agnostic. My mother's side is like very religious.
I mean,
But
I
you
was raised
recognize
Catholic,
that-
so
My-
we did every Easter Sunday. So
Yeah, my grandparents and my family are like evangelists and shit, and they all did Easter egg hunts. My
Okay.
uncle didn't tell the children about Santa though, but they celebrate Christmas.
You can do an Easter egg hunt and not have it be the teaching of Christianity.
Yeah.
Christians
Exactly.
do Easter egg hunts.
Easy way to solve this though. Does anybody know if the pagan traditions that we're referencing predate the biblical teachings, like i.e. the like inauguration of the Bible?
My understanding for
I mean,
Easter is that
the
it was a
Bible wasn't until
16
like 300 something, right?
The
I
16th
didn't they move the date for
It's
Christmas in like
323, I believe.
400 something? Because Christmas wasn't always December 25th, because that's Sol. The most of the rituals that the Catholics adopted from the Roman Empire are all from the festival of Sol Invictus.
Yeah, they don't even know Jesus' real birthday, right?
Well,
Yeah.
there's a guy named Father William Saunders who wrote about this, and he says that it makes sense to date around late December from the works of St. Luke, and that's been around for a while. I mean, Sol Invictus, they claim, has been around for a
From
long
where?
time.
What was the range?
Father William Saunders has some work on it.
What was the range, though, you said?
Like in December, late December.
I've always heard it was not because there was shepherds sleeping outside. There's a few different things,
Or
right?
the stars that were in the sky or something. It
Yeah,
was, like,
but
in
hasn't
summer.
the calendar shifted or something since like?
The astrological calendar
yeah.
has, because the star systems
But
have
the
changed their
seasons
positioning.
haven't.
Yeah, but we can
right.
trace that.
Somebody
Yeah.
in the chat said that the pagan traditions actually post-date Christianity traditions.
No,
Wonder Dog.
I don't think they do. No.
Okay.
They also say that
We're
Christianity.
talking about like
the-
super ancient traditions,
the
like these line up on the
2,000-year-old
solstice and the
religion.
equinox. They were means of keeping track of the year, like ridiculously ancient traditions.
Yeah.
There are certainly traditions that predate Christianity, and Christianity has turned those into their own in certain ways. But the demonstration needs to be the causal inference from this is the pagan tradition now fit into Christianity, so we've adopted the paganism. But that's obviously not true.
Right.
Wait, how do you mean? Because so like
for example, you don't have to be Christian to celebrate Christmas.
Right.
A lot of secular people celebrate Christmas.
Sure.
You don't have to be Christian to celebrate Easter.
What's wrong with,
all that kind of
or
shit.
for example, like what would be wrong with? I do believe you can date the birth of Christ around late December, and I've read, like I said, you can look up Father William Saunders' work. But what would be wrong with taking that date? What would be wrong with the Christians taking that date from the pagans?
Oh, there's
There would
nothing
be
wrong
nothing
with
I'm
it.
not
wrong
saying
with
there's
it.
anything
No.
wrong.
The
Well,
issue
I
would
would
be
point
it
out-
wasn't
their
accurate.
mind.
I'm sure
I
a
would
bunch
point
of
out
people whose
that, like-
religion it was at the time felt some kind of way about it, you know.
The issue would be trying to deny and rewrite history.
But it was
Right.
also the way to get them to easily transfer into the new religion by saying, hey, you know, all those holidays you already celebrate throughout
Yeah.
the year, and then you've got your life scheduled around. None of that changes. We
But it
just
wouldn't
gave them
be-
different names.
No, they wouldn't say none of it changes. They'd say we're taking this date, probably trying to get rid of the holiday because they saw it as pagan, right? That stuff happens.
I mean, that's why they kept a lot of the rituals from it, right?
They tried
I think
to
the rituals are
transfer
from the-
people over.
Many of the rituals you just see in the Old and New Testament, I think.
It would be wrong
So,
to
I
misrepresent
mean, I should-
Jesus' birth.
A lot of the
It would be
trappings
wrong.
are from satellite areas around Rome, right? Like there's a whole lot of Germanic stuff in Christmas, right? Yule logs, evergreen trees.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Like-
yeah, 16th century Germanic tradition influences Easter and Christmas heavily.
Well, that's also why the Christmas tree became popular. Just in general, there's a queen.
Not 16th century at all. No.
No, yeah, there was a queen who
Saturnalia
had there
was
was
celebrated with an adorned
Saturnalia
tree
is-
giving presents, right?
No, I'm not saying this
What's
is
the
the origin.
link you're making between Saturnalia and Christianity?
I'm saying for like even non-Christian people.
Saturnalia is
sort of
December
like-
25th.
If that's the only link, though, what's the why does
And
that matter?
they celebrated December 25th Saturnalia by adorning trees and putting presents under them. Do you not see the link?
But what does that have to do with Christianity? We don't
I
say
think
we don't
the
say
link would
let's
be
celebrate the
Christmas,
birth
right?
of Christ by having a fat man come down our chimney and put Christmas presents under our trees, right?
I mean, well, that's the adoption of other myths.
That's
into
the
that
adoption
thing.
of a culture that is the culture need not be Christian, but if you go to the churches, you see the liturgy, right? The liturgy tells you a completely different story than the culture does.
Sure, but like if you actually, so there's a difference between like what Christians say happened in history and what anthropologists say, right?
Maybe it depends what you're talking about.
Well, we had someone who said that they at least had done some work on the anthropology of religion, and they were trying to talk about how one ritual, which seems to have a basis in this thing, is the body of Christ being. He said it was golden calf. Somebody else said it was ergot. I don't personally know, But again, what I wanted to say is that the idea that these religions come out of something before them actually fits in with pretty much everything else that's happened in our culture. There's never, you never see spontaneous cultures. You don't see like prophets come around and be like, oh, we should do everything differently. So you do. Usually there's some sort of social order that was the one way, and then gradually changed to another, rather than, of course, something overnight.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
So it's not surprising to hear that like Christianity came out of some pagan traditions and stuff like that, to me at least.
It's not surprising to think that the practices of some Christians in particular areas are going to vary based on the cultural traditions that have been in that area. But that's very different than saying the death and resurrection of Christ was taken from mythos or from some other pagan tradition, right? That you have to show a causal
Mithras or Zoroaster or any number of the other.
But those aren't even deaths
virgin
and
birth,
in the same
12
way,
disciple God.
But they didn't even have 12 disciples. Like those are all just like this has been debunked in so many works.
Doesn't the Bible even create something?
It's not.
Go ahead.
It's like,
it's going to be based personally sometimes. Like someone might not find the evidence convincing, but there are so many works on this.
In the 3rd century, the precise date of Jesus' birth became the subject of great interest when early Christian writers suggesting various dates at around 8200, Clement of Alexandria wrote, "There are those who have determined not only the year of our Lord's birth, but also the day, and they that say that it took place in the 28th year of Augustus, and in the 25th day of the Egyptian month of Pacon, which is May 20th. Further, others say that he was born on the 24th or 25th of Pharmuthi, which is the 20th or 21st of April."
And NE Logger coming in with the Big Ten. Have you considered that the relatively recent model of Christian holidays was purposely hollowed out and stuffed full of commercial and pagan nonsense specifically to push out Christ?
Okay, I have a question for Law Dog real quick.
That's
how much money can I save? Law Dog, how much money can I save by switching to Geico?
And that's exactly what the church did by giving people bread. They've hidden the fact, and they've pushed Christ out of the church.
And Wrongful Rag coming in with the Big Ten. Finally, Wrongful Rage went to bed. What a troll. I know, he's such an asshole. Up here talking about jizz donuts and shit all over the place. And then Wrongful Rag coming in with another 10. What is that word?
Charlemagne.
Thank you. Charlemagne killed the last of the tree gods. Augustus saw to it that the Druids died upon their hill of sacrifices. Thank you, Wrongful Rag. And
I think it's also really telling that like the Christians needed to get rid of pagans, right? Like St. Patrick, the quote unquote chasing the snakes out of Ireland when it really meant pagans.
And I got 2 popping in backstage. Eric, can I get a voice confirmation from you?
Sure.
Are you going to show any penises on screen, titties, prawn, all sorts of weird shit at all?
No.
Then you're in the wrong spot.
Shut up, Flo. And Law Dog, I see you backstage, but the panel is officially now full. You'll have to wait until somebody drops, and once they do, I will bring you up. Okay.
I have somewhere to be, so I will more than happily drop because, to be honest, religion isn't really my strong suit anyway. So
Where you gotta be at this time of night?
Somewhere with crystals.
I bet so. I was like that.
All right, let me do one more. Law Dog, can you voice confirm for me, please?
Yep.
All right, and you're not going to show anything nasty, gross, or TOS violators on screen?
No, not unless you feed me a bunch of whiskey.
Well, have you had any whiskey this evening?
No, I have not.
All right, we're all fair then. Okay, floor's back open.
Well, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I just looked up this thing about the magic mushrooms and Christ or whatever. It's like, it says, in summary, while these are intriguing hypotheses about mushrooms and early Christian rituals, it remains a fringe theory without solid corroborated evidence. The mainstream view holds that the body of Christ in Christian theology refers to the bread of the Eucharist, symbolizing or becoming, depending on one's belief, the physical presence of Christ without any connection to mushrooms. And also, I got a $2 or €2 dono saying, ask panel, without looking it up, can you tell me how long Christians have been celebrating Pascha?
What's Pascha?
Yeah.
Nope.
Exactly.
Okay, so what's Pascha?
Good. Hey, nope. He gets the point. Congratulations, you won the thing that nobody knows about.
What is Pascha, by the way?
Refers to the Paschal Lamb, I believe, which is Easter. I don't know how long they've been celebrating it, though.
So do we celebrate Easter? That's your question? You're asking if we celebrate Easter?
Thank you.
Yeah, because
The
someone
earliest
mentioned...
I know that there is a homily from the 2nd century that mentions celebrating Easter, but I don't know if it goes before that.
I celebrate Easter.
All right. Well, so you guys want to know Christianity going back to ancient religions? Well, Christianity. Where did Jews come from? They came right out of Egypt, right? They birthed Christianity. They came out of Egypt. Where does Christianity come from? Comes from out of Egypt. What were the Egyptians?
Technically, there's no evidence that the Jews were in Egypt, but
There are a lot of similarities between Egyptian scripture and the Bible, though, right?
Well, look at what the Egyptians were worshiping. They were worshiping the scarab beetle, which is a fancy word for dung beetle. The cow, where we get the term holy cow and holy shit, because Jesus was born in a barn. And what else did they worship? The sun disk, the golden sun disk between the bull's horns, flanked by scarab beetles. The Egyptians were worshiping the golden disk, the golden mushroom. They were the origins of Christianity.
I think aren't there like mushrooms in ancient Christian art and stuff like that too?
The oldest artwork known to man is of mushrooms.
Can I
And
just
so it's the
ask,
second.
what's the point of the mushroom talk? Like, what are you trying to show?
Well, I'm trying to, I guess, kind of
that
just
ancient
reiterate-
religious sacraments had a lot of hallucinogenic substances in them. I think
Yeah,
that's
he just
his
wants to
point.
justify drug use.
But
this is
not about drugs,
basically
No, this is basically like people going back to like a very humanist thing where like all divine things, all transcendent things, like they reduce it down to, you know, a drug that someone took one time,
Okay, as many
or a
people in the-
sunrise that someone took one time, and this has all been thoroughly debunked. And like,
Okay,
I don't know
first of all,
why
it hasn't
people
been thoroughly
still in
debunked.
2025 are still bringing this up.
How
really?
does
Okay,
how
so-
has it been thoroughly debunked?
Yeah, how's it been thoroughly debunked?
Like I don't even agree with it. I think that it is bullshit, but it hasn't been thoroughly debunked.
It's been thoroughly debunked because
hear it.
anyone can say that something happened 14,000 years ago and not provide any evidence.
Okay,
Just
like
because
you're not
someone
you're not
drew a
providing any
mushroom on a
evidence for your
cave
debunking.
wall
You-
does not mean that people worship the mushrooms. Just
Okay,
because
I
people
thoroughly am
drew
debunking
pictures
your
of the sun.
debunking
Excuse me,
claim.
I'm talking.
I know you
Just
are. I'm
because
talking
people
over you,
drew
bitch.
pictures of the sun on a cave wall just means that people love the sun.
And just
Like,
because
who
somebody on a
doesn't?
panel said
We
it's been
still
debunked doesn't mean
lay
it
out
has.
in the
There are
sun
different
every
cultures
single
or-
day.
or-
Please
This
let
is-
one
this is like-
person
this
finish
is
before you
such-
start trying to push back. You will have your time.
You go ahead and debunk it, and then I'll debunk you.
While you're deciphering who's going to debunk what, wrongful rag coming in with the Big 10. All right, Furby, that bought you some points. Yes, Furby. I know you guys don't like Furby up here, but I have no issues with Furby. I have issues with some of her stances, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree, and then I can yell at her for that. It's good.
I mean,
All right.
the
Hey,
sun
guys.
has
And just to echo with that as well, Elderline donated $10.
Paige, are you making an exit?
Yeah, I am. I'm just going to make a quick exit. I'm going to play some Call of Duty and go to bed. It was lovely speaking with all y'all. Hope you have a great night and hope to engage in some pleasant discourse again with you soon.
Awesome. Thanks for coming up,
Take care,
Paige.
No
See, it
problem.
wasn't that bad, right?
No, it was great. I had a lot of fun. Thanks,
Good.
guys.
Enjoy your evening, Paige.
Bye.
So yeah, Elderline donated $10 and says, if they look into each day of the year, there's a holiday in some random religion, and just because Christian have holidays doesn't mean we copy copied whatever garbage was there before.
Fair point.
That doesn't
You're right.
say
It was
other
completely from
religions.
scratch. All
This
those
isn't
holidays
just
on the
some like
solstice.
theory out of nothing, right? This is we know that the entirety of the Roman Empire switched its religion and then switched its holidays. Like this is
Yeah,
not
but-
some kind of strange supposition. Yeah.
Look, we have to lie for God. That's what he would want.
And it's also not difficult to understand why a bunch of people who do not believe in the supernatural would try to find naturalistic explanations for a while this religious stuff popped up into existence thousands of years ago.
But
there was literally claims that the reason why Santa is red and white is to symbolize this fucking like magic mushroom, whatever the fuck. When it was literally
connections are
we
fairly
have the evidence that it was a Coca-Cola.
I get what he said. That
No, we have
character,
evidence that it's
that
Aryan
myth
shaman.
existed before Coca-Cola redefined it into its modern, like patented image, and it was a character in mythology before that. The man in the snow, Saint Nicholas, Odin, whatever you want to call that line of mythology.
Yeah, you can literally look up
we
Google.
can track the ad campaign from Coca-Cola.
Go ahead and Google Siberian
This is something that
Amanita
pre-existed
shaman.
that though. Like
There's literally shamans who still dress in Amanita attire in Siberia. You can look it up. Shamans in Siberia dressing like the Amanita muscaria mushroom.
Yeah, but just because someone wears red doesn't mean it automatically ties to what we have.
Right,
I
but
mean-
just because Coca-Cola makes a commercial doesn't mean that all of a sudden something isn't true, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
They
but
didn't-
there's two positions where it's a similar kind of like vibe, and more modern day. That's when we had TV. That's when we had all these campaigns.
Well, the reason why there's no
For you
coke
to-
is because coke is a drug and it's federal, blah blah blah. Other than that, it's not. There was no problem issue. What wasn't next one?
This is where I get stuck too, where it's like there are similarities. You can draw comparisons between what you're saying and other things, but I don't see the connection through any sort of literature passed on or any sort of argument or explanation
About
or
coke? Putting coke
the mushrooms.
Oh, mushrooms.
Okay. I could get into the literature, but it's not fun for you. Nobody wants to hear about it, right? There's this guy who was literally appointed by the Jordanian government who could read Akkadian. He was appointed to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls, these ancient texts that were recently found. Not recently, but this last 100
not so
years.
recently, yeah.
Yeah, and he deciphered the Dead Sea Scrolls, literally appointed by the government to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he did that. And you can look him up. His name is John Allegro, and you can see him piecing together the scrolls. And he wrote the book called Mushroom and the Sacred Cross. He deciphered the Dead Sea Scrolls and determined that it was all a sacred mushroom called.
Mushroom?
Yeah, but that's where I read off the summary.
Was he
No, a
on
lot-
mushrooms when he decided that it was
No, and in
based
fact, there
on
are many
mushrooms?
people who have never even tried mushrooms who know that this is true. When you
Everyone's
study
tried mushroom, any type of mushroom. If you eat mushrooms on pizza, you try mushrooms as psychedelic. Especially on a mushroom, there's different cultures that use mushrooms for different things. There's, coyotes, something similar to it?
Right, you can find
Yes, and
echoes
this
of this in all kinds of cultures. Like the Egyptians talked about blue lotus over and over. That was their chosen sacrament for their religion. That was probably a psychedelic.
Yeah, exactly. So there's several psychedelics, and this is why the Bible says there are many
Peyote
gods.
for Native Americans.
Many gods, but one true God. Exactly, because there are many gods throughout these different religions, meaning many different sacraments. Like the Aztecs would lick the DMT toad and stuff like that. But there's only one true God, and that's because mushrooms provide life to all life on the planet. Without mushroom mycelium, you can't have chlorophyll-using plants. You literally can't have life on the planet without mushrooms.
That's fine, but what's the connection to Christianity?
Well, the
Right?
Christianity is the body of Christ.
Okay, there's the body of Christ and there are mushrooms. How are you connecting them?
I guess if you're on mushrooms, you're going to believe you're
He's saying
eating
that's
someone.
the apostles were chawing down on some psychedelic bread
What's the
and
evidence
tripping
for it?
balls with Jesus, man.
That's what I'm wondering though. What's the evidence? For it?
I told you. Look at the guy who literally was piecing together.
I know who
and
you're
decided-
talking about now
Is
that
that
you
not
said his
evidence?
name. Yeah, he was not. His appointment at Manchester was not even renewed because so many people disagreed with him. He's kind of a hack.
exactly. Thank you for making my point. If you
No,
say
he's kind of a
anything
hack.
fringe, they immediately kick you out
No,
of the.
because they have
academic
the scroll that he worked with, and it didn't say what he said. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, if you're a heretic, you get kicked out of the church.
Exactly. He was kicked out for heresy.
No, you want me to trust his field, which he's in, and then you don't want me to trust anyone in the field except him. That's what you're saying.
I mean, Jesus was in the same situation, right?
Did
Jesus was an
do mushrooms?
archaeologist.
That's
What are
what we
you
should
talking
ask
about?
him.
But nobody believed him. That they all tried to send them to jail.
12 people
and put
believed
them on
him,
the
and many people
cross
died
and-
for him afterwards, and now a majority of the world believe him. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so I don't know if everyone's clear, but mushrooms, sacred psilocybin mushrooms, grow off of cow pies, particularly off of cow dung. Just so we're all clear, this is where we get the term "holy shit," "holy cow," because holy cows make holy shit. I'm not making this up, right? Where do these terms? Why do the Hindus worship
I
cows?
feel like that's
Where's
just a Bill
Andrew?
Hicks
Is
joke.
Andrew still alive? We need Andrew on this one. I'd love for Andrew to come
Like,
play.
this is crazy. Like, no offense, lawyer
Send the
dog.
bat
You
signal.
just said
Hold on. Send the bat. We're sending the bat signal now. If I say his name 3 times, he might appear. Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson. Please, by the grace of God, please. And the Trib one coming with the big 2. Thoroughly debunk. Win, Sarah. Thank you. Trib coming with another 2. Can you morally, objectively debunk Aquinas?
Was it?
And just to echo off that as well.
I know
real
who
quick,
the fuck that
Wrongful
is.
Rag. Wrongful Rag also came over to me and donated $50 as well. I didn't forget you,
Oh.
Irishman. Appreciate you, Wrongful Rag. Thank you for the support.
Yes, thank you, Wrongful Rag. Hitting all the channels with the Big 10. Correlation doesn't mean casualty or casuality.
Causality.
Oh my God. My brain is fried.
and just I'm
All
giving
this mushroom talk has me high on mushrooms, apparently. Okay.
Yeah, you're tripping.
Yeah.
It is.
I was all over the place. All right, back to you guys. And Speakeasy.
Yeah,
here.
if I could, I just got a quick question here for lawyer dog. What are you using to get that the term "holy shit" comes from? The shit being holy, as in Christianity.
Like, yeah, that's where you go. You go to the pasture, the cow pasture. You look for the holy cows that make the holy shit, and there you find the sun disk, the ancient Egyptian sun disk. It
So
uses-
you're using the ancient Egyptians' teachings to relate it to Christianity?
Oh, that is one of the things that I've learned.
Like, this is actually the holy shit term comes from the Aztecs. They looked at the divine shit as from an Aztec goddess. This is where the term "holy shit" comes from. It has nothing to do with Christianity. So I don't know where you made that up. And like what I heard people asking you that you're not making clear is you're saying some dude was able to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then he came to the conclusion that the mushrooms equaled the body of the Christ. Can you give us the method of how he came to that conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, it's well, he has a whole book on it called "The Mushroom and the Sacred Cross," and he goes over line
Yeah,
after
no, I
line.
get it. He wrote a book, dude. I'm asking you, what did the book say? You keep saying like
The
he
book
said
said
this.
that
What did he
Christianity was a
say?
mushroom
Like
cult.
what did he use to relate the body of Christ to the mushrooms?
And
I'm
E
sorry.
Logger comes in with the big 2. This dude's whole worldview is Spencer's gifts. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm
now I wanna-
sorry, but that is funny.
Now, what's funny is when you have people who are eating bread, thinking that that's the body of Christ. That's what's funny.
Yeah, because of Passover.
Yeah, that's not even what's happening. So you already got
That's
that
happening all over the
completely wrong.
churches. That's happening
That
all
is
over
happening,
the world.
but why is it funny?
Right.
Yeah, but okay.
it's
So
funny
let me
because
explain. The
people-
reason why it's bread is because of Passover, from the Jewish tradition.
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
I
So
thought it
in
was
Jewish
from
tradition,
the Last Supper. Like, I thought in Catholicism, I thought it was from the Last Supper.
Right.
yeah, and remember, like Jesus came from the Jewish tradition, so they have Passover where they bake the flatbread. Because the whole thing of like, if you waited for the bread to rise, you would have been wiped out by the Egyptians. But rather than waiting for the bread to rise, they just said, "Fuck it, we'll take the flatbread," and they hightailed it out of Egypt. That's why Jesus. That's why he used bread, because it's Passover. It's the same tradition, but he's anointing it into the new tradition, which
You're
is Christian
actually pointing
tradition.
out an interesting point. He's
Yeah,
talking
it's a
about the
gift
leavening.
from God and a sign of sharing. But like, I'm more interested in trying to understand how exactly you get the mushrooms equaling the body of Christ. Like you just said, oh, I think it's funnier that Christians eat bread and think it's the body of Christ. Like, at least we can go to the Bible and show you why we do this. Can you explain to us now
Which Bible?
where the mushrooms link? And if you're just going to say this dude wrote a book that said it, then it's. I guess I just don't have any more questions for you.
Well, hold on a second. Where in the Bible does it say to eat bread as the body of Christ? You said that's in the Bible?
Yeah,
I said we can go to the Bible to show you why we do this.
Yeah, I would love to
Are
see
you
that. Show me
listening
in
to
the
what I'm
Bible why
saying,
you
or-
eat bread and say it's the body of Christ. I would love to know why you eat bread and believe that because what happens in the Catholics say.
So you're gonna, instead of answering me of your claim, you're gonna ask me for something I didn't come up and say.
Okay, I'm sorry.
asking you.
I keep missing your question.
Just assume I don't believe any of it. Just please explain to us how the body of Christ equals mushrooms, please.
I can give the lowdown that you missed earlier. He basically said there's this mushroom.
Well, I've been listening. I've been listening. He hasn't given an answer.
He hasn't said. Now that he said Allegro, I know who this guy is, and I am familiar with some of his work. And it's basically he's arguing that the Jesus in the Gospels isn't a historical person, right? It's all allegory, and that we've misinterpreted the New Testament. The New Testament is coded language for mushrooms and hallucinogenic experiences. And so because some people have picked up on this afterwards and said, okay, well, there is a role for hallucinogenic drugs within religious worship. Now, for some reason, this gives his claim traction. And that's what I'm trying to understand too. I don't see how...
Yes, let me clarify. This is what brought me to it, okay? When I was studying law at the university, why I actually went to study law, then switched to anthropology in the back of life. Because when I was studying law, an anthropologist came in and said, I just got paid to go to Mexico and go to a Catholic church and eat mushrooms. And she explained how there's Catholic churches in Oaxaca Valley, Mexico, who give out magic mushrooms at the Catholic churches during sacrament. And I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. It's happening now in
Catholic
Oaxaca
Church
Valley.
isn't going to be happy about that one.
Yeah, there's churches that
never
hang
heard of-
rainbow flags, but they don't condone that in the Bible.
Yeah.
Can you please explain
this
to
is-
me where you're getting the link? Like this is like you're
kinda
making no sense right now.
Let me read these off real quick to the chatters. One more dono, and we'll press on for another hour. I'll keep going. Wrongful Rag coming in with the Big 10. So a whole ass book based on, trust me, bruh. He wrote it. It must be true, bro. Find a post hoe and fill her wrist. Oh, not Jesus, Wrongful Rag. The real Mr. Meatball comes in with a big 5. Lawyer dog convinced me. This line of thinking has way more evidence than evolution. Really impressed how you prove a clear point about morality, too. I'm sensing sarcasm. And Robert Schweitzer just coming with a big 5. I believe it's your first dono. First dono ever. Congratulations, Robert. Welcome to the addiction realm of sending super chats. But thank you so much. And Sweater coming in with the big 5. Matthew 26 to 30. I will pull that up now since you... Matthew
I have it here,
20.
Sarah, if you want me to read it off.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So Matthew 26 says, while they were eating, Jesus took bread, and when he had given thanks, he broke it and gave it to his disciples, saying, take and eat, this is my body. Mark 14:22 says, while they were eating, Jesus took bread, gave thanks and broke it and gave it to his disciples, saying, take it, this is my body. Luke 22:19 says, and he took the bread, gave thanks and broke it and gave it to them, saying, this is my body given for you. Do this in remembrance of me.
Okay.
1 Corinthians 11:23-24 says, for I received from the Lord what is also passed to you. The Lord Jesus, on the night he was betrayed, took bread, and when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, this is my body, which is for you. Do this in remembrance for me. No mention of magic mushrooms.
Okay, now what was the word for bread there? That was it.
I had to memorize that. Okay, I understand.
Go ahead. He's talking about a mistranslation. You used the word bread, which translated back to look at the original translations. Okay, and I can say artos or whatever was the original translation for bread. And what did that mean? Any type of bread-like substance. The manna from heaven was referred to as the bread of the angels, right? That appeared overnight out of nowhere on the ground and then disappeared if it wasn't eaten. Wasn't that referred to as the bread of the angels? So when Jesus compares his body to the bread, and he literally says, your forefathers ate from the bread, the manna in the desert, and died, the manna, which was referred to as the bread from the angels, bread of angels, but I give you my body. If you eat from this, you live forever. He literally compared his body to the manna, which was the bread of heaven, which was the mushrooms, the manna, which would appear overnight in morning dew and then get worms if it wasn't eaten after it was picked. So, of course, you're looking at mistranslations. He said bread. He was referring to the bread of the angels.
And what was the original language?
This has probably been translated a bunch of times, which is an excellent point. This has been translated so many times that he just specifically was talking about Wonder Bread. That's just inaccurate.
Wonder, see, that's your problem. You're looking at bread in the sense of Wonder Bread to begin with. Like you just have this, like, modern way of
No,
thinking.
they're wafers.
That's your problem.
Those wafers.
But
Oh, yeah,
like what I'm
oh.
saying is it's not like it's not perceived as bread to begin with.
And the word you're talking about, lihem, is also used just for solid food in general, right? That's the thing with that language, is they had words that did have different meanings. But my problem here is you take some modern person that has no passed down of the oral traditions and just interprets it his own way, and you take this as evidence why.
Allegro.
How dare you think for yourself?
Allegro specifically.
Yeah, that's not what I said. Good straw man flow.
That's what you meant, though.
Tries to
No,
tie
that's not what I meant. I know you're too stupid for debating, buddy. Just stay quiet for this, bud.
Well, I mean, if I may, Lawyer Dog, the whole thing, like I've read Allegro, and his whole premise is about, Jesus being an allegory. I mean, we know Jesus was a historical figure, and we have, tons of historical documents pointing to him. So if his whole premise is founded on Jesus being an allegory, I mean, doesn't that like completely, debunk his whole argument? Because Jesus wasn't an allegory. That, like, Jesus of Nazareth was a real person. We all know this. It's historical, even from non-biblical accounts. Like, we know these things.
Yeah,
So,
like
I don't understand like how it follows. Like it's like it collapses his whole argument.
So you do get that there are no contemporary historical accounts, right? Like just to be fair, completely honest, like there are no contemporary historical accounts of Jesus, right? You get that, right?
No, I don't get
they
that. We
say.
have
No.
accounts of Jesus from the first century. You can use that same reasoning to say there are no like contemporary accounts of Caesar, even though we have like documents supposedly written by Caesar.
The earliest Bible book of the New Testament was written was 70 AD, right? Biblical scholars
that's
pretty much
not
agree on
true.
that.
That's
It
not
is
true.
because
And
the
most
destruction of the
modern
temple is in it,
historians
and that's when the destruction of the
agree.
temple happened. That's how
I
we
think-
know
I
that
think
we
that
can
is
date
actually
it to
true.
it.
I think that
Like,
is
what
actually
are
true.
you citing for this? Like, where are
I'm
you getting
going
this
to cite the super chats. Wrongful Rag coming in with a big 10. Andrew Wilson. You're stuck, Sarah. Yep, that was the official dono that set us into 1 more hour. Congratulations. You are keeping me up till 3 a.m. I will be walking away here shortly to go get more coffee. The panel had better behave while I'm away. Wrongful Rag coming in again with another 10. If he says Hebrew, he looked at the wrong scrolls. Fair enough. Trib1 coming with a big 5. Can we be real? Cow dung mushroom deity is as valid as the Lord of Christianity, which is just as valid as 1 × 1 = 2, but it is kooky as fuck for real. LOL, I agree. It's very kooky. And Dustin S coming in with the big 2. Russian Santa wears blue and has a hot daughter. Is that true? Is that a thing?
What?
Russian Santa? What's the Russian Santa look like?
What's her daughter look like? His
Brings
daughter
hot
look
daughter
like?
when he sneaks into house.
Oh, cringe. NE Logger coming in with a big 5. You know what? Screw it. Every historical mention of shrooms was really about bread. Jimi Hendrix loved a mean rye. Timothy Leary was a PETA maniac. What the fuck? Fair enough. Thank you, guys. We'll keep going. You guys got an hour. Duke it the fuck out.
I think Animated Effigy. Sorry, is that your name? I don't see the names right now. I think he is right that we don't have any contemporary accounts written during Jesus' lifetime, but we do have stuff earlier than 70 AD. Nothing from the New Testament, but we do have Roman historians writing about Christ as early as Tacitus and Suetonius.
Which are not pre-70 AD.
56 to 120 CE was Tacitus, but I don't remember when he wrote. And then Suetonius was right around that era. But Tacitus would have been close to that.
The Book of Mark is, unless people argue about, I think there's a specific either epistle or letter from Paul that people like to argue is Book of Mark. The Book of Mark is usually the hard line for the earliest.
There's actually a creed from 1 Corinthians that's earlier as well. Like Gary Habermas does really good work on that. That predates, I believe, 70 AD just by a couple of years. But either way, the point is that's pretty close to the time of Christ.
The years after the supposed death.
Yeah, considering no printing press. No,
I mean, that's considered, like, by the Jews, that's considered in a full generation away, right? That's like the length of their prophecy length, right? Like,
I mean, I don't know about that, but I mean, I can remember.
You're kind of moving the goalposts here, guys.
I don't see if you're trying to claim that like some myth was able to rise up in that time. That was
70 years.
Yeah. No, it's just a convenient time to write a holy book to say that you're fulfilling prophecies from the previous generation.
But you don't take into account
the Bible was written like collected. Do you think the Bible existed like after Jesus died?
We're literally talking about that right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It is fairly
the Bible is
convenient.
collected from writings.
Yes, and all the Gospels come from the Book of Mark, which is considered the earliest written Gospel.
That is not true.
Yes, biblical scholars consider all the other Gospels to come from a primary source of Mark.
Oh,
I've read plenty, my man. You need to read
such,
yours.
Like a common mistake.
I do think that it's very hard to write a text that early without a printing press, and with, you have to write on animal skins, and it takes a while. So I do think that the verbal traditions.
It's hard to write a text like that if you're not a scholar.
The verbal traditions are very, very strong. I don't think we can discredit that.
You just have to prove it. Just show proof.
I didn't hear what someone said.
Oh, you just have to prove it.
Prove what?
Prove the skins. If someone did print it in the skins or anything, it would have to be somewhere. If not, then it's gone.
Yeah, that's what we have. We have many manuscripts.
Scripts?
Yeah, manuscripts written on animal skin.
So for the person who said that there's no cow shit deity, look at Hinduism. It's literally based on the worship of cows, and not only that, but they also blue cows, because psilocybin mushrooms, when they bruise blue as a signature of psilocybin. So holy cow. It's in Hinduism. It's actually.
I feel like I've heard all these arguments when I was in my 20s, constantly eating mushrooms.
What does that have to do with Christianity?
Yeah, like bringing up a different religion does not prove the point. In terms of the word, you said it was a mistranslation, but I've put the link in the thing. Arthos is ancient Greek for bread.
What I'm saying
is it's not a mistranslation.
And there's no link to the word mushroom.
It is a mistranslation. Okay, look at what it called the manna in the desert. Did it call that bread too? And then look at how it's described. Is that described like you would describe bread?
But then why didn't it say it was bread from heaven?
Exactly. You think it was
You
loaves
can't
of bread
argue
that
it's
came
not
down?
literally Greek.
No, what I'm saying is, why didn't Jesus refer to it as the bread from heaven?
Well,
He
because
just calls it arthos,
right,
which is the ancient Greek word for bread.
He compares it to himself, his bread, to the manna, doesn't he? He literally says, your forefathers ate from the manna in the desert and died, but he who eats from my body will live forever, comparing his bread to the manna in the desert's bread.
What verse is that?
Last Supper, he says, your forefathers ate from the manna in the desert and died, but he who eats from my body will live forever. You can Google that line, it'll pop right up, And I'm saying that because he literally compared himself to the manna in the desert. And why did he do that? Look at the description of the manna in the desert. It literally describes mushrooms. I mean, it grows up overnight on hoarfrost, or what appeared to be frost, which is mushroom mycelium. It grows up overnight, just like a mushroom does, out of nowhere. And then if it's not picked that day, it can disappear, just like the manna in the desert. And if it's not
Admit it, Teriak. Admit it, you're in a drug cult. Drug cultist.
I mean, I know he's rebellious against it because, and this is why I mentioned John 6:66. Because you're right, it was John 6:65 who says you have to eat from his body.
Do you like mushrooms?
It's John 6:55.
Yeah, and then in
Poison?
666, it says many disciples left him because they couldn't accept this teaching.
Okay. What teaching? That his
This
body was
teaching that-
mushrooms?
Exactly. Right after he told them to eat from his body, he said
They
at
couldn't
this
handle
point,
their shit.
Do you think they
Literally.
would have said, "Oh, this is so hard to take mushrooms," or do you think it would have been, "How can we accept the teaching that we have to eat your flesh"?
well, and he said,
Which is
many-
harder, to eat flesh or to eat a mushroom?
Well, ask some of these people on the panel here.
If
You'll find out
somebody
that
you
eating
thought
flesh
was
is easier.
God came up to you and said, "Hey, eat a mushroom and you'll be saved," it'd be a pretty easy thing to do, right?
Not for
Unless you have a
Terry.
bad trip.
If then he was like, your other
Especially in
option is
first
to let
century
me put my
Judaism.
flesh in your mouth.
Yeah, especially in first century.
Or maybe he was saying the
Judaism.
food that grows from the earth won't keep you alive forever, but I will keep you alive in the afterlife with eternal life.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
if
know,
you
that-
actually like look at the
That makes
interpretations that come from these,
That is such
the
a
people that
wishy-washy
have
nonsense.
actually
That's
passed
what the-
this down. Like you just making up shit on the spot here.
No,
It
you're
just-
the one who's literally
Kind of
making
like
shit
all
up.
religion.
ridiculous.
It's making sense
Thank
to me.
you,
I
Ghost.
mean, it's 101. You know?
Like you're saying he's referring to himself to the manna in the desert. The manna in the desert just refers to food. You understand that, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. do
Yes,
food.
it does.
It wasn't a fruit. How did the manna in the desert come about? Did they find it on a tree? No, it
The
appeared
whole
overnight.
point of John 6:49 is he's emphasizing that the earthly provisions are perishable, right? Like this isn't the same thing as eternal life. That's what's going on.
I just wanted to address Ghosty mentioned earlier that some people she's known, the mushrooms don't affect them that way. And I want to mention that the Bible actually talks about it. Jesus says that you can eat from his body and not even realize it. And it says that those who eat from my body and don't realize what they're doing can reap judgment upon themselves. So how can somebody eat the body of Christ and not even realize it? Well, that's how.
Okay.
Yeah, just quick
And-
shout out
and
from
I-
CT Den for the $5 says he sounds like a Gematrian. He's sticking to his mushrooms just as Gematrians stick to their numbers and make connections any way they see possible. It's kind of like a confirmation bias, essentially what we're seeing here. But to that
But
direct
don't you have
quote,
I mean, you just described all religion.
yeah,
And
so
he
John
described himself.
6, John 6, 48, 51 says, I'm the bread of life. Your ancestors ate manna in the wilderness, yet they died. But here is the bread that comes down from heaven, which anyone may eat and not die. I am the living bread that came down from heaven. Whoever eats this bread will live forever. This bread is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. So you eat magic mushrooms and you'll never go hungry.
What scripture did you just quote earlier about that they can eat from the body of Christ without knowing?
I'm gonna pull that up.
Hey, lawyer doc, if I trim some of your beer and I smoke it, would I get high?
Probably.
Probably.
That smirk. He was like, oh yeah, you would, brother.
So it's a one.
So Tommy Woosaw comes in with their membership. Dude isn't even a lawyer, but came up with his name that tells us everything we need to know. LOL. Oh, are you not a lawyer?
I thought I made that clear, and let me explain real quick. I am a law student. I just finished my BA in law major, did my LSAT, applied for law school. My lawyer dog name is never meant to be, although I realize now after I made it that it was. It's actually based off of the Demesme versus Louisiana case where the guy told the cops, hey, maybe I need a lawyer, dog. And then his statements were held admissible in court because he didn't unequivocally invoke his right to an attorney. So if you tell your cops, hey, I need a lawyer, dog, that is not an unequivocal statement for a lawyer, right? And so what I want to do is make a law firm called Lawyer Dog so that if somebody says, hey, I need a lawyer, dog, well, now their statements can't be held against them because it is an unequivocal statement for a lawyer. But it's just case
fair.
law. It's just a joke on case law.
No, that's fair. I understand the play on words there. Just Gerald coming with the big 5. I heard wearing animal skins. What the fuck? You guys are talking about wearing animal skins now? What did I miss?
You missed the people skin part.
Oh my god. Someone needs some skins. What do you need? Beaver, moose, marmot? Tell Gerald what you want. Fair price.
I need a marmot coat.
Wrongful Rag coming with a big 10. I remain unconvinced. Good day, sir. I said, good day. The walls are melting. The spores got me. All I see is post hose and Riz donuts. You and your Riz donuts. We're never going to drop that one. Christina coming in with a big 7. Lawyer Dog, what color crystal do you want? And Christina, I'm going to ask, does this mean, you please answer me in the chat, does this mean you want him to head backstage? Because we've been calling the backstage the crystals all night. So if you could clarify that, I can send him backstage for, I'm guessing that's 5 minutes based on the picture color. Just let me know. Otherwise, we will continue. What the fuck have you guys been talking about?
No, nobody mentioned that.
You were talking about writing on animal skins.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. That's fair. I'll just wait for Christina's clarification. Otherwise, you guys can continue.
Lawyer Dog mentioned 1 Corinthians 11:29, right?
That's what I was actually thinking he's talking about, and he's just not only quoted it wrong, but interpreting it completely
How did I quote it
wrong.
wrong? Please quote it for us.
Yeah, so it's eating or drinking the bread and cup without discerning the body is eating and drinking judgment on oneself. That didn't say nothing about you can drink the body of Christ without knowing.
Well, hold on a
That's
second.
not what that means.
When he's talking about drinking from the cup, he's talking about drinking from the blood of Christ, right? Just put that in perspective and read that one more time within our perspective that you're talking about the Last Supper. What was that again?
They're talking about the Last Supper, right? And what does it mean to discern the body?
Well, to me.
Yeah, what does it
means
mean? What does it mean?
Maybe I misunderstood. To me, it means to discern what it is, to discern it.
Yeah, to properly regard what the bread and the cup represent. Right.
Exactly. So how can you eat it without knowing without discerning it?
Oh my Lord.
You can, right? How can you eat from the body of Christ and not discern it unless it's a mystery?
Where do you eat the body of Christ?
Sorry, can you just explain what you're trying to say? I don't get what you're asking.
Where does this tradition happen?
I mean, if you're trying to refer to Catholics eating bread, maybe I'm not sure what you mean. What are we talking? I'm sorry, I'm missing the question. I'm not understanding. Can anyone understand what he's trying to?
Say it again. Say it again. Easy. Easy. Say it again for me, and then I can try to translate what you're saying. I was not paying
The
attention.
tradition of eating the body of Christ and drinking the blood of Christ. Where does this happen?
In church.
Right. So you think that people are going to church and they don't know what is happening during this tradition? Is that what you think?
Okay.
It's actually
Is that what you mean?
It's ceremonious too. There's a whole, at least I'm Catholic, so in Catholicism, like there's a whole concept behind it, and you should be going to confession first and all of these other things before you can accept the body of Christ in that moment during the year.
It's not a mushroom you can find in the forest and eat by accident. Like this does there's no relation to mushrooms, dude. Just give that up.
Oh, so you're saying because the Catholic churches aren't eating the mushroom, then therefore historically Christianity was never based on mushrooms? Is that the point that you're trying to make?
No, I didn't even say any of the words that you just said.
Can somebody interpret his point for me then? Because that's exactly what I heard.
I think he's saying there is no word mushroom in this text. So to read the body as mushroom is quite the stretch.
Okay, then I'm glad we can bring it back here, because this goes back to the Garden of Eden, the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, and the fruit of life. The tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. Okay, there doesn't tell you what kind of fruit those are, and maybe it doesn't even say fruit. It says the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of knowledge, what you got what I'm saying. The two trees. This was the serpent. This is why Moses held the serpent on the cross. This is why we have the serpent on our medical symbol on the pole. Jesus on the pole was the serpent on the pole. Jesus was the serpent. Jesus was the serpent in the garden, and the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of life is the blood and body of Christ.
This is crazy. The Jesus is not
So-
Jesus as the serpent in the garden means
So,
Jesus.
as an easier way, a much more cogent way to explain all this shit would simply to be to say that Christianity came about in an area, particularly Greece, where the Greeks had a shitload of religious rites that had a shitload of drugs involved with them. So Christianity came up in that. Early Christianity had all kinds of different sects who did all kinds of different things, and a few of them could have done the things that their Greek neighbors were doing. Like, I don't find that too far from the realm of possibility. We know that the Council of Nicaea partially was to make sure that everybody stopped doing all kinds of random shit in the church, and they homogenized it, right? So I mean, it's not too far. I mean, be super devil's advocate here, but it's not too far of a stretch to say, like, right there where a whole bunch of other religions around you are fucking doing the same thing, that some Christians, early Christians, may have been like, yeah, we'll do that
I see
too.
what you're saying. It's just like, I mean,
So wait, even saying that though, wait, real quick, even saying that, effigy, you would be saying that Christianity didn't come from the mushrooms itself.
Well, even the Greek.
I mean, that's a
cults-
whole different claim, right?
But that's his claim.
I didn't hear that in his claim. I mean, the Greeks were actually using the ambrosia, the secrets that they were using. You can look at their statues. They were using the sacred mushroom and their secret.
You're not
cults.
claiming Christianity came from mushrooms?
Look, let me just say this. If we take what Effigy just said, that's fine. Like, I have no problem that Christianity probably adopted some of the cultural ways of existing, even though it did start in Palestine, just to be clear. But okay, so we expand into the Greek world. You adopt some of this. Maybe you adopt some drug use. I find it very hard to believe that you wouldn't find a single document saying anything about mushrooms.
Well, this is why we had the witch hunts, for example. And in fact, this is why the Freemasons, the Knights Templar, were literally driven into being the cult that they are.
Hang on, lawyer dog, before you go back down.
Oh
that
my
rabbit hole.
God.
But you could admit though that we have examples of older religions that do have a dualistic nature, right? That there are what they would say are like elevated understandings of their religious teachings, to where it does have a double meaning, where it can have one meaning for the lay
Christianity has
people and
double
one
meaning as well. Yeah, I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is there is no
and we
reason to
don't
believe
know
it.
how to read these in their religious their original text to get all of that kind of context. So maybe there was some kind of like
biblical
double
works
entendre to it.
The biblical works we do. for
Well,
sure.
not me and you personally, right?
I mean, I've studied it. This is what my master's is in as well. So I've
Oh,
studied
sweet.
it for quite a while, and I've done 10 years getting my PhD in philosophy and done Platonism and Manichaeanism and all that. So I'm just not seeing the connection you're making. I'm familiar with Allegro, but you're even going further than he would go. That's what's
Right.
surprising to me.
Back to you, lawyer dog. That's all the help I'm giving you.
Before we go any further, Tommy Woosaw coming with the big two. To hell with legal ethics. Am I right? And Robert Schweitzer coming in with the big 5. Okay, Mushroom McKenna. 2 words for you.
Ecumenical.
Thank you.
I love this guy.
Councils, it doesn't matter if this even was true, which it's not. It is not accepted church doctrine.
It's.
Go ahead. Yeah, if you have a thought.
I mean, of course, it's not accepted church doctrine. The church is the synagogue of Satan. Jesus wasn't accepting church doctrine either.
All right, you just Disneyland over here.
The real Mr. Meatball coming in with I love that name. Coming in with the big 20. Lawyer dog, hope you become a lawyer. Was going to come at you more about your view, but honestly, all of your Christianity is just as ridiculous. No actual evidence of any supernatural events, and requires all Judaism to be true. And then a big shout out to Amy. See you later for your new membership. Thanks for joining. All right, back to you guys.
Also, I just want to point out the word artos, which is the ancient Greek word used for bread, has never, in all of ancient Greek literature, never referred to magic mushrooms.
I mean, do you know what magic mushrooms were referred to then in that time, like you're saying?
I can look that up, but it's not the word that they use
I
in the
would love
Bible.
to know if there's
They have a
record of
word
what
for
they were calling it.
mushrooms. I'm just surprised. It's like mukase, right? Why not use that Greek word instead of artos?
I mean, I think I've drilled my point in enough. I don't want to keep hammering on the same nail, you know. I think
Oh,
you
you're
guys.
hammering on the same mushroom, or at least chewing on the same mushroom. Wrongful rag coming with the Big Ten. Jesus rejected synagogue doctrine. He came to make the church. So just no.
Exactly what I was kind of saying.
Wow, quiet. I've never had this. Normally, you guys are. I can't get you to shut up. Is everybody okay?
But
Temperature
are
check.
mushrooms objective?
Flow state is taking a shit.
I was waiting for him to tell us the word for mushroom.
I was waiting to see whose ridiculous story won the ridiculous story debate. Is it mushrooms? Is it the body?
Yeah, it's either way. It's all kind of ridiculous. But...
Oh, Ghosty, you're the last person to say it's ridiculous. You know it's true. Eat 5 grams and tell me you're not being possessed by Christ.
I don't know
5
whether
grams,
the
man.
mushroom thing is true or not. I could see it being true.
Terrence
Like,
McKenna called that a heroic dose.
I don't know, but I just think all the religious jargon is ridiculous, in my opinion.
Well, look, if you take 5 grams of
Amen.
mushrooms, you will have a religious experience. I guarantee it.
Spiritual one at that.
Yeah, no, that's why I had a hard time like calling myself an atheist for a while, because I did feel I just had this like belief that there was something like bigger or some kind of spiritual thing, and I couldn't confirm that there is a God or not, and it was never a Christian or any like pre-religious God. But
You should talk to Teriak. He just came out as an atheist.
What happened to
Agnostic,
that?
but even still, I would point to the universal mind.
You're like a religious switch.
Because even when you're saying there, Ghosty, it's like you felt as though there was some sort of universal mind or something out there.
Yeah, what changed your mind?
But you just kind of like say, oh no, it's better just not to believe because it's easier.
No, I just don't have a confirmed belief. Like I'm not sure. I still think there could be. I don't know.
And what do you mean by universal mind?
That's
So I'll just say, if you claim to be agnostic and you don't know, by your own admission, that means you don't believe. So you are an atheist.
No, what I'm saying is that there's no evidence to prove that God doesn't exist.
Sure, but there's no evidence to prove he does. And the default position for unproven claims
Well, no,
is
there is evidence because
disbelief.
it's a universal mind.
negative.
So you know what the Gnostics are, right? They're not believers.
Here
They're
we
not
go.
agnostics. Right, he knows, because he knows that I'm a Gnostic. I'm not a believer in this Harry Potter story, and I'm not a non-believer or whatever you called it. I'm a Gnostic. I know because I took it and I experienced it myself, and I saw it, what it really
Straight
is.
to hell.
Give us an example of what you believe. Like, what exactly?
I think he's been giving us examples for an hour.
I'll give you an example, because he said people can't prove God's not real, right? Right, I'll show you. I proved to myself God was real when I took the mushrooms and I saw the sun. And
You
I saw the
proved
moon.
God's not real when you were on mushrooms?
No, I proved
So
God
you
was
altered your mind with drugs, and that proved to you it was real.
Yes, because I saw.
Dude, I've like been tripping my balls off too, but I never thought like
amazing.
it was God talking to me.
If I alter my mind with drugs and I see unicorns, does that mean unicorns are real?
You're seeing
Or?
things that aren't there, though.
not.
None of you Christians have any room to talk right now, by the way.
That's right. That's
Wait,
right. That's
why?
what he thinks.
That's why they won't make a
Why?
solid position.
Why doesn't any Christian have room to talk?
Because you don't have any like evidence either. It's all just a belief. It's a personal belief.
Yeah,
you can get somewhere with philosophical
but
reasoning,
then
right?
when evidence is presented to you, you go, "Oh, that's not evidence," because you're just like you just can't
evidence?
comprehend what's being presented to you.
Yeah,
Try it.
Please. Present evidence for the Bible.
Okay, so for example, because
Well,
you don't empirical evidence, all this stuff, Ghosty, can you prove that your mind exists?
Yes.
Oh my god. What do you mean by my mind? Like consciousness?
Your mind.
Yes.
Do you think you have a mind, or do you think no, that I don't believe that we have minds?
Yeah,
You have a mind.
Yeah.
She has a functioning brain. That's all you need to prove that you have a mind.
Yeah.
Show me a mind without a functioning brain.
Okay,
and
so a mind is synonymous with brain. Is that what you're saying?
it's an emergent property of a brain. Yes.
It's from having an
That was
active
literally
brain.
the same thing.
But can you prove it?
Well, hold on. By mind, you mean consciousness?
Yeah, how do you know you're not just a
all-
brain in
all
a vat
minds I
being
have
altered
ever
by
seen
mushrooms that this guy over here
are
injected
brains.
into you?
Oh, I think he's getting at that things exist, but you can't prove them, and that God exists even if it can't be proven. And what I'm
No.
saying is, if you can't prove that a creator exists, you're just not smart enough to see the intelligent design. You have to be intelligent enough to see it. I'm not saying that people here aren't. I'm just saying that under certain circumstances, when our psyches through psychedelics are expanded to where we have higher perceptions, and we can raise our level of intelligence temporarily, we can see the depth of the intelligent design. You can
I've
look
done
at a flower.
psychedelics, but yours are expanded too far.
Let me interrupt. People are donating. Tommy Woosaw coming with Big Five. Lawyer Dog's arguments lose all legitimacy due to his lack of integrity. For all I know, he is just a troll. Are you a troll, Lawyer Dog?
To the Christians, apparently.
Well, I think they want to ensure
Oh,
that
no,
you're... There are people that just go on panels and say off the wall
No,
kind
I
of shit.
actually, thank you. I authored a book called The Origins of Religion as reference to sacred mushrooms by Nicholas Fela. That's me. I made a whole documentary on this. I live by this. I swear by this. I have for over 20 years. But, you know.
Will you send me the book?
This isn't like a super far out there or super uncommon belief either. Like lots of people believe that human consciousness came from eating like mushrooms in the first place or some shit. I don't know. There's
Stone Ape theory. Yeah.
Okay, Joe Rogan.
No, that's true. Oh, no.
No,
I mean, it's a
Stone Ape theory is a real theory that people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's taught in the universities.
For the
It's a
emergentist, whoever said
with no
they were an
base.
emergentist, are you a physicalist or are you like a substance dualist?
You talking to me? Sorry.
Someone, whoever said emergentism, like the mind emerges from the neuron firing of the brain. I don't know who said it.
Wait, that was probably me. Wait, what are you asking?
Oh, I'm just wondering, you're not a physicalist?
What do you mean by physicalist?
Like
It's a term I have not heard.
You mean
the
realist?
physical
Someone
world
who's
is all
real?
that exists?
Oh, materialist?
Yeah, physicalist, materialist. I suppose they're interchangeable. I have to think about that more.
So facts. You're talking about facts.
No, I'm talking about the physical world, the tangible world, like the brain versus the mind that they were talking about. It was just surprising because I thought they would have just denied the existence of the mind or said the brain is the mind rather than it emerges from the brain.
If in order to believe that like the mind exists because you have a brain and it's from neurons firing and that makes you a materialist, then I guess so.
Well, I'm just
Does
wondering.
that make you a materialist?
No,
not
I'm just
sure.
wondering: are the neurons firing your mind? Is that what you're considering the mind, or is there something
That's
that
what
emerges?
causes it.
And then is the mind an emergent property of that can exert like causal influence on the material systems from which they arise?
Yes. Say yes. Say yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
I don't know. I think the neurons would probably be the causation, right?
The cause of an immaterial mind, or just the causation in period?
I don't know the difference. Sorry.
Well, one, you would have an immaterial entity that's separate, a separate thing from the brain, even though it's connected and
Like
cannot
a soul, kind of?
No. It doesn't have to be a soul. It doesn't even have to be disconnected from the brain. But one thing is immaterial, right? So a mind is something different than the brain because the mind can cause or can exert a causal influence distinct from.
It's a concept to describe our experience, right? Like, I don't think any of us believe that the mind is separate from the brain. If I take a blunt object and hit you in the head in the right place, I can affect your mind pretty directly.
Well, wouldn't that be like synapses between the neurons and stuff?
Sure, but if I knock out your memory, you're no longer you, right?
Then nothing can connect anymore. So,
But what I'm wondering is, when you say mind, it seemed like you guys said you have no problem with the mind existing, and I'm questioning that because if you really think it's an emergent property, then you are saying that immaterial things can exist. Even if
I don't think so. I think by describing it as an emergent property, you're specifically describing that so that you don't have to say that the mind exists separately. By emergent property, you're saying all of these complex little things that are happening in this ball of meat together create something greater than their parts. Doesn't mean it creates something separate than their parts, but together they are more than their whole, right? And,
So
and
you're
we
just
call it
saying
the
it's
mind.
just
The
the
interaction of those
behavior.
is our mind.
It's just the behavior of the system.
But then I also agree with what you said earlier, that our mind can cause things to happen. I can think that I want to move my arm and then move my arm, even though I can do that without thinking about it too, you know?
Yeah, so okay, that clarifies things for me at least then. So you're not taking it as like an immaterial entity that arises from the
No.
brain. You're just saying
That's one of
it's
my
the
things that I hit
complex
back on
state.
Teriak about many times, is that you can't show me an example of a mind existing without a brain.
What about like from philosophical reasoning? Do you accept those sorts of arguments?
Which sort, that minds can exist without a brain?
That the first thing, like, is it Tariq? Sorry, I don't know. Your names aren't up right now.
Teriak.
Teriak. He was saying that the mind is like the first sort of thing, the first cause, if you will.
Oh, no.
And so you think like the first cause would have to be physical?
Yeah.
But like physical things go through change, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what would be the cause of the first things change?
Anything.
Yeah. I mean,
What was that?
There could be any number of things.
Something that precedes it in
Sure.
motion or time?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, then you have an infinite regress, which I don't see how you could say like the world is that time is infinite.
Are you saying
Or
there's like
that-
a spiritual influence on?
No,
on our
I'm saying that
bodies?
Teriak's understanding of a first cause as an immaterial entity. It could be an argument for an immaterial entity that exists absent a physical system, and that's what Effigy was asking for.
That seems like logically dubious to me. That seems like contradictory. Every time someone's like, this thing is outside of reality, this thing is timeless, like our complete understanding of logic and reality tells me that something cannot be timeless, because without time there is no energy, there is no matter.
Well,
If we-
yeah, that's why I'm saying it has to be timeless. So matter, something that's
No, it
immaterial.
can't be. That's the logic
something
about
that's-
it.
Something that is
Things
immaterial
can't
could
be
a-
timeless, because then they can't be things, because energy needs time to exist.
But an immaterial thing it doesn't take up space, it doesn't take up energy. It doesn't
Once
take up,
again, oxymoron. How can something be an immaterial thing? Things aren't immaterial.
Yeah, like
right?
what's an example?
you're using
of an
thing.
immaterial-
You're using thing as like the very specific notion of like res. Like the
We're
Latin
talking about the
term res.
physical reality that we live in. Like,
We're talking
yeah.
about the first cause. You asked for
Yeah,
if there was. You asked if there was any sort of argument I could give for an immaterial entity, and I'm
I mean-
saying the thing that began all things. It seems to me it would have to be immaterial. Otherwise, you'd be left with an infinite.
What if we just found out that our entire universe is simply inside of a black hole, and that our universe is born from the creation of a black hole, and it's
Then
that
that's begging the
mundane?
question.
No,
What
what if
created
that's
the
just
black
a
hole?
reality?
I mean, what if? I don't
We
know.
know what creates
Like,
black holes. Collapsing stars.
Okay, then what created the
Yes.
star? Right. So then you keep going backwards.
In a
right?
previous universe, yes. Maybe the universe is the multiverse, the omniverse is just
Can I point
infinite.
something out real quick, you guys? Because you guys could have the debate forever, but what comes down to is that there are mysteries that we do not know, including time. The whole concept of a beginning of time is illogical. Therefore, the whole concept of time is illogical.
No,
we can't
because
understand.
matter
I seriously thought he was going to say it all boils down to mushrooms. Let me read
That's what I
these
meant.
real quick, gentlemen. Wrongful Rag coming in with the Big Ten. Mine did with the story of Post Ho with the Riz Donut. Wrongful Rag coming in again with another 10. So you're fighting the Demiurge. The blood gods are summoning you to the crystal. Get in the crystal. Do you want to send him to the back, Wrongful Rage? I don't think that's what you're saying. I think you're just kind of being funny. But real Mr. Meatball, again, coming with the big 5. What do you define as mind? Have to define what you're asking someone to prove.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Go for it.
In terms of it's metaphysical, as in it doesn't exist in the physical realm. This is the whole concept of like the universal mind that was given during the debate.
How can a mind exist outside of the physical realm?
Well, let me tell
Because
you.
you can't.
It's like saying it's exactly this. You are considered two two people or two beings. You, yourself, and then you as the soul. So it's kind of like how you see
That's
it.
not
view
quite
it.
the same.
Okay, they keep mixing these words up. By mind, I think they mean consciousness. And if we can use the word consciousness
Yeah,
instead of mind,
in that realm, yeah,
we would understand each other better.
But we need our bodies for consciousness, right? We can't be conscious unless you believe in like an afterlife or something.
Right, now he's asking,
No,
is your
that's
consciousness in
Yeah.
your body?
Body-wise, yeah.
So we like what I think Alex's name was pointing out, or Andy was pointing out, was that it's like, even if we take this onto the large level of, okay, how did the universe start? So, oh, the Big Bang. But then what caused the Big Bang? This is infinite regress. You eventually have to point to something that's immaterial to explain what caused the material.
We don't know that. We
Okay,
don't know that.
but you
That's
can't.
a logical leap right there. That's a God of the gaps. That's a You could just say I don't know and be okay
it just
with it.
spontaneous. It just spontaneously exploded from nothing.
No, you can say I don't know and be fine with it.
Outside of space and time, basically.
We have theories that we're trying to prove, and you have to piece evidence together, and that might not happen in your lifetime. At some point, you have to be okay with saying I don't know something instead of trying to fill it in because you don't want to have a hole in
I
your
just try to
understanding.
lay out the argument for why it would have to be immaterial, just really briefly, right? Because if we're saying a first cause, the typical argument is like a first cause by definition is uncaused, exists necessarily, and it's not contingent upon anything else that came before it for its existence, right? So if it were material, what we're saying is it would be composed of parts, and those parts exist within space and time because physical parts have to take up space, and if they're in space, they take up time, right? Space-time. And then they're subject to the physical processes of causal chains, and then that would lead to an infinite regress. So it's just a philosophical argument. It's not saying Jesus is real. It's not saying anything like that. It's just saying there is some immaterial entity that must precede the existence of these physical chains of causes.
Or it could
I mean,
just
isn't
be
that
outside of
materialism
our
to its core?
comprehension.
I still just do not get that huge assumption.
I think it could be just outside of our comprehension. Like we can comprehend infinite time or like how far back or whatever, like whatever it was. So yeah, it's just kind of we don't know.
Have you guys tried doing that? Like imagining?
Yeah. So let's explain the whole kind of like when a man loves a woman and she gets pregnant, they have sex, she gets pregnant. You don't have a mind, but you're still growing.
Okay, so
my
you're not
belly
conscious.
doesn't have a mind, but it's still growing. Wait, what?
Yeah, but what's causing that growth?
Are you talking about
My
like the
body?
sperm after it's met the egg, or what?
Yeah. So it's like you have something that doesn't have a brain,
It doesn't
but it clearly has a
necessarily
mind.
have.
Wait, how does it clearly have a mind?
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
think
clearly have
it's
a mind.
more.
Let's talk about functions within a cell. They
It was
move
like
together as a
22 weeks
team.
when your brain
That's
kicked
what
on
they
in
do.
that kind
So,
of way.
Sorry.
So hang on a second. So it's only your mind is formed once the brain is formed.
Well, hold on. Once the brain is like maybe
Yeah,
activated.
that's what we've been saying.
See, when a baby comes, I delivered my babies at home. When a baby comes out, they literally are not alive until the room temperature warms them up, and then they kick in and become
That's
alive.
not what he's
I'm-
saying. He's saying he's using an Aristotelian notion. Aristotle defines the soul as the first actuality of a natural body that has life potentially within it. And so the form, he's talking about forms. So the form of a thing, what tells the cells to develop in the way that they do? What tells that thing to
mother.
develop as a human, right? So
Are we
what
still
tells
trying to
the
prove
proteins
Christianity? Is that where this is
unfold?
going?
No, we're
I
just,
think the
we're just
problem
trying
with
to.
language. You're saying you're trying
They are
to. You're trying to
They are
You're trying
in like way in the deep realms of thought process now.
That's
It's kind
what
of beautiful, but I'm not smart enough for this
We're just
conversation.
arguing
I'm
we're just
enjoying
arguing
listening.
that it's possible that an immaterial entity could exist.
So I call that like, I don't know, I would describe it as like a life force, but I don't know if I would say it has like a mind. It's just some part of nature, but I don't have a word to describe it as
Sure, I
than
think-
like a life force. That's like what evolution
Call it
is.
soul.
This has been a crazy night. Apparently, Ghosty is a believer and Teriak's an atheist. This has been a crazy night.
Life
And
force,
Jesus was getting stoned on mushrooms. Apparently.
Right.
life force, I think, is a
Oh,
fine way to
Jesus'
to
body
say it.
was the mushrooms, Teriak. Get it right.
It's either mushrooms or bread. Either way, it's at least edible.
So,
Oh man.
yeah,
See, that
I think the
ergot
argument.
theory.
Here's what we're gonna do. We've got about 20 more minutes left. I do believe the conversation is finding its dying points anyways. So, kind of prattle on in your own little way, and then here in about 15 minutes, we'll start shutting down. We'll start with our kind of end of the panel thoughts and all of those fun things. But this has been a very enlightening conversation. I'm learning about mushrooms. And
Oh, you checked out like 2 hours ago.
My entire religion is, well, I have been like mitigating other things, but it got deep. Where's that? I need all of your clips, Flo.
I know. I just went to go
So
reach
deep.
for it and it was gone.
Anyways, press on, my friends.
Thanks. That's funny.
Bye. Mushroom soup sounds good. Low-key.
So I originally came in here to talk about morality, and we ended up talking about mushrooms. But the original debate, Ghosty, you said something about a statement only being true if it's verifiable by observation or something like that. Do I have that right?
I said for a statement to be true, it has to be verifiable and justifiable.
And then is it justifiable only through like empirical data?
No, it can be justified through somebody else. Like another human can justify something.
Oh, like testimony or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess what I was wondering when I heard that, I don't remember my exact thought, but it was something like, it sounds to me kind of like logical positivism, where a statement is only true or meaningful if it's either true by definition. So like true by definition would just be something like a bachelor is an unmarried man, right? We just define it that way. So it's true by definition. And then verifiable by observation would be like that rabbit over there is brown or whatever, right? Something like that. But then anytime you state principles like that, the principle itself is not verifiable by observation or by definition. So it has to have some sort of like philosophical underlying principle that would support it.
That's not true. The rabbit being brown would be observable, right?
No, the principle, the statement, the actual principle would be a statement is literally true or meaningful if and only if it's either true by definition, and then I think she said, or it has testimony, right? True by definition, has testimony, or verifiable by observation. But that that statement itself is not true by definition, verifiable by observation, or supported by corroborated by testimony in any definite way, right? Someone could.
Wouldn't the observation, the rabbit's brown is verified by observation?
Yeah, but that doesn't verify the underlying principle that a statement is only true.
Well, there is no underlying principle to the rabbit being brown. It's just situational.
No, the underlying principle is that a statement is only true if it's verifiable by observation, let's say.
Verifiable or justifiable, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I said morality can't be objective, because it can't be verifiable by fact, but it can be justified. So that's.
And
why
what
it's
I'm
kind of
saying
confusing.
is that principle that you're using also can't be verified or justified by its own principle.
And why not?
Because you can't use one of those three things to verify the claim. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. It's the same problem A.J. Iyer ran into in his book Language, Truth, and Logic.
Wouldn't it be definitional? It defines three ways of verifying something.
No, the principle itself isn't a definition.
And Wrongful Rage has fully supported the channel this evening. It's beautiful. It says, can't super chat. However, I do believe they are separate, mind and body. That being, the body is a meat wagon. Never heard it put that way, but my body is now a meat wagon. And the mind is an operator. If you pop a tire, you hamper the mind and the body. Thank you, Wrongful Rage. And Lawyer Dog, I believe you are getting ready to head out. Do you want to give your final thoughts?
No, I appreciate you having me on. I found you yesterday from the Roast of Brick, and so I appreciated that. And tonight, and I'll drop my mushroom documentary that I made in the link here. And that's all I have to say. Thank you guys for having me. Nice to meet all of you. especially the ones that stuck it up for me, of course.
Yeah,
And-
and lawyer dog, thanks for we always give extra kudos to people, especially if you kind of are the only one believing something on a panel and everybody's coming at you. And
They're on you.
just stop it. And
Just
you
saying.
stuck it out like a trooper. You're always welcome back. You didn't rage quit. You whined a little when we put you in the back the first time. Not gonna lie, you kind of cried a little bit, but you figured it out that feelings are not allowed on this panel. So you're welcome back anytime. Thanks, lawyer dog, and everybody. Please go check out the mushroom loving lawyer dog, and we'll see him next time. All right, back to you guys.
Keep opening that third eye, lawyer dog.
So yeah, just to kind of keep digging down on this. So like, would we all agree that the mind is metaphysical?
It comes from material.
But is the mind metaphysical?
Thoughts are.
I mean, it's a concept, right? It's a description of
Yeah.
something that we experience.
So exactly. So when it's metaphysical. So in terms of that, you cannot actually empirically prove a mind.
But it affects things physically, so
I mean,
think
it
we
is
can.
the most fundamental
And people
part
can
of all of
attest
our
to having
existence.
a mind,
right?
and we know from our own experience that we have a
'Cause
mind. Like
someone could be brain dead, but they're still getting blood in their brain. They're lying. They're not experiencing life.
Yeah, but is their mind active?
Exactly. You can't prove it.
Can we just watch Jim Bob tomorrow?
I thought you can. I guess we don't know what's going on inside, like, of a coma, right? That's one of the many mysteries. Like, we don't know what's going on inside someone's head when they're in
Yeah,
a
but
coma and
we
stuff.
take for granted every day is, yeah, I have a mind. We all agreed, yeah, a mind exists.
Yeah, but it can't exist without the material. So, like, if you're describing thoughts you have in your mind, I guess you could call those metaphysical. I think.
It
It's
might
more
need to look at
descriptive of the
definition for metaphysical.
experience.
But this is what I'm trying to say is in terms of this whole kind of like thing of like God and all this, it's just hogwash. It doesn't make any sense. But it's like it's actually a rational argument, philosophical argument to explain physical.
How is it irrational?
No, I'm saying it's rational. Are you saying it's irrational?
So you're saying because you think a mind is not physical, you think it's rational to posit other non-physical things.
Yes.
That have way more power and necessity for more explanatory everything.
Because according to you, the physical just randomly came into existence from nothing.
See, and there's like a huge logical
we
leap to the
just
beginning
don't
of the
know
universe
that,
that we don't
yeah.
even know if it has anything to do with the same argument. Like it's always
These are the
so.
ones that saying dinosaurs are roaming 65 million years ago.
There's physical evidence for that.
But why is physical evidence your like? this
Just
is what
let
I'm
them
confused.
straw man you so they stop.
The I don't think I've been straw manning anybody. I think the emergentism is what's going on here. The emergentism is just assumed, and physicalism is assumed with that, and then the mind just becomes this state of complex thought. But I have a problem understanding how that would account for things like.
Can I destroy your mind by destroying your brain?
Can you what?
Can I destroy your mind by destroying your brain?
Seems so.
I don't
I
think
guess
so.
the question would be.
You don't think so?
That's
You think your mind exists beyond?
That's
I
presuming
guess
that
religious people would.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's presuming that it. Well, that would be your soul.
Right.
Right. And this is the heart of this argument. I think we
Well-
tapped
Isn't
it
that what I
around
said
it a lot.
earlier? And then you guys were like, no.
It's always the heart of the argument.
No,
It
no,
literally is always, and we always tap dance around it. It's that a lot of religious people have to argue really hard that minds are separate because they believe that souls contain your mind after they're gone, and it's just
No, this is a whole. This is a
like
whole
saying you're
field.
going to see your parents in the afterlife. How? You're not going to have
It would
eyes.
have
whole
to-
field
Yes,
of
it does.
philosophy.
It does.
In
There's a
order
whole
for
field
that
of
to be
philosophy.
true, in my opinion, it would your mind would have to exist in some type of energy, some type of form of energy, in order to exist past your body. But
So physicalism.
yeah, I guess so. That's what it comes down to.
But why?
mean-
That's what I'm not understanding.
Because that's the
Tommy
only thing that makes
Woosaw
sense.
coming in with the big two says, take an ethics class. I believe you were talking to Mushroom Man before he left. Dustin S coming in with the big five. Laws of logic exist in the mind. Show me a material law of logic. You can't because concepts are immaterial. Therefore, part of the mind is immaterial.
But they exist in material.
We're
space
proving
and
the laws of
time.
logic right now because we're having cogent conversations, because things work, because we have math. They're properties of the universe.
If
Like,
you took away the brain, though, like it wouldn't exist.
Correct.
right.
Yeah.
But we just explained like what's causing the baby to grow in the womb before the brain gets developed.
Biology.
I think the framing of the question is wrong because you guys keep framing it as what's telling it rather than saying that it is its innate nature to do this thing.
Well, I think informing it is the language he wants to use. What's informing the physical to tell it how to develop in the way that it is?
It's like
'Cause
evolution.
That's the Aristotelian. That's
The trial and error of trillions of generations before it. You know.
Sure, but what about the first thing before it had trial and error?
Why do
We don't
things
know.
to survive
That's how
and
we have-
evolve to survive? Like,
Well, then you get back into inorganic chemistry and why do things act the way they do because of physical properties of the universe, right?
I mean, physical properties of the universe is something that's a different conversation than we're having, right?
Well, the honest
Well,
answer is
that's
that
what it
we
all
don't
comes
know what
from,
the
though,
first
right?
cause
Like-
was, right?
yeah.
Well, I
At
think
some
it has
point,
to be
there's a
outside of
barrier
time.
cross between inorganic and
How do you?
organic
Why would you
chemistry.
think it has to be outside of time? None of us have ever experienced anything outside of time.
You don't have to experience something to have a philosophical argument for it, though.
I don't.
Well, I mean,
I think it's illogical to stay outside of time, right?
Right.
Like,
Why?
not to bring in like a more kind of like out there subject, but quantum physics has kind of shown us that they define energy as the oscillation of a wave function. If you do not have time, you cannot have an oscillation, right?
I
So
mean,
therefore, no
quantum
energy,
physics
no
isn't
matter,
gonna help
no
you that
energy, no everything.
Quantum physics
In general, there is no nothing without time. There's
We have
literally
no
nothing without
evidence that outside of time exists at all. All we have is the binary assumption that since time exists, not time has to exist too.
Well, we do have a philosophical argument, which I gave earlier, for why we need an immaterial thing at the beginning of time.
I would say but I don't even think that's a philosophical argument. That's just sort
It
of
is.
a
It's been written on since the medieval ages. Well,
okay.
before that, but Al-Ghazali.
Let him finish.
That's
Islamic
okay.
philosophers.
Yeah.
Did Speakeasy
Because
fall
we-
asleep?
Because we don't understand
No.
what happened.
I've just been listening patiently.
Okay.
Because we don't understand what happened inside of time, we just make the logical leap that it has to be outside of time. But with no connecting reason to believe that, except for
That's promissory materialism.
Except for we don't understand.
That's just saying science will eventually give
The
us.
thing I don't get
I
though
wasn't saying
is
that.
you guys would actually to this debate earlier, right, about morals being objective. If the mind and the brain were not separate things, wouldn't we all be having the exact same feelings then?
No.
We don't have the same brain.
Yeah, I don't understand
Yeah,
that one.
genetics.
Yeah, but you're saying, but isn't your mind? You have to think about something before you can feel about it, right?
Just because we all eat doesn't mean that we all have the same taste experience.
Most of our brains' happenings are subconscious, right?
Yeah, when we talk about like a mind coming from our brains,
No,
you
no.
think of us as like robots.
For you to feel something, right? For your feelings, you have to think about it first, right? Your
For your feelings, no.
Yeah.
think so.
No, feelings
Where
come
do
before
feelings
thought.
come from?
I mean, pain, I think, is a good example of something you don't think about before you feel it. You don't really introspect on pain. You just you're in pain.
Does this hurt?
But I think he means emotion more than like.
Yeah.
physical
We're talking.
mind.
Yeah,
Okay,
emotion.
answer the question
Emotion.
how babies are
I
formed.
should have used the word emotion.
You experience an emotion and then you think about how to control it, right? Like you feel sadness or anger and then you have to think like, okay, how do I want to react to this?
Yeah. Thought is way slower than emotion or physical response. And biologically, it's on the more primitive part of your brain. Emotions are than thought.
And DNA is what forms a baby. Depending on how DNA is formed, is how the baby grows, develops.
Wait,
I think mushrooms actually form.
Where did that
babies.
come from?
Mushroom.
Yeah, how babies are formed.
Garrick's on mushrooms.
Oh, your
Oh, what
answer.
the-
Teriak said
That was on
earlier.
a bowl.
I didn't say anything about that.
All right. I'd love to let you guys keep going, but it is 3 a.m. for me.
It's the
And
witching hour.
it is, yeah, this is when all the weird people come out at 3 a.m. Is anybody still staying live streaming and wants to continue this panel? I can do a raid if you have raids set up or anything like that.
No, I'm not even streaming right now. I just hopped over to because I was listening in while I'm editing some stuff. I'm actually still doing that right now. But thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Teriak, Ghosty, are you
Good
guys
job
gonna
earlier, Teriak.
keep going?
Thank you, bro.
No, I think I'm gonna play chess and go to bed.
Fair enough.
You still want to play
Teriak.
chess after all this?
Yeah,
You're-
I've been
you're
playing a little
crazy.
bit right now.
Teriak, are you gonna still keep going?
No, I'm going to be closing now. I didn't sleep last night, so I was kind of running this low fumes, so thankfully the coffee saved me.
Oh, good deal. Good deal. Okay, well, then let's go ahead. I'll read this. The real Mr. Meatball coming in with the Big Ten. No answer is no answer, not an argument for divine intervention. Truth and knowledge requires mechanisms to test and repeat. That's how every advancement in society has manifested. It's really good. I like that. Okay, well, let's go ahead and hit our final thoughts. Andy, let's start with you.
I don't have many final thoughts. The mushroom conversation was incredibly interesting.
It was.
But thanks for letting me jump on, guys.
Do you want to plug or anything?
Nah, I just jumped on for the conversation.
Fair enough. Eric Nava, any final thoughts for you?
Though, I had fun. This is cool. It was nice meeting you guys all, and thank you. It was awesome.
Perfect. Thank you. Subjective state to you.
Yeah, I just changed my mind because I need 35 more viewers on or more subs on Powder Dusty. So I'll put the link backstage. I have started a stream on that one.
Oh, you're gonna. All right. I'll
Yeah,
set
if you
up
want
a
if you
raid.
want to shuttle me,
Oh, can you get raids over there?
I can get them. I cannot send them.
Oh, that's fair. That is fair. Okay. Animated effigy to you.
Thanks for having me up as always. Great debate between our two debaters. And I have to say that tonight has seriously made me think about a career in psychopharmacology. So
Fair enough. Ghosty, the floor is yours.
Thanks for having me again, Sarah. And this was a very interesting conversation. I just want to point out what that Eric guy just said for what we were kind of just talking about like what makes a baby or whatever. I think the DNA is a really interesting component. It's kind of like a code, and I would say that's probably a better explanation for like a life force. It's like this DNA code that makes things grow. So that would be my explanation to that. Otherwise than that, have a good night, everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you. And Teriak, final words from you.
So yeah, to disprove that, for example, like you could just take the exact same strands of DNA. Would you get the exact same people? So for example, twins disproves this. Like, are twins the same mind? No, they're not. But again, like I said, just kind of cap off, like the whole kind of like argument was kind of disjointed because like Bosie kind of admitted that there was objective morals, so kind of thrown off about that. But I'll take as much as I can get, kind of thing. But yeah, the magic mushrooms thing was fucking wild. But hey, like Sarah was saying, you get a lot of opinions on these panels for sure. And then other than that, just appreciate everybody who came over and donated. Everyone who donated for Sarah as well. Just want to say a massive thank you again for Sarah for setting this up as well. So much respect and thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. And I'm so excited that we got to, I mean, I feel like we've already knocked out this topic several times. I feel like we always end up there or in feminism somehow. And and to actually start with that conversation is refreshing, and have it land on mushrooms and the mind makes it even more fun, because now we've kind of gone even further, and that excites me. Ladies and gentlemen, I have set up the redirect we're going to go over to Flow State on the Powder Dusty, his second channel. He needs more subscribers, so there's like 100 and some of you over here. I'd love to see you all follow through and go send some love to our dear Subjective State, because he's a lost soul and needs lots and lots of help.
This is how you save souls right here. I need 37 more subs to get to monetization on this channel.
Yeah, so 37 souls need to go subscribe with their mind power that's pushed out by their brain power. Outside of that, everyone, fuck off.
Alone.
I'm done, babe.
You're done?
Yeah.
You don't hold the power button.
Oh, whoops, I'm still streaming. Okay. Bye. Bye, bye, bye.